The Western Canon by Harold Bloom, Preface and Prelude. This book studies 26 writers, necessarily with a certain nostalgia, since I seek to isolate the qualities that made these authors canonical, that is, authoritative in our culture. Aesthetic value is sometimes regarded as a suggestion of Immanuel Kant's rather than an actuality, but that has not been my experience during a lifetime of reading. Things have, however, fallen apart, the center has not held, and mere anarchy is in the process of being unleashed upon what used to be called the learned world. Mimic cultural wars do not much interest me. What I have to say about our current squalors is in my first and last chapters. Here I wish to explain the organization of this book and to account for my choice of these 26 writers from among the many hundreds in what once was considered to be the Western canon. Giambattista Vico, in his New Science, posited a cycle of three phases: theocratic, aristocratic, democratic, followed by a chaos out of which a new theocratic age would at last emerge. Joyce made grand serio-comic use of Vico in organizing Finnegan's Wake, and I have followed in the wake of the wake, except that I have omitted the literature of the theocratic age. My historical sequence begins with Dante and concludes with Samuel Beckett, though I have not always followed strict chronological order. Thus I have begun the aristocratic age with Shakespeare, because he is the central figure of the Western canon, and I have subsequently considered him in relation to nearly all the others, from Chaucer and Montaigne, who affected him, through many of those he influenced: Milton, Dr. Johnson, Goethe, Ibsen, Joyce, and Beckett among them, as well as those who attempted to reject him, Tolstoy in particular, along with Freud, who appropriated Shakespeare while insisting that the Earl of Oxford had done the writing for the man from Stratford. The choice of authors here is not so arbitrary as it may seem. They have been selected for both their sublimity and their representative nature. A book about 26 writers is possible, but not a book about 400. Certainly the major Western writers since Dante are here: Chaucer, Cervantes, Montaigne, Shakespeare, Goethe, Wordsworth, Dickens, Tolstoy, Joyce, and Proust. But where are Petrarch, Rabelais, Ariosto, Spencer, Ben Jonson, Racine, Swift, Rousseau, Blake, Pushkin, Melville, Giacomo Leopardi, Henry James, Dostoevsky, Hugo, Balzac, Nietzsche, Flaubert, Baudelaire, Browning, Chekhov, Yeats, D.H. Lawrence, and so many others? I have tried to represent national canons by their crucial figures: Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, Wordsworth, Dickens for England, Montaigne and Molière for France, Dante for Italy, Cervantes for Spain, Tolstoy for Russia, Goethe for Germany, Borges and Neruda for Hispanic America, Whitman and Dickinson for the United States. The sequence of major dramatists is here: Shakespeare, Molière, Ibsen, and Beckett, and of novelists: Austen, Dickens, George Eliot, Tolstoy, Proust, Joyce, and Woolf. Dr. Johnson is here as the greatest of Western literary critics. It would be difficult to find his rival. Vico did not postulate a chaotic age before the ricorso or return of a second theocratic age. But our century, while pretending to continue the democratic age, cannot be better characterized than as chaotic. Its key writers are Freud, Proust, Joyce, Kafka. They personify whatever literary spirit the era possesses. Freud called himself a scientist, but he will survive as a great essayist like Montaigne or Emerson, not as the founder of a therapy already discredited or elevated, as another episode in the long history of shamanism. I wish that there were space for more modern poets here than just Neruda and Pessoa. But no poet of our century has matched In Search of Lost Time, Ulysses or Finnegan's Wake, the essays of Freud, or the parables and tales of Kafka. With most of these 26 writers, I have tried to confront greatness directly, to ask what makes the author and the works canonical. The answer, more often than not, has turned out to be strangeness, a mode of originality that either cannot be assimilated or that so assimilates us that we cease to see it as strange. Walter Pater defined romanticism as adding strangeness to beauty, but I think he characterized all canonical writing rather than the romantics as such. The cycle of achievement goes from the Divine Comedy to Endgame, from strangeness to strangeness. When you read a canonical work for a first time, you encounter a stranger, an uncanny startlement rather than a fulfillment of expectations. Read freshly all that the Divine Comedy, Paradise Lost, Faust Part 2, Haji Murad, Peer Gynt, Ulysses, and Canto General have in common is their uncanniness, their ability to make you feel strange at home. Shakespeare, the largest writer we ever will know, frequently gives the opposite impression of making us at home, out of doors, foreign, abroad. His powers of assimilation and of contamination are unique and constitute a perpetual challenge to universal performance and to criticism. I find it absurd and regrettable that the current criticism of Shakespeare, cultural materialist, neo-Marxist, new historicist, Foucault, feminist, has abandoned the quest to meet that challenge. Shakespeare criticism is in full flight from his aesthetic supremacy and works at reducing him to the social energies of the English Renaissance, as though there were no authentic difference in aesthetic merit between the creator of Lear, Hamlet, Iago, Falstaff, and his disciples such as John Webster and Thomas Middleton. The best living English critic, Sir Frank Kermode, in his Forms of Attention, 1985, has issued the clearest warning I know about the fate of the canon, that is to say, in the first place, the fate of Shakespeare. Canons which negate the distinction between knowledge and opinion, which are instruments of survival built to be time-proof, not reason-proof, are of course deconstructible. If people think there should not be such things, they may very well find the means to destroy them. Their defense cannot any longer be undertaken by central institutional power. They cannot any longer be compulsory, though it is hard to see how the normal operation of learned institutions, including recruitment, can manage without them. The means to destroy canons, as Kermode indicates, are very much at hand, and the process is now quite advanced. I am not concerned, as this book repeatedly makes clear, with the current debate between the right-wing defenders of the canon, who wish to preserve it for its supposed and non-existent moral values, and the academic journalistic network I have dubbed the School of Resentment, who wish to overthrow the canon in order to advance their supposed and non-existent programs for social change. I hope that the book does not turn out to be an elegy for the Western canon, and that perhaps at some point there will be a reversal and the rabblement of lemmings will cease to hurl themselves off the cliffs. In the concluding catalog of canonical authors, particularly of our century, I have ventured a modest prophecy as to survival possibilities. One mark of an originality that can win canonical status for a literary work is a strangeness that we either never altogether assimilate or that becomes such a given that we are blinded to its idiosyncrasies. Dante is the largest instance of the first possibility, and Shakespeare, the overwhelming example of the second. Walt Whitman, always contradictory, partakes of both sides of the paradox. After Shakespeare, the greatest representative of the given is the first author of the Hebrew Bible. The figure named the Yahwist, or J, by 19th century biblical scholarship, the J from the German spelling of the Hebrew Yahweh, or Jehovah in English, the result of a one-time spelling error. J, like Homer, a person or persons lost in the dark recesses of time, appears to have lived in or near Jerusalem some 3,000 years ago, well before Homer either lived or was invented. Just who the primary J was, we are never likely to know. I speculate on purely internal and subjective literary grounds that J may very well have been a woman at King Solomon's court, a place of high culture, considerable religious skepticism, and much psychological sophistication. A shrewd reviewer of my book of J chided me for not having the audacity to go the whole way and identify J as Bathsheba, the Queen Mother, a Hittite woman taken by David the king after he arranged for her husband Uriah to die conveniently in battle. I am happy to adopt the suggestion belatedly. Bathsheba, mother of Solomon, is an admirable candidate. Her dark view of Solomon's catastrophic son and successor, Rehoboam, implied throughout the Yahwistic text, is thus highly explicable. So is her very ironic presentation of the Hebrew patriarchs and her fondness both for some of their wives and for such female outsiders as Hagar and Tamar. Besides, it is a superb J-like irony that the inaugural author of what eventually became the Torah was not an Israelite at all, but a Hittite woman. In what follows, I refer to the Yahwist alternately as J or Bathsheba. The J writer was the original author of what we now call Genesis, Exodus, and Numbers, but what she wrote was censored, revised, and frequently abrogated or distorted by a series of redactors across 5 centuries, culminating with Ezra, or one of his followers, in the era of the return from Babylonian exile. These revisionists were priests and cultic scribes, and they seem to have been scandalized by Bathsheba's ironical freedom in portraying Yahweh. Jay's Yahweh is human, all too human. He eats and drinks, frequently loses his temper, delights in his own mischief, is jealous and vindictive, proclaims his justness while constantly playing favorites, and develops a considerable case of neurotic anxiety when he allows himself to transfer his blessing from an elite to the entire Israelite host. By the time he leads that crazed and suffering rabblement through the Sinai wilderness, he has become so insane and dangerous to himself and to others that the J writer deserves to be called the most blasphemous of all authors ever. The J saga concludes, as far as we can tell, when Yahweh with his own hands buries his prophet Moses in an unmarked grave, after refusing the long-suffering leader of the Israelites more than a glimpse of the promised land. Bathsheba's masterpiece is her story of the relations between Yahweh and Moses, a narrative beyond irony or tragedy that moves from Yahweh's surprising election of the reluctant prophet to his motiveless attempt to murder Moses, and to the subsequent vexations that afflict both God and his chosen instrument. Ambivalence between the divine and the human is one of Jay's grand inventions, another mark of an originality so perpetual that we can scarcely recognize it, because the stories Bathsheba told have absorbed us. The ultimate shock implicit in this canon-making originality comes when we realize that the Western worship of God, by Jews, Christians, and Muslims, is the worship of a literary character, Jay's Yahweh, however adulterated by pious revisionists. The only comparable shocks I know come when we realize that the Jesus loved by Christians is a literary character largely invented by the author of the Gospel of Mark. And when we read the Quran and hear one voice only, the voice of Allah, recorded in detail and at length by the audacity of his prophet Muhammad. Perhaps someday, well on in the 21st century, when Mormonism has become the dominant religion of at least the American West, those who come after us will experience a fourth such shock when they encounter the daring of the authentic American prophet, Joseph Smith, in his definitive visions, the pearl of great price in Doctrines and Covenants. Canonical strangeness can exist without the shock of such audacity, but the tang of originality must always hover in an inaugural aspect of any work that incontestably wins the agon with tradition and joins the canon. Our educational institutions are thronged these days by idealistic resenters who denounce competition in literature as in life. But the aesthetic and the agonistic are one, according to all the ancient Greeks, and to Burckhardt and Nietzsche, who recovered this truth. What Homer teaches is a poetics of conflict, a lesson first learned by his rival Hesiod. All of Plato, as the critic Longinus saw, is in the philosopher's incessant conflict with Homer, who is exiled from the Republic, but in vain, since Homer and not Plato remain the schoolbook of the Greeks. Dante's Divine Comedy, according to Stephen George, was the book and school of the ages, though that was more true for poets than for anyone else, and is properly assigned to Shakespeare's plays, as will be shown throughout this book. Contemporary writers do not like to be told that they must compete with Shakespeare and Dante, and yet that struggle was Joyce's provocation to greatness, to an eminence shared only by Beckett, Proust, and Kafka among modern Western authors. The fundamental archetype for literary achievement will always be Pindar, who celebrates the quasi-divine victories of his aristocratic athletes, while conveying the implicit sense that his victory odes are themselves victories over every possible competitor. Dante, Milton, and Wordsworth repeat Pindar's key metaphor of racing to win the palm, which is a secular immortality strangely at odds with any pious idealism. Idealism, concerning which one struggles not to be ironic, is now the fashion in our schools and colleges. where all aesthetic and most intellectual standards are being abandoned in the name of social harmony and the remedying of historical injustice. Pragmatically, the expansion of the canon has meant the destruction of the canon, since what is being taught includes by no means the best writers who happen to be women, African, Hispanic, or Asian, but rather the writers who offer little but the resentment they have developed as part of their sense of identity. There is no strangeness and no originality in such resentment. Even if there were, they would not suffice to create heirs of the Yahwist and Homer, Dante and Shakespeare, Cervantes and Joyce. As the formulator of a critical concept I once named the anxiety of influence, I have enjoyed the school of resentment's repeated insistence that such a notion applies only to dead white European males and not to women and to what we quaintly term multiculturalists. Thus, feminist cheerleaders proclaim that women writers lovingly cooperate with one another as quilt makers, while African American and Chicano literary activists go even further in asserting their freedom from any anguish of contamination whatsoever. Each of them is Adam early in the morning. They know no time when they were not as they are now. Self-created, self-begot, their puissance is their own. As assertions by poets, playwrights, and prose fiction writers, these are healthy and understandable, however self-deluded. But as declarations by supposed literary critics, such optimistic pronouncements are neither true nor interesting and go against both human nature and the nature of imaginative literature. There can be no strong, canonical writing without the process of literary influence, a process vexing to undergo and difficult to understand. I have never been able to recognize my theory of influence when it is under attack, since what is under attack is never even an apt travesty of my ideas. As the chapter on Freud in this book demonstrates, I favor a Shakespearean reading of Freud and not a Freudian reading of Shakespeare or of any other writer. The anxiety of influence is not an anxiety about the father, real or literary, but an anxiety achieved by and in the poem, novel, or play. Any strong literary work creatively misreads and therefore misinterprets a precursor text or texts. An authentic canonical writer may or may not internalize her or his work's anxiety, but that scarcely matters. The strongly achieved work is the anxiety. This point has been well expressed by Peter de Bolle in his book Towards Historical Rhetorics. The Freudian family romance as a description of influence represents an extremely weak reading. For Bloom, influence is both a tropological category, a figure which determines the poetic tradition, and a complex of psychic, historical, and imagistic relations. Influence describes the relations between texts. It is an intertextual phenomenon. Both the internal psychic defense, the poet's experience of anxiety, and the external historical relations of text to each other are themselves the result of misreading or poetic misprision, and not the cause of it. Doubtless that accurate summary will seem intricate to those unfamiliar with my attempts to think through the problem of literary influence. Yet de Bolle gives me a good starting point, here at the start of this examination of the now threatened Western canon. The burden of influence has to be borne if significant originality is to be achieved and re-achieved within the wealth of Western literary tradition. Tradition is not only a handing down or process of benign transmission, it is also a conflict between past genius and present aspiration, in which the prize is literary survival or canonical inclusion. That conflict cannot be settled by social concerns or by the judgment of any particular generation of impatient idealists, or by Marxists proclaiming, "Let the dead bury the dead," or by sophists who attempt to substitute the library for the canon and the archive for the discerning spirit. Poems, stories, novels, plays come into being as a response to prior poems, stories, novels, and plays, and that response depends upon acts of reading and interpretation by the later writers, acts that are identical with the new works. These readings of precursor writings are necessarily defensive in part. If they were appreciative only, fresh creation would be stifled, and not for psychological reasons alone. The issue is not audible rivalry, but the very nature of strong, original literary imaginings, figurative language and its vicissitudes. Fresh metaphor, or inventive tropping, always involves a departure from previous metaphor, and that departure depends upon at least partial turning away from or rejection of prior figuration. Shakespeare employs Marlowe as a starting point, and such early Shakespearean hero villains as Aaron the Moor in Titus Andronicus and Richard III are rather too close to Barabbas, Marlowe's Jew of Malta. When Shakespeare creates Shylock, his Jew of Venice, the metaphorical basis of the farcical villain's speech is radically altered, and Shylock is a strong misreading or creative misinterpretation of Barabbas, whereas Aaron the Moor is something closer to a repetition of Barabbas, particularly at the level of figurative language. By the time that Shakespeare writes Othello, all trace of Marlowe is gone. The self-delighting villainy of Iago is cognitively far subtler and light years more refined imagistically than the self-congratulatory excesses of the exuberant Barabbas. Iago's relation to Barabbas is one in which Shakespeare's creative misreading of his precursor Marlowe has triumphed wholly. Shakespeare is a unique case in which the forerunner is invariably dwarfed. Richard III manifests an anxiety of influence in regard to the Jew of Malta and Tamburlaine, but Shakespeare was still finding his way. With the advent of Falstaff in Henry IV, Part 1, the finding was complete, and Marlowe became only the way not to go, on the stage as in life. After Shakespeare, there are only a few figures who fight relatively free of the anxiety of influence: Milton, Molière, Goethe, Tolstoy, Ibsen, Freud, Joyce, and for all of these except Molière, Shakespeare alone remained the problem, as this book seeks to demonstrate. Greatness recognizes greatness and is shadowed by it. Coming after Shakespeare, who wrote both the best prose and the best poetry in the Western tradition, is a complex destiny, since originality becomes peculiarly difficult in everything that matters most: representation of human beings, the role of memory and cognition, the range of metaphor in suggesting new possibilities for language. These are Shakespeare's particular excellences, and no one has matched him as psychologist, thinker, or rhetorician. Wittgenstein, who resented Freud, nevertheless resembles Freud in his suspicious and defensive reaction to Shakespeare, who is an affront to the philosopher even as he is to the psychoanalyst. There is no cognitive originality in the whole history of philosophy comparable to Shakespeare's, and it is both ironic and fascinating to overhear Wittgenstein puzzling out whether there is an authentic difference between the Shakespearean representation of thinking and thinking itself. It is true, as the Australian poet-critic Kevin Hart observes, that Western culture takes its lexicon of intelligibility from Greek philosophy, and all our talk of life and death, of form and design, is marked by relations with that tradition. Yet intelligibility pragmatically transcends its lexicon, and we must remind ourselves that Shakespeare, who scarcely relies upon philosophy, is more central to Western culture than are Plato and Aristotle, Kant and Hegel, Heidegger and Wittgenstein. I feel quite alone these days in defending the autonomy of the aesthetic, but its best defense is the experience of reading King Lear and then seeing the play well performed. King Lear does not derive from a crisis in philosophy, nor can its power be explained away as a mystification somehow promoted by bourgeois institutions. It is a mark of the degeneracy of literary study that one is considered an eccentric for holding that the literary is not dependent upon the philosophical, and that the aesthetic is irreducible to ideology or to metaphysics. Aesthetic criticism returns us to the autonomy of imaginative literature and the sovereignty of the solitary soul. The reader not as a person in society, but as the deep self, our ultimate inwardness. That depth of inwardness in a strong writer constitutes the strength that wards off the massive weight of past achievement, lest every originality be crushed before it becomes manifest. Great writing is always rewriting or revisionism, and is founded upon a reading that clears space for the self, or that so works as to reopen old works to our fresh sufferings. The originals are not original, but that Emersonian irony yields to the Emersonian pragmatism that the inventor knows how to borrow. I am not directly concerned in this book with the intertextual relations among the 26 authors under consideration. My purpose is to consider them as representatives of the entire Western canon, but doubtless my interest in problems of influence emerges almost everywhere, sometimes perhaps without my own full awareness. Strong literature, agonistic whether it wants to be or not, cannot be detached from its anxieties about the works that possess priority and authority in regard to it. Though most critics resist understanding the processes of literary influence or try to idealize those processes as wholly generous and benign, the dark truths of competition and contamination continue to grow stronger as canonical history lengthens in time. A poem, play, or novel is necessarily compelled to come into being by way of precursor works, however eager it is to deal directly with social concerns. Contingency governs literature as it does every cognitive enterprise, and the contingency constituted by the Western literary canon is primarily manifested as the anxiety of influence that forms and malforms each new writing that aspires to permanence. Literature is not merely language, it is also the will to figuration, the motive for metaphor that Nietzsche once defined as the desire to be different, the desire to be elsewhere. This partly means to be different from oneself, but primarily, I think, to be different from the metaphors and images of the contingent works that are one's heritage. The desire to write greatly is the desire to be elsewhere, in a time and place of one's own, in an originality that must compound with inheritance, with the anxiety of influence. Part 1. On the Canon. An elegy for the canon. Originally, the canon meant the choice of books in our teaching institutions, and despite the recent politics of multiculturalism, the canon's true question remains. What shall the individual who still desires to read attempt to read? This late in history? The biblical 70 and 10 no longer suffice to read more than a selection of the great writers in what can be called the Western tradition, let alone in all the world's traditions. Who reads must choose, since there is literally not enough time to read everything, even if one does nothing but read. Mallarmé's grand line, "The flesh is sad, alas, and I have read all the books," has become a hyperbole. Overpopulation, Malthusian repletion, is the authentic context for canonical anxieties. Not a moment passes these days without fresh rushes of academic lemmings off the cliffs they proclaim the political responsibilities of the critic, but eventually all this moralizing will subside. Every teaching institution will have its department of cultural studies, an ox not to be gored, and an aesthetic underground will flourish, restoring something of the romance of reading. Reviewing bad books, W.H. Auden once remarked, is bad for the character. Like all gifted moralists, Auden idealized despite himself, and he should have survived into the present age, wherein the new commissars tell us that reading good books is bad for the character, which I think is probably true. Reading the very best writers, let us say Homer, Dante, Shakespeare, Tolstoy, is not going to make us better citizens. Art is perfectly useless, according to the sublime Oscar Wilde, who was right about everything. He also told us that all bad poetry is sincere. Had I the power to do so, I would command that these words be engraved above every gate at every university, so that each student might ponder the splendor of the insight. President Clinton's inaugural poem by Maya Angelou was praised in a New York Times editorial as a work of Whitmanian magnitude, and its sincerity is indeed overwhelming. It joins all the other instantly canonical achievements that flood our academies. The unhappy truth is that we cannot help ourselves. We can resist up to a point. But past that point, even our own universities would feel compelled to indict us as racists and sexists. I recall one of us, doubtless with irony, telling a New York Times interviewer that we are all feminist critics. That is the rhetoric suitable for an occupied country, one that expects no liberation from liberation. Institutions may hope to follow the advice of the prince in Lampedusa's The Leopard, who counsels his peers, change everything just a little so as to keep everything exactly the same. Unfortunately, nothing ever will be the same, because the art and passion of reading well and deeply, which was the foundation of our enterprise, depended upon people who were fanatical readers when they were still small children. Even devoted and solitary readers are now necessarily beleaguered because they cannot be certain that fresh generations will rise up to prefer Shakespeare and Dante to all other writers. The shadows lengthen in our evening land, and we approach the second millennium expecting further shadowing. I do not deplore these matters. The aesthetic is, in my view, an individual rather than a societal concern. In any case, there are no culprits, though some of us would appreciate not being told that we lack the free, generous, and open societal vision of those who come after us. Literary criticism is an ancient art. Its inventor, according to Bruno Snell, was Aristophanes, and I tend to agree with Heinrich Heine that there is a God and his name is Aristophanes. Cultural criticism is another dismal social science, but literary criticism, as an art, always was and always will be an elitist phenomenon. It was a mistake to believe that literary criticism could become a basis for democratic education or for societal improvement. When our English and other literature departments shrink to the dimensions of our current classics departments, ceding their grosser functions to the legions of cultural studies, we will perhaps be able to return to the study of the inescapable, to Shakespeare and his few peers, who, after all, invented all of us. The canon, once we view it as the relation of an individual reader and writer to what has been preserved out of what has been written, and forget the canon as a list of books for required study, will be seen as identical with the literary art of memory, not with the religious sense of canon. Memory is always an art, even when it works involuntarily. Emerson opposed the party of memory to the party of hope, but that was in a very different America. Now, the party of memory is the party of hope, though the hope is diminished, but it has always been dangerous to institutionalize hope, and we no longer live in a society in which we will be allowed to institutionalize memory. We need to teach more selectively, searching for the few who have the capacity to become highly individual readers and writers. The others, who are amenable to a politicized curriculum, can be abandoned to it. Pragmatically, aesthetic value can be recognized or experienced, but it cannot be conveyed to those who are incapable of grasping its sensations and perceptions. To quarrel on its behalf is always a blunder. What interests me more is the flight from the aesthetic among so many in my profession, some of whom at least began with the ability to experience aesthetic value. In Freud, flight is the metaphor for repression, for unconscious yet purposeful forgetting. The purpose is clear enough in my profession's flight: to assuage displaced guilt. Forgetting in an aesthetic context is ruinous, for cognition, in criticism, always relies on memory. Longinus would have said that pleasure is what the resenters have forgotten. Nietzsche would have called it pain, but they would have been thinking of the same experience upon the heights. Those who descend from there, lemming-like, chant the litany that literature is best explained as a mystification promoted by bourgeois institutions. This reduces the aesthetic to ideology, or at best to metaphysics. A poem cannot be read as a poem because it is primarily a social document, or rarely yet possibly an attempt to overcome philosophy. Against this approach, I urge a stubborn resistance whose single aim is to preserve poetry as fully and purely as possible. Our legions who have deserted represent a strand in our traditions that has always been in flight from the aesthetic, Platonic moralism, and Aristotelian social science. The attack on poetry either exiles it for being destructive of social well-being or allows it sufferance if it will assume the work of social catharsis under the banners of the new multiculturalism. Beneath the surfaces of academic Marxism, feminism, and new historicism, the ancient polemic of Platonism and the equally archaic Aristotelian social medicine continue to course on. I suppose that the conflict between these strains and the always beleaguered supporters of the aesthetic can never end. We are losing now, and doubtless we will go on losing, and there is a sorrow in that, because many of the best students will abandon us for other disciplines and professions, an abandonment already well underway. They are justified in doing so because we could not protect them against our profession's loss of intellectual and aesthetic standards of accomplishment and value. All that we can do now is maintain some continuity with the aesthetic and not yield to the lie that what we oppose is adventure and new interpretations. Freud famously defined anxiety as being angst for etwas, or anxious expectations. There is always something in advance of which we are anxious, if only of expectations that we will be called upon to fulfill. Eros, presumably the most pleasurable of expectations, brings its own anxieties to the reflective consciousness, which is Freud's subject. A literary work also arouses expectations that it needs to fulfill, or it will cease to be read. The deepest anxieties of literature are literary. Indeed, in my view, they define the literary and become all but identical with it. A poem, novel, or play acquires all of humanity's disorders, including the fear of mortality, which in the art of literature is transmuted into the quest to be canonical, to join communal or societal memory. Even Shakespeare, in the strongest of his sonnets, hovers near this obsessive desire or drive. The rhetoric of immortality is also a psychology of survival and a cosmology. Where did the idea of conceiving a literary work that the world would not willingly let die come from? It was not attached to the scriptures by the Hebrews, who spoke of canonical writings as those that polluted the hands that touched them, presumably because mortal hands were not fit to hold sacred writings. Jesus replaced the Torah for Christians, and what mattered most about Jesus was the resurrection. At what date in the history of secular writing did men begin to speak of poems or stories as being immortal? The conceit is in Petrarch and is marvelously developed by Shakespeare in his sonnets. It is already a latent element in Dante's praise of his own divine comedy. We cannot say that Dante secularized the idea because he subsumed everything and so, in a sense, secularized nothing. For him, his poem was prophecy as much as Isaiah was prophecy, so perhaps we can say that Dante invented our modern idea of the canonical. Ernst Robert Curtius, the eminent medieval scholar, emphasizes that Dante considered only two journeys into the beyond before his own to be authentic. Virgil's Aeneas in Book 6 of his epic in St. Paul's, as recounted in 2 Corinthians 12:2. Out of Aeneas came Rome, out of Paul came Gentile Christianity, out of Dante was to come, if he lived to the age of 81, the fulfillment of the esoteric prophecy concealed in the comedy, but Dante died at 56. Curtius, ever alert to the fortune of canonical metaphors, has an excursus upon poetry as perpetuation that traces the origin of the eternity of poetic fame to the Iliad, 6.359, and beyond a horse's odes, 4.828, where we are assured that it is the muse's eloquence and affection that allow the hero never to die. Jacob Burckhardt, in a chapter on literary fame that Curtius quotes, observes that Dante, the Italian Renaissance poet-philologist, had the most intense consciousness that he is a distributor of fame and indeed of immortality, a consciousness that Curtius locates among the Latin poets of France as early as 1100. But at some point this consciousness was linked to the idea of a secular canonicity, so that not the hero being celebrated, but the celebration itself was hailed as immortal. The secular canon, with the word meaning a catalog of approved authors, does not actually begin until the middle of the 18th century, during the literary period of sensibility, sentimentality, and the sublime. The Odes of William Collins trace the sublime canon in sensibility's heroic precursors from the ancient Greeks through Milton, and are among the earliest poems in English written to propound a secular tradition of canonicity. The canon, a word religious in its origins, has become a choice among texts struggling with one another for survival, whether you interpret the choice as being made by dominant social groups, institutions of education, traditions of criticism, or, as I do, by late-coming authors who feel themselves chosen by particular ancestral figures. Some recent partisans of what regards itself as academic radicalism go so far as to suggest that works join the canon because of successful advertising and propaganda campaigns. The compeers of these skeptics sometimes go farther and question even Shakespeare, whose eminence seems to them something of an imposition. If you worship the composite god of historical process, you are fated to deny Shakespeare his palpable aesthetic supremacy, the really scandalous originality of his plays. Originality becomes a literary equivalent of such terms as individual enterprise, self-reliance, and competition, which do not gladden the hearts of feminists, Afrocentrists, Marxists, Foucault-inspired new historicists, or deconstructors, of all those whom I have described as members of the School of Resentment. One illuminating theory of canon formation is presented by Alistair Fowler in his Kinds of Literature, 1982. In a chapter on hierarchies of genres and canons of literature, Fowler remarks that changes in literary taste can often be referred to revaluation of genres that the canonical works represent. In each era, some genres are regarded as more canonical than others. In the earlier decades of our time, the American prose romance was exalted as a genre, which helped to establish Faulkner, Hemingway, and Fitzgerald as our dominant 20th century writers of prose fiction, fit successors to Hawthorne, Melville, Mark Twain, and the aspect of Henry James that triumphant in The Golden Bowl and The Wings of the Dove. The effect of this exaltation of romance over the realistic novel was that visionary narratives like Faulkner's As I Lay Dying, Nathaniel West's Miss Lonely Hearts, and Thomas Pynchon's The Crying of Lot 49 enjoyed more critical esteem than Theodore Dreiser's Sister Carrie and An American Tragedy. Now a further revision of genres has begun with the rise of the journalistic novel, such as Truman Capote's In Cold Blood, Norman Mailer's The Executioner's Song, and Tom Wolfe's The Bonfire of the Vanities. An American Tragedy has recovered much of its luster in the atmosphere of these works. The historical novel seems to have been permanently devalued. Gore Vidal once said to me, with bitter eloquence, that his outspoken sexual orientation had denied him canonical status. What seems likelier is that Vidal's best fictions, except for the sublimely outrageous Myra Breckinridge, are distinguished historical novels, Lincoln, Burr, and several more, and this subgenre is no longer available for canonization, which helps to account for the morose fate of Norman Mailer's exuberantly inventive Ancient Evenings, a marvelous anatomy of humbuggery and bumbuggery that could not survive its placement in the ancient Egypt of the Book of the Dead. History writing and narrative fiction have come apart, and our sensibilities seem no longer able to accommodate them one to the other. Fowler goes a long way toward expounding the question of just why all genres are not available at any one time. We have to allow for the fact that the complete range of genres is never equally, let alone fully, available in any one period. Each age has a fairly small repertoire of genres that its readers and critics can respond to with enthusiasm, and the repertoire easily available to its writers is smaller still. The temporary canon is fixed for all but the greatest or strongest or most arcane writers. Each age makes new deletions from the repertoire. In a weak sense, all genres perhaps exist in all ages, shadowily embodied in bizarre and freakish exceptions. But the repertoire of active genres has always been small and subject to proportionately significant deletions and additions. Some critics have been tempted to think of the generic system almost on a hydrostatic model, as if its total substance remained constant, but subject to redistributions. But there is no firm basis for such speculation. We do better to treat the movements of genres simply in terms of aesthetic choice. I myself would want to argue, partly following Fowler, that aesthetic choice has always guided every secular aspect of canon formation, but that is a difficult argument to maintain at this time, when the defense of the literary canon, like the assault against it, has become so heavily politicized. Ideological defenses of the Western canon are as pernicious in regard to aesthetic values as the onslaughts of attackers who seek to destroy the canon or open it up, as they proclaim. Nothing is so essential to the Western canon as its principles of selectivity, which are elitist only to the extent that they are founded upon severely artistic criteria. Those who oppose the canon insist that there is always an ideology involved in canon formation. Indeed, they go farther and speak of the ideology of canon formation, suggesting that to make a canon, or to perpetuate one, is an ideological act in itself. The hero of these anti-canonizers is Antonio Gramsci, who in his Selections from the Prison Notebooks denies that any intellectual can be free of the dominant social group if he relies upon merely the special qualification that he shares with the craft of his fellows, such as other literary critics. Since these various categories of traditional intellectuals experience through an esprit de corps their uninterrupted historical qualification, they thus put themselves forward as autonomous and independent of the dominant social group. As a literary critic in what I now regard as the worst of all times for literary criticism, I do not find Gramsci's stricture relevant. The esprit de corps of professionalism, so curiously dear to many high priests of the anti-canonizers, is of no interest whatsoever to me, and I would repudiate any uninterrupted historical continuity with the Western Academy. I desire and assert a continuity with a handful or so of critics before this century and another handful or so during the past 3 generations. As for special qualification, my own contra Gramsci is purely personal. Even if the dominant social group were to be identified with the Yale Corporation or the trustees of New York University or of American universities in general, I can search out no interconnection between any social group and the specific ways in which I have spent my life reading, remembering, judging, and interpreting what we once called imaginative literature. To discover critics in the service of a social ideology, one need only regard those who wish to demystify or open up the canon, or their opponents who have fallen into the trap of becoming what they beheld. But neither of these groups is truly literary. The flight from a repression of the aesthetic is endemic in our institutions of what still purport to be higher education. Shakespeare, whose aesthetic supremacy has been confirmed by the universal judgment of 4 centuries, is now historicized into pragmatic diminishment precisely because his uncanny aesthetic power is a scandal to any ideologue. The cardinal principle of the current school of resentment can be stated with singular bluntness. What is called aesthetic value emanates from class struggle. This principle is so broad that it cannot be wholly refuted. I myself insist that the individual self is the only method and the whole standard for apprehending aesthetic value. But the individual self, I unhappily grant, is defined only against society, and part of its agon with the communal inevitably partakes of the conflict between social and economic classes. Myself, the son of a garment worker, I have been granted endless time to read and meditate upon my reading. The institution that sustained me, Yale University, is ineluctably part of an American establishment, and my sustained meditation upon literature is therefore vulnerable to the most traditional Marxist analyses of class interest. All my passionate proclamations of the isolate selfhood's aesthetic value are necessarily qualified by the reminder that the leisure for meditation must be purchased from the community. No critic, not even this one, is a hermetic Prospero working white magic upon an enchanted island. Criticism, like poetry, is, in the hermetic sense, a kind of theft from the common stock. And if the governing class, in the days of my youth, freed one to be a priest of the aesthetic, it doubtless had its own interest in such a priesthood. Yet to grant this is to grant very little. The freedom to apprehend aesthetic value may rise from class conflict, but the value is not identical with the freedom, even if it cannot be achieved without that apprehension. Aesthetic value is by definition engendered by an interaction between artists, an influencing that is always an interpretation. The freedom to be an artist or a critic necessarily rises out of social conflict. But the source or origin of the freedom to perceive, while hardly irrelevant to aesthetic value, is not identical with it. There is always guilt in achieved individuality. It is a version of the guilt of being a survivor and is not productive of aesthetic value. Without some answer to the triple question of the agon, more than, less than, equal to, there can be no aesthetic value. That question is framed in the figurative language of the economic, but its answer will be free of Freud's economic principle. There can be no poem in itself, and yet something irreducible does abide in the aesthetic. Value that cannot be altogether reduced constitutes itself through the process of inter-artistic influence. Such influence contains psychological, spiritual, and social components, but its major element is aesthetic. A Marxist or Foucault-inspired historicist can insist endlessly that the production of the aesthetic is a question of historical forces, but production is not in itself the issue here. I cheerfully agree with the motto of Dr. Johnson: "No man but a blockhead ever wrote except for money." Yet the undeniable economics of literature, from Pindar to the present, do not determine questions of aesthetic supremacy, and the openers up of the canon and the traditionalists do not disagree much on where the supremacy is to be found: in Shakespeare. Shakespeare is the secular canon, or even the secular scripture. Forerunners and legatees alike are defined by him alone for canonical purposes. This is the dilemma that confronts partisans of resentment. Either they must deny Shakespeare's unique eminence, a painful and difficult matter, or they must show why and how history and class struggle produced just those aspects of his plays that have generated his centrality in the Western canon. Here they confront insurmountable difficulty in Shakespeare's most idiosyncratic strength. He is always ahead of you, conceptually and imagistically, whoever and whenever you are. He renders you anachronistic because he contains you. You cannot subsume him. You cannot illuminate him with a new doctrine, be it Marxism or Freudianism or Domanian linguistic skepticism. Instead, he will illuminate the doctrine, not by prefiguration, but by postfiguration, as it were. All of Freud that matters most is there in Shakespeare already, with a persuasive critique of Freud besides. The Freudian map of the mind is Shakespeare's. Freud seems only to have prosified it, or to vary my point, a Shakespearean reading of Freud illuminates and overwhelms the text of Freud. A Freudian reading of Shakespeare reduces Shakespeare. Or what if we could bear a reduction that crosses the line into absurdities of loss? Coriolanus is a far more powerful reading of Marx's 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon than any Marxist reading of Coriolanus could hope to be. Shakespeare's eminence is, I am certain, the rock upon which the school of resentment must at last founder. How can they have it both ways? If it is arbitrary that Shakespeare centers the canon, then they need to show why the dominant social class selected him rather than, say, Ben Jonson for that arbitrary role. Or if history and not the ruling circles exalted Shakespeare, what was it in Shakespeare that so captivated the mighty demiurge, economic and social history? Clearly, this line of inquiry begins to border on the fantastic. How much simpler to admit that there is a qualitative difference, a difference in kind, between Shakespeare and every other writer, even Chaucer, even Tolstoy, or whoever. Originality is the great scandal that resentment cannot accommodate, and Shakespeare remains the most original writer we will ever know. All strong literary originality becomes canonical. Some years ago, on a stormy night in New Haven, I sat down to reread, yet once more, John Milton's Paradise Lost. I had to write a lecture on Milton as part of a series I was delivering at Harvard University, but I wanted to start all over again with the poem, to read it as though I had never read it before, indeed as though no one ever had read it before me. To do so meant dismissing a library of Milton criticism from my head, which was virtually impossible. Still, I tried because I wanted the experience of reading Paradise Lost as I had first read it 40 or so years before. And while I read until I fell asleep in the middle of the night, the poem's initial familiarity began to dissolve. It went on dissolving in the several days following as I read on to the end, and I was left curiously shocked, a little alienated, and yet fearfully absorbed. What was I reading? Although the poem is a biblical epic in classical form, the peculiar impression it gave me was what I generally ascribe to literary fantasy or science fiction, not to heroic epic. Weirdness was its overwhelming effect. I was stunned by two related but different sensations. The author's competitive and triumphant power, marvelously displayed in a struggle, both implicit and explicit, against every other author and text, the Bible included, and also the sometimes terrifying strangeness of what was being presented. Only after I came to the end did I recall, consciously anyway, William Empson's fierce book, Milton's God, with its critical observation that Paradise Lost seemed to Empson as barbarically splendid as certain African primitive sculptures. Empson blamed the Miltonic barbarism upon Christianity, a doctrine he found abhorrent. Although Empson was politically a Marxist, deeply sympathetic to the Chinese communists, he was by no means a precursor of the school of resentment. He historicized freestyle with striking aptitude, and he continually showed awareness of the conflict between social classes. But he was not tempted to reduce Paradise Lost to an interplay of economic forces. His prime concern remained aesthetic, the proper business of the literary critic, and he fought free of transferring his moral distaste for Christianity and Milton's God to an aesthetic judgment against the poem. The barbaric element impressed me as it did Empson. The agonistic triumphalism interested me more. There are, I suppose, only a few works that seem even more essential to the Western canon than Paradise Lost. Shakespeare's major tragedies, Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, Dante's Divine Comedy, the Torah, the Gospels, Cervantes' Don Quixote, Homer's epics. Except perhaps for Dante's poem, none of these is as embattled as Milton's dark work. Shakespeare undoubtedly received provocation from rival playwrights, while Chaucer charmingly cited active authorities and concealed his authentic obligations to Dante and Boccaccio. The Hebrew Bible and the Greek New Testament were revised into their present forms by redactionists who may have shared very little with the original authors whom they were editing. Cervantes, with unsurpassed mirth, parodied unto death his chivalric forerunners, while we do not have the texts of Homer's precursors. Milton and Dante are the most pugnacious of the greatest Western writers. Scholars somehow manage to evade the ferocity of both poets and even dub them pious. Thus, C.S. Lewis was able to discover his own mere Christianity in Paradise Lost, and John Frecero finds Dante to be a faithful Augustinian, content to emulate the confessions in his novel of the self. Dante, as I only begin to see, creatively corrected Virgil, among many others, as profoundly as Milton corrected absolutely everyone before him, Dante included, by his own creation. But whether the writer is playful in the struggle, like Chaucer and Cervantes and Shakespeare, or aggressive, like Dante and Milton, the contest is always there. This much of Marxist criticism seems to me valuable. In strong writing, there is always conflict, ambivalence, contradiction between subject and structure. Where I part from the Marxists is on the origins of the conflict. From Pindar to the present, the writer battling for canonicity may fight on behalf of a social class, as Pindar did for the aristocrats. But primarily, each ambitious writer is out for himself alone and will frequently betray or neglect his class in order to advance his own interests, which center entirely upon individuation. Dante and Milton both sacrificed much for what they believed to be a spiritually exuberant and justified political course, but neither of them would have been willing to sacrifice his major poem for any cause whatever. Their way of arranging this was to identify the cause with the poem rather than the poem with the cause. In doing so, they provided a precedent that is not much followed these days by the academic rabble that seeks to connect the study of literature with the quest for social change. One finds modern American followers of this aspect of Dante and Milton, where one would expect to find them, in our strongest poets since Whitman and Dickinson, the socially reactionary Wallace Stevens and Robert Frost. Those who can do canonical work invariably see their writings as larger forms than any social program, however exemplary. The issue is containment, and great literature will insist upon its self-sufficiency in the face of the worthiest causes. Feminism, African American culturism, and all the other politically correct enterprises of our moment. The thing contained varies. The strong poem, by definition, refuses to be contained, even by Dante's or Milton's God. Dr. Samuel Johnson, shrewdest of all literary critics, concluded rightly that devotional poetry was impossible as compared to poetic devotion. The good and evil of eternity are too ponderous for the wings of wit. Ponderous is a metaphor for uncontainable, which is another metaphor. Our contemporary openers up of the canon decry overt religion, but they call for devotional verse and devotional criticism, even if the object of devotion has been altered to the advancement of women, or of blacks, or of that most unknown of all unknown gods, the class struggle in the United States. It all depends upon your values, but I find it forever odd that Marxists are perceptive in finding competition everywhere else, yet fail to see that it is intrinsic to the high arts. There is a peculiar mix here of simultaneous over-idealization and undervaluation of imaginative literature, which has always pursued its own selfish aims. Paradise Lost became canonical before the secular canon was established, in the century after Milton's own. The answer to who canonized Milton is in the first place John Milton himself, but in almost the first place other strong poets, from his friend Andrew Marvell, through John Dryden, and on to nearly every crucial poet of the 18th century and the Romantic period: Pope, Thomson, Cowper, Collins, Blake, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, Keats. Certainly the critics, Dr. Johnson and Hazlitt, contributed to the canonization. But Milton, like Chaucer, Spenser, and Shakespeare before him, and like Wordsworth after him, simply overwhelmed the tradition and subsumed it. That is the strongest test for canonicity. Only a very few could overwhelm and subsume the tradition, and perhaps none now can. So the question today is, can you compel the tradition to make space for you by nudging it from within, as it were, rather than from without, as the multiculturalists wish to do? The movement from within the tradition cannot be ideological or place itself in the service of any social aims, however morally admirable. One breaks into the canon only by aesthetic strength, which is constituted primarily of an amalgam, mastery of figurative language, originality, cognitive power, knowledge, exuberance of diction. The final injustice of historical injustice is that it does not necessarily endow its victims with anything except a sense of their victimization. Whatever the Western canon is, it is not a program for social salvation. The silliest way to defend the Western canon is to insist that it incarnates all of the 7 deadly moral virtues that make up our supposed range of normative values and democratic principles. This is palpably untrue. The Iliad teaches the surpassing glory of armed victory, while Dante rejoices in the eternal torments he visits upon his very personal enemies. Tolstoy's private version of Christianity throws aside nearly everything that anyone among us retains, and Dostoevsky preaches anti-Semitism, obscurantism, and the necessity of human bondage. Shakespeare's politics, insofar as we can pin them down, do not appear to be very different from those of his Coriolanus, and Milton's ideas of free speech and free press do not preclude the imposition of all manner of societal restraints. Spenser rejoices in the massacre of Irish rebels, while the egomania of Wordsworth exalts his own poetic mind over any other source of splendor. The West's greatest writers are subversive of all values, both ours and their own. Scholars who urge us to find the source of our morality and our politics in Plato or in Isaiah are out of touch with the social reality in which we live. If we read the Western canon in order to form our social, political, or personal moral values, I firmly believe we will become monsters of selfishness and exploitation. To read in the service of any ideology is not, in my judgment, to read at all. The reception of aesthetic power enables us to learn how to talk to ourselves and how to endure ourselves. The true use of Shakespeare or of Cervantes, of Homer or of Dante, of Chaucer or of Rabelais, is to augment one's own growing inner self. Reading deeply in the canon will not make one a better or a worse person, a more useful or more harmful citizen. The mind's dialogue with itself is not primarily a social reality. All that the Western canon can bring one is the proper use of one's own solitude. That solitude whose final form is one's confrontation with one's own mortality. We possess the canon because we are mortal and also rather belated. There is only so much time, and time must have a stop while there is more to read than there ever was before. From the Yahwist in Homer to Freud, Kafka, and Beckett is a journey of nearly 3 millennia. Since that voyage goes past harbors as infinite as Dante, Chaucer, Montaigne, Shakespeare, and Tolstoy, all of whom amply compensate a lifetime's rereadings, we are in the pragmatic dilemma of excluding something else each time we read or reread extensively. One ancient test for the canonical remains fiercely valid. Unless it demands rereading, the work does not qualify. The inevitable analog is the erotic one. If you are Don Giovanni and Leporello keeps the list, one brief encounter will suffice. Contra certain Parisians, the text is there to give not pleasure, but the high unpleasure or more difficult pleasure that a lesser text will not provide. I am not prepared to dispute admirers of Alice Walker's Meridian, a novel I have compelled myself to read twice, but the second reading was one of my most remarkable literary experiences. It produced an epiphany in which I saw clearly the new principle implicit in the slogans of those who proclaim the opening up of the canon. The correct test for the new canonicity is simple, clear, and wonderfully conducive to social change. It must not and cannot be reread because its contribution to societal progress is its generosity in offering itself up for rapid ingestion in discarding. From Pindar through Hölderlin to Yeats, the self-canonizing Greater Ode has proclaimed its agonistic immortality. The socially acceptable ode of the future will doubtless spare us such pretensions and instead address itself to the proper humility of shared sisterhood, the new sublimity of quilt making that is now the preferred trope of feminist criticism. Yet we must choose. As there is only so much time, do we reread Elizabeth Bishop or Adrienne Rich? Do I again go in search of lost time with Marcel Proust? Or am I to attempt yet another rereading of Alice Walker's stirring denunciation of all males, black and white? My former students, many of them now stars of the School of Resentment, proclaim that they teach social selflessness, which begins in learning how to read selflessly. The author has no self, the literary character has no self, and the reader has no self. Shall we gather at the river with these generous ghosts, free of the guilt of past self-assertions, and be baptized in the waters of Lethe? What shall we do to be saved? The study of literature, however it is conducted, will not save any individual any more than it will improve any society. Shakespeare will not make us better, and he will not make us worse, but he may teach us how to overhear ourselves when we talk to ourselves. Subsequently, he may teach us how to accept change in ourselves as in others, and perhaps even the final form of change. Hamlet is death's ambassador to us, perhaps one of the few ambassadors ever sent out by death who does not lie to us about our inevitable relationship with that undiscovered country. The relationship is altogether solitary, despite all of tradition's obscene attempts to socialize it. My late friend Paul de Man liked to analogize the solitude of each literary text and each human death, an analogy I once protested. I had suggested to him that the more ironic trope would be to analogize each human birth to the coming into being of a poem, an analogy that would connect texts as infants are connected, voicelessness linked to past voices, inability to speak linked to what had been spoken to, as all of us have been spoken to by the dead. I did not win that critical argument because I could not persuade him of the larger human analog. He preferred the dialectical authority of the more Heideggerian irony. All that a text, let us say the tragedy of Hamlet, shares with death is its solitude. But when it shares with us, does it speak with the authority of death? Whatever the answer, I would like to point out that the authority of death, whether literary or existential, is not primarily a social authority. The canon, far from being the servant of the dominant social class, is the minister of death. To open it, you must persuade the reader that a new space has been cleared in a larger space crowded by the dead. Let the dead poets consent to stand aside for us, Artaud cried out. But that is exactly what they will not consent to do. If we were literally immortal, or even if our span were doubled to 70 years, say, we could give up all argument about canons. But we have an interval only, and then our place knows us no more. And stuffing that interval with bad writing, in the name of whatever social justice, does not seem to me to be the responsibility of the literary critic. Professor Frank Lentricchia, apostle of social change through academic ideology, has managed to read Wallace Stevens's Anecdote of the Jar as a political poem, one that voices the program of the dominant social class. The art of placing a jar was for Stevens allied to the art of flower arranging, and I don't see why Lentricchia should not publish a modest volume on the politics of flower arranging, under the title Ariel and the Flowers of Our Climate. I still remember my shock, 35 years or so back, when I was first taken to a soccer match in Jerusalem, where the Sephardi spectators were cheering for the visiting Haifa squad, it being of the political right, while the Jerusalem squad was affiliated with the Labor Party. Why stop with politicizing the study of literature? Let us replace sports writers with political pundits as a first step toward reorganizing baseball, with the Republican League meeting the Democratic League in the World Series. That would give us a form of baseball into which we could not escape for pastoral relief as we do now. The political responsibilities of the baseball player would be just as appropriate, no more, no less, than the now trumpeted political responsibilities of the literary critic. Cultural belatedness, now an all but universal world condition, has a particular poignance in the United States of America. We are the final inheritors of Western tradition. Education founded upon the Iliad, the Bible, Plato, and Shakespeare remains in some strained form our ideal, though the relevance of these cultural monuments to life in our inner cities is inevitably rather remote. Those who resent all canons suffer from an elitist guilt founded upon the accurate enough realization that canons always do indirectly serve the social and political, and indeed the spiritual, concerns and aims of the wealthier classes of each generation of Western society. It seems clear that capital is necessary for the cultivation of aesthetic values. Pindar, the superb last champion of archaic lyric, invested his art in the celebratory exercise of exchanging odes for grand prices, thus praising the wealthy for their generous support of his generous exaltation of their divine lineage. This alliance of sublimity and financial and political power has never ceased, and presumably never can or will. There are, of course, prophets, from Amos to Blake and beyond to Whitman, who rise up to cry out against this alliance, and doubtless a great figure, equal to a Blake, will someday come again. But Pindar rather than Blake remains the canonical norm. Even such prophets as Dante and Milton compromised themselves as Blake would or could not, insofar as pragmatic cultural aspirations may be said to have tempted the poets of the Divine Comedy and Paradise Lost. It has taken me a lifetime of immersion in the study of poetry before I could understand why Blake and Whitman were compelled to become the hermetic, indeed esoteric poets that they truly were. If you break the alliance between wealth and culture, a break that marks the difference between Milton and Blake, between Dante and Whitman, then you pay the high, ironic price of those who seek to destroy canonical continuities. You become a belated Gnostic, warring against Homer, Plato, and the Bible by mythologizing your misreading of tradition. Such a war can yield limited victories. A Four Zoas or a Song of Myself are triumphs I call limited, because they drive their inheritors to perfectly desperate distortions of creative desire. The poets who walk Whitman's open road most successfully are those who resemble him profoundly, but not at all superficially. Poets as severely formal as Wallace Stevens, T.S. Eliot, and Hart Crane. Those who seek to emulate his apparently open forms all die in the wilderness, inchoate rhapsodists and academic impostors sprawling in the wake of their delicately hermetic father. Nothing is got for nothing, and Whitman will not do your work for you. A minor Blaken or an apprentice Whitmanian is always a false prophet, making no way straight for anyone. I am not at all happy about these truths of poetry's reliance upon worldly power. I am simply following William Hazlitt, the authentic left-winger among all great critics. Hazlitt, in his wonderful discussion of Coriolanus in characters of Shakespeare's plays, begins with the unhappy admission that the cause of the people is indeed but little calculated as a subject for poetry. It admits of rhetoric, which goes into argument and explanation, but it presents no immediate or distinct images to the mind. Such images, Hazlitt finds, are everywhere present on the side of tyrants and their instruments. Hazlitt's clear sense of the troubled interplay between the power of rhetoric and the rhetoric of power has an enlightening potential in our fashionable darkness. Shakespeare's own politics may or may not be those of Coriolanus, just as Shakespeare's anxieties may or may not be those of Hamlet or of Lear. Nor is Shakespeare the tragic Christopher Marlowe, whose work and life alike seem to have taught Shakespeare the way not to go. Shakespeare knows implicitly what Hazlitt Riley makes explicit. The muse, whether tragic or comic, takes the side of the elite. For every Shelley or Brecht, there are a score of even more powerful poets who gravitate naturally to the party of the dominant classes in whatever society. The literary imagination is contaminated by the zeal and excesses of societal competition. For throughout Western history, the creative imagination has conceived of itself as the most competitive of modes, akin to the solitary runner who races for his own glory. The strongest women among the great poets, Sappho and Emily Dickinson, are even fiercer agonists than the men. Miss Dickinson of Amherst does not set out to help Mrs. Elizabeth Barrett, Browning complete a quilt. Rather, Dickinson leaves Mrs. Browning far behind in the dust, though the triumph is more subtly conveyed than Whitman's victory over Tennyson in When Lilacs Last in the Dooryard Bloomed, where the laureate's ode on the death of the Duke of Wellington is overtly echoed so as to compel an alert reader's recognition of how far the Lincoln Elegy surpasses the lament for the Iron Duke. I do not know whether feminist criticism will succeed in its quest to change human nature, but I rather doubt that any idealism, however belated, will change the entire basis of the Western psychology of creativity, male and female. From Hesiod's contest with Homer, down to the agon between Dickinson and Elizabeth Bishop. As I write these sentences, I glance at the newspaper and note a story on the anguish of feminists forced to choose between Elizabeth Holtzman and Geraldine Ferraro for a Senate nomination. A choice not different in kind from a critic pragmatically needing to choose between the late May Swenson, something close to a strong poet, and the vehement Adrian Rich. A purported poem may have the most exemplary sentiments, the most exalted politics, and may also be not much of a poem. A critic may have political responsibilities, but the first obligation is to raise again the ancient and quite grim triple question of the agonist. More than, less than, equal to. We are destroying all intellectual and aesthetic standards in the humanities and social sciences in the name of social justice. Our institutions show bad faith in this. No quotas are imposed upon brain surgeons or mathematicians. What has been devaluated is learning as such, as though erudition were irrelevant in the realms of judgment and misjudgment. The Western canon, despite the limitless idealism of those who would open it up, exists precisely in order to impose limits, to set a standard of measurement that is anything but political or moral. I am aware that there is now a kind of covert alliance between popular culture and what calls itself culture criticism. And in the name of that alliance, cognition itself may doubtless yet acquire the stigma of the incorrect. Cognition cannot proceed without memory, and the canon is the true art of memory, the authentic foundation for cultural thinking. Most simply, the canon is Plato and Shakespeare. It is the image of the individual thinking, whether it be Socrates thinking through his own dying, or Hamlet contemplating that undiscovered country. Mortality joins memory in the consciousness of reality testing that the canon induces. By its very nature, the Western canon will never close, but it cannot be forced open by our current cheerleaders. Strength alone can open it up, the strength of a Freud or a Kafka, persistent in their cognitive negations. Cheerleading is the power of positive thinking transported to the academic realm. The legitimate student of the Western canon respects the power of the negations inherent in cognition, enjoys the difficult pleasures of aesthetic apprehension, learns the hidden roads that erudition teaches us to walk even as we reject easier pleasures, including the incessant calls of those who assert a political virtue that would transcend all our memories of individual aesthetic experience. Easy immortalities haunt us now because the current staple of our popular culture has ceased to be the rock concert, which has been replaced by the rock video, the essence of which is an instantaneous immortality, or rather the possibility thereof. The relation between religious and literary concepts of immortality has always been vexed, even among the ancient Greeks and Romans, where poetic and Olympian eternities mixed rather promiscuously. This vexation was tolerable, even benign in classical literature, but became more ominous in Christian Europe. Catholic distinctions between divine immortality and human fame, firmly founded upon a dogmatic theology, remained fairly precise until the advent of Dante, who regarded himself as a prophet and so implicitly gave his divine comedy the status of a new scripture. Dante pragmatically voided the distinction between secular and sacred canon formation, a distinction that has never quite returned, which is yet another reason for our vexed sense of power and authority. The terms power and authority have pragmatically opposed meanings in the realms of politics and what we still ought to call imaginative literature. If we have difficulty in seeing the opposition, it may be because of the intermediate realm that calls itself spiritual. Spiritual power and spiritual authority notoriously shade over into both politics and poetry. Thus, we must distinguish the aesthetic power and authority of the Western canon from whatever spiritual, political, or even moral consequences it may have fostered. Although reading, writing, and teaching are necessarily social acts, even teaching has its solitary aspect, a solitude only the two could share, in Wallace Stevens's language. Gertrude Stein maintained that one wrote for oneself and for strangers, a superb recognition that I would extend into a parallel apothegm. One reads for oneself and for strangers. The Western canon does not exist in order to augment pre-existing societal elites. It is there to be read by you and by strangers, so that you and those you will never meet can encounter authentic aesthetic power and the authority of what Baudelaire and Erich Auerbach after him called aesthetic dignity. One of the ineluctable stigmata of the canonical is aesthetic dignity, which is not to be hired. Aesthetic authority, like aesthetic power, is a trope or figuration for energies that are essentially solitary rather than social. Hayden White long ago exposed Foucault's great flaw as being a blindness toward his own metaphors, an ironic weakness in a professed disciple of Nietzsche. For the tropes of the lovejoy and history of ideas, Foucault substituted his own tropes and then did not always remember that his archives were ironies, deliberate and undeliberate. So is it with the social energies of the new historicist, who is perpetually prone to forget that social energy is no more quantifiable than the Freudian libido. Aesthetic authority and creative power are tropes too, but what they substitute for, call it the canonical, has a roughly quantifiable aspect, which is to say that William Shakespeare wrote 38 plays, 24 of them masterpieces, but social energy has never written a single scene. The death of the author is a trope, and a rather pernicious one. The life of the author is a quantifiable entity. All canons, including our currently fashionable counter-canons, are elitist, and as no secular canon is ever closed, what is now acclaimed as opening up the canon is a strictly redundant operation. Although canons, like all lists and catalogs, have a tendency to be inclusive rather than exclusive, we have now reached the point at which a lifetime's reading and rereading can scarcely take one through the Western canon. Indeed, it is now virtually impossible to master the Western canon. Not only would it mean absorbing well over 3,000 books, many, if not most, marked by authentic cognitive and imaginative difficulties, but the relations between these books grow more rather than less vexed as our perspectives lengthen. There are also the vast complexities and contradictions that constitute the essence of the Western canon, which is anything but a unity or stable structure. No one has the authority to tell us what the Western canon is, certainly not from about 1800 to the present day. It is not, cannot be, precisely the list I give, or that anyone else might give. If it were, that would make such a list a mere fetish, just another commodity. But I am not prepared to agree with the Marxists that the Western canon is another instance of what they call cultural capital. It is not clear to me that a nation as contradictory as the United States of America could ever be the context for cultural capital, except for those slivers of high culture that contribute to mass culture. We have not had an official high culture in this country since about 1800, a generation after the American Revolution. Cultural unity is a French phenomenon, and to some degree a German matter, but hardly an American reality in either the 19th century or the 20th. In our context and from our perspective, the Western canon is a kind of survivor's list. The central fact about America, according to the poet Charles Olson, is space, but Olson wrote that as the opening sentence of a book on Melville, and thus on the 19th century. At the close of the 20th century, our central fact is time, for the evening land is now in the West's evening time. Would one call the list of survivors of a 3,000-year-old cosmological war a fetish? The issue is the mortality or immortality of literary works. Where they have become canonical, they have survived an immense struggle in social relations, but those relations have very little to do with class struggle. Aesthetic value emanates from the struggle between texts, in the reader, in language, in the classroom, in arguments within a society. Very few working-class readers ever matter in determining the survival of texts, and left-wing critics cannot do the working class's reading for it. Aesthetic value rises out of memory, and so, as Nietzsche saw, out of pain, the pain of surrendering easier pleasures in favor of much more difficult ones. Workers have anxieties enough and turn to religion as one mode of relief. Their sure sense that the aesthetic is, for them, only another anxiety helps to teach us that successful literary works are achieved anxieties, not releases from anxieties. Canons, too, are achieved anxieties, not unified props of morality, Western or Eastern. If we could conceive of a universal canon, multicultural and multivalent, its one essential book would not be a scripture, whether Bible, Quran, or Eastern text, but rather Shakespeare, who is acted and read everywhere, in every language and circumstance. Whatever the convictions of our current new historicists, for whom Shakespeare is only a signifier for the social energies of the English Renaissance, Shakespeare for hundreds of millions who are not white Europeans is a signifier for their own pathos, their own sense of identity with the characters that Shakespeare fleshed out by his language. For them, his universality is not historical, but fundamental. He puts their lives upon his stage. In his characters, they behold and confront their own anguish and their own fantasies, not the manifested social energies of early mercantile London. The art of memory, with its rhetorical antecedents and its magical burgeonings, is very much an affair of imaginary places, or of real places transmuted into visual images. Since childhood, I have enjoyed an uncanny memory for literature, but that memory is purely verbal, without anything in the way of a visual component. Only recently, past the age of 60, have I come to understand that my literary memory has relied upon the canon as a memory system. If I am a special case, it is only in the sense that my experience is a more extreme version of what I believe to be the principal pragmatic function of the canon, the remembering and ordering of a lifetime's reading. The greatest authors take over the role of places in the canon's theater of memory, and their masterworks occupy the position filled by images in the art of memory. Shakespeare and Hamlet, central author and universal drama, compel us to remember not only what happens in Hamlet, but more crucially what happens in literature that makes it memorable and thus prolongs the life of the author. The death of the author, proclaimed by Foucault, Barthes, and many clones after them, is another anti-canonical myth, similar to the battle cry of resentment that would dismiss all of the dead white European males. That is to say, for a baker's dozen, Homer, Virgil, Dante, Chaucer, Shakespeare, Cervantes, Montaigne, Milton, Goethe, Tolstoy, Ibsen, Kafka, and Proust. Livelier than you are, whoever you are, these authors were indubitably male, and I suppose white. But they are not dead compared to any living author whomsoever. Among us now are Garcia Marquez, Pynchon, Ashbery, and others who are likely to become as canonical as Borges and Beckett among the recently deceased, but Cervantes and Shakespeare are of another order of vitality. The canon is indeed a gauge of vitality, a measurement that attempts to map the incommensurate. The ancient metaphor of the writer's immortality is relevant here and renews the power of the canon for us. Curius has an excursus on poetry as perpetuation, where he cites Burckhardt's reverie on fame in literature as equating fame and immortality. But Burckhardt and Curtius lived and died before the age of Warhol, when so many are famous for 15 minutes each. Immortality for a quarter of an hour is now freely conferred and can be regarded as one of the more hilarious consequences of opening up the canon. The defense of the Western canon is in no way a defense of the West or a nationalist enterprise. If multiculturalism meant Cervantes, who could quarrel with it? The greatest enemies of aesthetic and cognitive standards are purported defenders who blather to us about moral and political values in literature. We do not live by the ethics of the Iliad or by the politics of Plato. Those who teach interpretation have more in common with the sophists than with Socrates. What can we expect Shakespeare to do for our semi-ruined society, since the function of Shakespearean drama has so little to do with civic virtue or social justice? Our current new historicists, with their odd blend of Foucault and Marx, are only a very minor episode in the endless history of Platonism. Plato hoped that by banishing the poet, he would also banish the tyrant. Banishing Shakespeare, or rather reducing him to his context, will not rid us of our tyrants. In any case, we cannot rid ourselves of Shakespeare or of the canon that he centers. Shakespeare, as we like to forget, largely invented us. If you add the rest of the canon, then Shakespeare and the canon wholly invented us. Emerson, in Representative Men, got this exactly right. Shakespeare is as much out of the category of eminent authors as he is out of the crowd. He is inconceivably wise, the others conceivably. A good reader can, in a sort, nestle into Plato's brain, and think from thence, but not into Shakespeare's. We are still out of doors. For executive faculty, for creation, Shakespeare is unique. Nothing that we could say about Shakespeare now is nearly as important as Emerson's realization. Without Shakespeare, no canon, because without Shakespeare, no recognizable selves in us, whoever we are. We owe to Shakespeare not only our representation of cognition, but much of our capacity for cognition. The difference between Shakespeare and his nearest rivals is one of both kind and degree, and that double difference defines the reality and necessity of the canon. Without the canon, we cease to think. You may idealize endlessly about replacing aesthetic standards with ethnocentric and gender considerations, and your social aims may indeed be admirable. Yet only strength can join itself to strength, as Nietzsche perpetually testified. Part 2. The Aristocratic Age. Shakespeare, center of the canon. Actors in Elizabethan England were, by statute, akin to beggars and similar lowlife, which doubtless pained Shakespeare, who worked hard to be able to go back to Stratford as a gentleman. Except for that desire, we know next to nothing about Shakespeare's social outlook, except what can be gleaned from the plays, where all of the information is ambiguous. As an actor-playwright, Shakespeare necessarily depended upon aristocrats for patronage and protection, and his politics, if pragmatically he had any, were appropriate for the pinnacle of the long aristocratic age, in the Baconian sense, that I have posited as going from Dante through the Renaissance and the Enlightenment and concluding with Goethe. The politics of the young Wordsworth and of William Blake are those of the French Revolution and herald the next age, the democratic, that touches apotheosis in Whitman and the American canon and reaches its final expression with Tolstoy and Ibsen. At the origins of Shakespeare's art, we are given as a fundamental postulate an aristocratic sense of culture, though Shakespeare transcends that sense, as he does everything else. Shakespeare and Dante are the center of the canon because they excel all other Western writers in cognitive acuity, linguistic energy, and power of invention. It may be that all three endowments fuse in an ontological passion that is a capacity for joy, or what Blake meant by his proverb of hell. Exuberance is beauty. Social energies exist in every age, but they cannot compose plays, poems, and narratives. The power to originate is an individual gift, present in all eras but evidently greatly encouraged by particular contexts, national surges that we still study only in segments, because the unity of a great era is generally an illusion. Was Shakespeare an accident? Are literary imagination and the modalities for embodying it just as quirky entities as the manifestation of a Mozart? Shakespeare is not one of those poets who need to undergo no development, who seem fully formed from the start, the rare handful that includes Marlowe, Blake, Rimbaud, Crane. These hardly seem even to unfold. Tamburlaine, Part 1. Poetical sketches, the illuminations, white buildings are already upon the heights. But the Shakespeare of the early histories and farcical comedies and of Titus Andronicus is only distantly prophetic of the author of Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. Reading Romeo and Juliet and Antony and Cleopatra together, I sometimes can scarcely persuade myself that the lyrical dramatist of the first has created the cosmological glories of the latter. When is Shakespeare first Shakespeare? Which plays are canonical from the beginning? By 1592, when Shakespeare was 28, he had written the three parts of Henry VI and their sequel in Richard III, as well as the Comedy of Errors. Titus Andronicus, The Taming of the Shrew, and The Two Gentlemen of Verona are no more than a year later. His first absolute achievement is the astonishing Love's Labour's Lost, possibly written in 1594. Marlowe, half a year older than Shakespeare, was murdered in a tavern on May 30th, 1593, aged 29. At that point, had Shakespeare died, he would have compared poorly to Marlowe. The Jew of Malta, the two parts of Tamburlaine, and Edward II, even the fragmentary Dr. Faustus, are a far more considerable achievement than Shakespeare's was before Love's Labour's Lost. 5 years after Marlowe's death, Shakespeare had gone beyond his precursor and rival with the great sequence of A Midsummer Night's Dream, The Merchant of Venice, and the two parts of Henry IV. Bottom, Shylock, and Falstaff add to Falconbridge of King John and Mercutio of Romeo and Juliet a new kind of stage character, light years beyond Marlowe's talents or his interests. These five, despite the disapproval of formalists, walk out of their plays into the space of what A.D. Nuttall rightly calls a new mimesis. In the 13 or 14 years after the creation of Falstaff, we are given the succession worthy of him. Rosalind, Hamlet, Othello, Iago, Lear, Edmund, Macbeth, Cleopatra, Antony, Coriolanus, Timon, Imogen, Prospero, Caliban, and so many others. By 1598, Shakespeare is confirmed, and Falstaff is the angel of the confirmation. No other writer has ever had anything like Shakespeare's resources of language, which are so florabundant in Love's Labour's Lost, that we feel many of the limits of language have been reached once and for all. Shakespeare's greatest originality is in representation of character, however. Bottom is a wistful triumph. Shylock, a permanently equivocal trouble to all of us. But Sir John Falstaff is so original and so overwhelming that with him, Shakespeare changes the entire meaning of what it is to have created a man made out of words. Falstaff involves Shakespeare in only one authentic literary debt, and it is certainly not to Marlowe or to the vice of medieval morality plays or the braggart soldier of ancient comedy, but rather to Shakespeare's truest, because most inward, precursor, the Chaucer of the Canterbury Tales. There is a tenuous but vibrant link between Falstaff and the equally outrageous Alice, wife of Bath, far worthier to cavort with Sir John than his doll Tearsheet or Mistress Quickly. The wife of Bath has outworn 5 husbands, but who could outwear Falstaff? Scholars have noted the curious semi-allusions to Chaucer that Falstaff exemplifies. Sir John also, early on, is observed on the road to Canterbury, and both he and Alice play ironically upon the verse in 1 Corinthians, where St. Paul urges believers in Christ to hold fast to their vocation. The wife of Bath proclaims her vocation for matrimony. In such a state as God hath clept us, I will persevere, I am not precious. Falstaff emulates her in his defense of being a highwayman. Why, Hal, 'tis no sin for a man to labor in his vocation. Both grand ironist vitalists preach an overwhelming immanence, a justification of life by life in the here and now. Each a fierce individualist and hedonist, they join in denying commonplace morality and in anticipating Blake's great proverb of hell. One law for the lion and ox is oppression, lions of passion, and doubtless of solipsistic intensity. They offend only the virtuous, as Falstaff says of the rebels against Henry IV. What Sir John and Alice give us is the lesson of savage intelligence mitigated by runaway wit. Falstaff, not only witty in myself, but the cause that wit is in other men, is matched by the wife whose subversion of male authority is carried on both verbally and sexually. Talbot Donaldson in The Swan at the Well, Shakespeare reading Chaucer captures the most striking parallel between these endless soliloquists and monologists, a quality they share with Don Quixote, childlike absorption in the order of play. The wife tells us that her intent is only to play, and that is, perhaps, true most of the time of Falstaff. But as with the wife, we are often unsure where his play begins or leaves off. Yes, we are unsure, but Alice and Sir John are not. Falstaff could say, with her, that I have had my world as in my time, but he is so much more realized than even she is that Shakespeare could spare what would have been a redundancy. Chaucer's burgeoning secret of representation, which makes the wife of Bath the precursor of Falstaff, and the pardoner a crucial forerunner of Iago and Edmund, relates the order of play to both character and language. We are shown Alice and the pardoner overhearing themselves and respectively beginning to fall out of the orders of play and of deception through that overhearing. Shakespeare slyly caught the hint, and from Falstaff onward vastly expanded the effect of self-overhearing upon his greater characters, and particularly upon their capacity to change. There I would locate the key to Shakespeare's centrality in the canon. just as Dante surpasses all other writers before or since in emphasizing an ultimate changelessness in each of us, a fixed position that we must occupy in eternity, so Shakespeare surpasses all others in evidencing a psychology of mutability. That is only part of the Shakespearean splendor. He not only betters all rivals but originates the depiction of self-change on the basis of self-overhearing, with nothing but the hint from Chaucer to provoke him to this most remarkable of all literary innovations. One can surmise that Shakespeare, clearly deeply read in Chaucer, remembered the wife of Bath when it came to that extraordinary moment in which Falstaff was invented. Hamlet, the leading self-overhearer in all literature, addresses himself scarcely more than Falstaff does. We all of us go around now talking to ourselves endlessly, overhearing what we say, then pondering and acting upon what we have learned. This is not so much the dialogue of the mind with itself, or even a reflection of civil war in the psyche, as it is life's reaction to what literature has necessarily become. Shakespeare, from Falstaff on, adds to the function of imaginative writing, which was instruction in how to speak to others, the now dominant, if more melancholy lesson of poetry, how to speak to ourselves. Falstaff, in the marvelous course of his stage fortunes, has provoked a chorus of moralizing. Some of the finest critics and speculators have been particularly nasty. Their epithets have included parasite, coward, braggart, corrupter, seducer, as well as the merely palpable glutton, drunkard, and whorer. My favorite judgment is George Bernard Shaw's "a besotted and disgusting old wretch," a reaction I generously attribute to Shaw's secret realization that he could not match Falstaff in wit, and so could not prefer his own mind to Shakespeare's with quite the ease and confidence he so frequently asserted. Shaw, like all of us, could not confront Shakespeare without a realization antithetical to itself, the recognition of both strangeness and familiarity at once. Coming to Shakespeare after writing about romantic and modern poets and after meditating on the issues of influence and originality, I experienced the shock of difference, the difference in kind as well as in degree, that is uniquely Shakespeare's. This difference has little to do with drama as such. A bad production of Shakespeare, dreadfully directed and performed by actors who cannot speak verse, also differs in kind as well as in degree from good or bad productions of Ibsen and Molière. There is the shock of a verbal art larger and more definitive than any other, so persuasive that it seems to be not art at all, but something that was always there. Writing it is, most certainly, Shakespeare is the canon. He sets the standard and the limits of literature. But where are his limits? Can we locate a blindness in him, a repression, a failing in imagination or in thought? In Dante, probably his nearest rival, we cannot locate poetic limits, but human circumferences can certainly be discovered. Other poets, earlier and contemporary, do not move the poet Dante to storms of generosity. Poets throng the Divine Comedy, and each is put in his place, precisely where Dante wants him to be. Strangely absent in his proper person is Guido Cavalcanti, Dante's best friend in their mutual springtime, but banished from Florence by Dante in an ironic prelude to his own exile. Cavalcanti's father and father-in-law, the formidable Farinata, appear vividly in the Inferno, where the father expresses his chagrin that Dante, not his son Guido, has the honor of being the pilgrim of eternity. In Purgatorio 11, Dante hints that he himself has taken Guido's place as the glory of our tongue. Shakespeare's Guido Cavalcanti is approximated by a blend of Christopher Marlowe and Ben Jonson. In his earthy comedy, Shakespeare could hardly portray them directly, but not being a Shakespeare scholar, I have no inhibition in surmising that Malvolio in Twelfth Night is a satire upon some Johnsonian moral stances, and that Edmund in King Lear is a nihilistic vision founded upon aspects of not only Marlovian heroes, but Marlowe himself. Neither figure lacks appeal. Malvolio is a comic victim in Twelfth Night, yet we feel he has wandered into the wrong play. Elsewhere, he would prosper and retain his dignity and self-esteem. Edmund is where he belongs, out Iagoing Iago in the abyss of Lear's ruined cosmos. You have to be Goneril or Regan to love him, but all of us might find him dangerously engaging, free of hypocrisy, and asserting his and our responsibility for whatever it is we become. Edmund has drive, grand wit, enormous intellect, and an icy joy, carrying his high spirits into the ranks of death. He also has no warm affect whatsoever, and may be the first figure in literature to manifest the qualities of such Dostoevskian nihilists as Svidrigailov in Crime and Punishment and Stavrogin in The Possessed. An immense advance over Barabbas in The Jew of Malta, Edmund carries the Marlovian Machiavel to a new sublimity and is at once an ironic tribute to Marlowe and a triumphant overcoming of the great overreacher. Like Malvolio, Edmund is an equivocal tribute, but ultimately a testimony to Shakespearean generosity, albeit ironical. We know almost nothing factual about the inner life of Shakespeare, but if you give many years to reading him incessantly, you begin to know what he is not. Calderon is a religious dramatist in George Herbert, a devotional poet. Shakespeare is neither. Marlowe the nihilist antithetically manifests a religious sensibility, and Dr. Faustus can be read against itself. Shakespeare's darkest tragedies, Lear and Macbeth, do not yield to Christianization, nor do the great equivocal plays, Hamlet and Measure for Measure. Northrop Frye thought that The Merchant of Venice had to be understood as a serious exemplification of Christian argument. New Testament mercy against Old Testament supposed insistence on having one's bond and one's revenge. The Merchant of Venice's stage Jew, Shylock, is intended as a comic villain, for Shakespeare evidently shared the anti-Semitism of his time. But I find nothing of Frye's theological allegory in the play. It is Antonio, whose true Christian nature is demonstrated by spitting and cursing at Shylock, who proposes that the Jew's survival include the condition that he instantly become a Christian, a forced conversion to which Shylock improbably consents. Antonio's suggestion is Shakespeare's own invention and no part of the pound of flesh tradition. Whatever can be made of this episode, even I hesitate to call it Christian argument. Even at his most morally dubious, Shakespeare at once confounds our expectation and yet does not forsake his universality, which clearly has its dangerous aspects. A friend who teaches at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem and who was born in Bulgaria told me about a performance of The Tempest in Petrov's Bulgarian version, which she had recently attended in Sofia. It was played as farce, successfully, she thought, but left the audience discontented because, she said, the Bulgars identify Shakespeare with the classical or canonical. Students and friends have described for me Shakespeare as they have seen him in Japanese, Russian, Spanish, Indonesian, and Italian, and the general report has been that the audiences were as one in finding that Shakespeare represented them upon the stage. Dante has been the poet's poet, even as Shakespeare has been the people's poet. Each is universal, though Dante is not for the groundlings. I am aware of no cultural criticism, no materialist dialectic that can account for either Shakespeare's classless or Dante's elitist universalism. Neither is exactly an accident or a product of overdetermined Eurocentrism. Clearly the phenomenon of surpassing literary excellence, of such power of thought, characterization, and metaphor that it triumphantly survives translation and transposition and compels attention in virtually every culture, does exist. Dante was as self-conscious a poet as Milton. Each sought to leave behind a prophetic structure that the future would not willingly let die. Shakespeare puzzles us in his apparent indifference to the posthumous destiny of King Lear. We have two rather different texts of the play, and pushing them together into the amalgam we generally read and see acted is not very satisfactory. The only works Shakespeare ever proofread and stood by were Venus and Adonis and The Rape of Lucrece, neither of them worthy of the poet of the sonnets, let alone of Lear, Hamlet, Othello, Macbeth. How can there have been a writer for whom the final shape of King Lear was a careless or throwaway matter? Shakespeare is like the Arabian moon in Wallace Stevens that throws his stars around the floor, as though the profusion of Shakespeare's gifts was so abundant that he could afford to be careless. The Shakespearean exuberance or gusto is part of what breaks through linguistic and cultural barriers. You cannot confine Shakespeare to the English Renaissance any more than you can keep Falstaff within the limits of the Henry IV plays or the Prince of Denmark within the action of his drama. Shakespeare is to the world's literature what Hamlet is to the imaginary domain of literary character, a spirit that permeates everywhere, that cannot be confined. A freedom from doctrine and simplistic morality is certainly one element in that spirit's ease of transference, though the freedom made Dr. Johnson nervous and Tolstoy indignant. Shakespeare has the largeness of nature itself, and through that largeness he senses nature's indifference. Nothing crucial in this largeness is culture-bound or gender-confined. If you read and reread Shakespeare endlessly, you may not get to know either his character or his personality, but you will certainly learn to recognize his temperament, his sensibility, and his cognition. The school of resentment is compelled by its dogmas to regard aesthetic supremacy, particularly in Shakespeare's instance, as a prolonged cultural conspiracy undertaken to protect the political and economic interests of mercantile Great Britain from the 18th century until today. In contemporary America, the polemic shifts to a Shakespeare utilized as a Eurocentric center of power in order to oppose the legitimate cultural aspiration of various minorities, including academic feminists, who are now scarcely a minority. One sees why Foucault has won such favor with apostles of resentment. He replaces the canon with the metaphor he calls the library, which dissolves hierarchies. But if there is no canon, then John Webster, who wrote Always in Shakespeare's Shadow, might as well be read in Shakespeare's place, a substitution that would have amazed Webster. There is no substitute for Shakespeare, not even in the handful of dramatists, ancient or modern, who can be read and played with him or against him. What matches the four great Shakespearean tragedies? Even Dante, as James Joyce confessed, lacks Shakespeare's richness, which means that the reading of character appears infinite in Shakespeare, but also suggests that the 38 plays and attendant sonnets form a discontinuous earthly comedy far more comprehensive than Dante's, and refreshingly free of Dante's allegory of the theologians. Shakespeare's multiplicity far exceeds Dante's or Chaucer's. The creator of Hamlet and Falstaff, Rosalind and Cleopatra, Iago and Lear, differs in degree as well as in kind. If that difference can be defined, we will be closer to seeing why Shakespeare of necessity recentered the Western canon, and will go on recentering it, however much it is altered for the worse by political considerations. Milton's first published poem, written in his early 20s, was printed anonymously as one of the prefatory tributes to the Shakespeare Second Folio, 1632. Shakespeare had been dead for 16 years, and though by no means eclipsed, he was yet to undergo the canonization that proceeded throughout the 18th century, from Dryden through Pope to Dr. Johnson, and on to the earlier phases of Romanticism, a movement that deified Shakespeare. The young Milton rather possessively refers to his forerunner as my Shakespeare, identifies him as a male muse, dear son of memory, and subtly hints that Shakespeare, great heir of fame, will be in some sense part of Milton's own legacy. Milton will be among those who hath from the heavens of thy unvalued book these Delphic lines with deep impression took. Then thou, our fancy of itself bereaving, dost make us marble with too much conceiving. Unvalued book in 1632 meant invaluable book, but that alone does not clear away the ambiguity or ambivalence of these lines. Milton and the other discerning readers have become Shakespeare's monument. Marble, their fancy no longer their own, they have yielded to the power of Shakespearean conceiving. But so, with Miltonic cunning, has Shakespeare. Milton anticipates Borges in giving us a Shakespeare who, by becoming everyone, is no one in himself, as anonymous as nature. If your readers and audience, as well as your characters and players, have become your work, your book, then you live in them only. Nature's own artist, Shakespeare becomes an anonymous endowment given to Milton, a resource so much his own as to make citation redundant. Shakespeare is Milton's strength, which he in turn generously wills to Shakespeare, who was there before him, but also somehow will come after him. Here in his public beginning, Milton already heralds his canonical end as another monument without a tomb, who will live in his readers. Shakespeare, however, had been granted a very large audience, both fit and unfit, while Milton anxiously hints that his own audience, at least in comparison, will be fit though few. Intercanonical, the poem to Shakespeare, is also pragmatically self-canonizing. There is a sense in which the canonical is always the intercanonical, because the canon not only results from a contest but is itself an ongoing contest. Literary power is produced by the partial victories in this contest, and even with a poet as strong as Milton, it becomes clear that the strength is agonistic, and so cannot be entirely Milton's own. For me, the radical cases of what looks like a fuller autonomy are Dante and, even more, Shakespeare. Dante, in a way, is a stronger Milton, and his overcoming of all rivals, ancient and contemporary, is even more convincing than Milton's triumph, if only because Shakespeare always lingers on in Milton. Dante affects the way we read Virgil, and Shakespeare can severely alter our approach to Milton. But Virgil has little effect upon our understanding of Dante, because the actual Epicurean Virgil has been abrogated by Dante. Milton cannot help with our analysis of Shakespeare, because Milton's reduction of Shakespeare to anonymity merely repeats and distorts Shakespeare's own tactics of losing his selfhood in his work. That Shakespearean procedure, more potent than any overt self-canonization before or since, takes us again to Shakespeare's neutrality as canonical center. There is a firm biographical tradition that William Shakespeare the man was not at all idiosyncratic, in contrast to such formidable personalities as Dante, Milton, and Tolstoy. His friends and acquaintances left testimony of an amiable, rather ordinary-seeming person. Open, neighborly, witty, gentle, free of manner, someone with whom you could have a relaxed drink. All agree that he was good-natured and unassuming, though a touch sharp at business. In true Borgesian mode, it is as though the creator of scores of major characters and hundreds of frequently vivid minor figures wasted no imaginative energy in inventing a persona for himself. At the very center of the canon is the least self-conscious and least aggressive of all the major writers we have known. There is an inverse ratio, a little beyond our analytical skills, between Shakespeare's virtual colorlessness and his preternatural dramatic powers. His two quasi-rivals in his own time were men of extraordinary intensity, the violent and burly Ben Jonson and Christopher Marlowe, double agent and Faustian overreacher. They were great poets and are nearly as famous now for their lives as for their works. Shakespeare has his personal affinities with the subdued Cervantes, but Cervantes unwillingly led a life of extravagant action and catastrophic misfortune. Again, there are character traits that Shakespeare shares with Montaigne, but Montaigne's life of creative retirement was punctuated by high politics and civil war. Molière is perhaps Shakespeare's double in temperament and in comic genius, but Shakespeare was a minor actor professionally and Molière a major one. And despite Don Juan, Molière avoided tragedy, even as Racine would not touch comedy. Shakespeare is therefore peculiarly solitary among the greatest writers, despite his evident sociability. He perceived more than any other writer, thought more profoundly and originally than any other, and had an almost effortless mastery of language, far surpassing everyone, including Dante. Part of the secret of Shakespeare's canonical centrality is his disinterestedness. Despite all the flailings of new historicists and other resenters, Shakespeare is almost as free of ideology as are his heroic wits. Hamlet, Rosalind, Falstaff. He has no theology, no metaphysics, no ethics, and rather less political theory than is brought to him by his current critics. His sonnets show that he was hardly free of the superego, unlike Falstaff, hardly transcendent, unlike Hamlet at the end, hardly in perpetual command of every perspective relevant to his own life, unlike Rosalind. But since he imagined all of them, we can assume that he refused to will himself beyond his own limits. Refreshingly, he is not Nietzsche or King Lear, and he declined to go mad, though he had the imagination of madness, as of everything else. His wisdom transmutes endlessly in all our sages, from Goethe to Freud, even though Shakespeare declined to step forward as a sage. Nietzsche memorably told us that we find words only for what is already dead in our hearts, so that there is always a kind of contempt in the act of speaking. The antithetical aphorist must have been aware that he was paraphrasing both Hamlet and the Player King, just as Emerson must have known that he echoed Lear when he stated the law of compensation as nothing is got for nothing. Kierkegaard also discovered that it was impossible not to be post-Shakespearean, haunted as he was by his inimitable precursor as melancholy Dane, whose relation to Ophelia presaged Kierkegaard's to Regina. Great havoc makes he of our originalities, was Emerson's remark about Plato. But Emerson himself would have admitted that Shakespeare had first taught him to cry havoc in questions of originality. The most distinguished resenter of Shakespeare was Count Leo Nikolaevich Tolstoy, one of the unacknowledged ancestors of the School of Resentment. Here he is in Shakespeare and the Drama, 1906, a pungent postlude to his notorious What is Art? 1898. The subject of Shakespeare's pieces, as is seen from the demonstrations of his greatest admirers, is that lowest, most vulgar view of life which regards the external elevation of the lords of the world as a genuine distinction, despises the crowd, i.e., the working class, repudiates not only all religions, but also all humanitarian strivings directed to the betterment of the existing order. The fundamental inner cause of Shakespeare's fame was and is this, that his dramas corresponded to the irreligious and immoral frame of mind of the upper classes of his time and ours. Having freed themselves from this hypnotic state, men will understand that the trivial and immoral works of Shakespeare and his imitators, aiming merely at the recreation and amusement of the spectators, cannot possibly represent the teaching of life, and that, while there is no true religious drama, the teaching of life should be sought for in other sources. Translated by V. Chertoff. Much of Tolstoy's essay is devoted to ridiculing King Lear, a sad irony since Tolstoy, when he came to the last station of his cross, had involuntarily turned into King Lear. A sophisticated resenter will not bring forth Bertolt Brecht as true Marxist drama, or Paul Claudel as true Christian drama, in order to prefer either of them to Shakespeare. Yet Tolstoy's outcry has the poignance of his authentic moral outrage and all the authority of his own aesthetic splendor. Palpably, Tolstoy's essay, like his What is Art?, is a disaster, prompting the serious question of how so great a writer could have been so mistaken. Disapprovingly, Tolstoy quotes as idolaters of Shakespeare a distinguished company that includes Goethe, Shelley, Victor Hugo, and Turgenev. He could have added Hegel, Stendhal, Pushkin, Manzoni, Heine, and scores of others, indeed virtually every major writer capable of reading, with a few unsavory exceptions like Voltaire. The less interesting aspect of Tolstoy's rebellion against the aesthetic is creative envy. There is a particular fury in Tolstoy's denial of an eminence shared by Shakespeare with Homer, a sharing that Tolstoy reserved for his own War and Peace. Much more interesting is Tolstoy's spiritual revulsion against the immoral and irreligious tragedy of King Lear. I prefer such a revulsion to any attempts to Christianize Shakespeare's deliberately pre-Christian drama, and Tolstoy is quite accurate in seeing that Shakespeare, as a dramatist, is neither a Christian nor a moralist. I remember standing in front of Titian's painting of the flaying of Marsyas by Apollo when it was shown in Washington, D.C. Appalled and overwhelmed, I could only nod agreement to the comment of my companion, the American painter Larry Day, that the picture had something like the power and effect of the final act of King Lear. The Titian was there in St. Petersburg for Tolstoy to see. I can recall no specific comment by him, but presumably he would have conceived Titian's image of that horror, the promised end, as well. What is art? Discards not only Shakespeare but Dante, Beethoven, and Raphael. If one is Tolstoy, perhaps one can dispense with Shakespeare, but we owe something to Tolstoy for locating the true grounds of Shakespearean power and offense: freedom from moral and religious overdeterminations. Evidently, Tolstoy did not mean this in any commonplace sense, since Greek tragedy, Milton, and Bach also failed the Tolstoyan test of popular simplicity that was passed by some works of Victor Hugo and of Dickens, by Harriet Beecher Stowe and some minor Dostoevsky, and by George Eliot's Adam Bede. These were examples of Christian and moral art, though good universal art was also acceptable in a curious secondary grouping that included Cervantes and Molière. Tolstoy demands the truth, and the trouble with Shakespeare, in Tolstoy's perspective, is that he was not interested in the truth. That certainly joins the issue. How relevant is Tolstoy's complaint? Is the center of the Western canon a pragmatic exaltation of lies? George Bernard Shaw greatly admired What is Art, and presumably preferred Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress to Shakespeare in somewhat the same way that Tolstoy ranked Uncle Tom's Cabin above King Lear. But this kind of thinking is now drearily familiar to us. One of my younger colleagues told me she valued Alice Walker's Meridian over Thomas Pynchon's Gravity's Rainbow because Pynchon lied and Walker incarnated the truth. With political correctness replacing religious rightness, we are back in Tolstoy's polemic against difficult art. And yet Shakespeare, as Tolstoy refused to see, is virtually unique in simultaneously manifesting both difficult and popular art. There, I suspect, was the true Shakespearean offense and the ultimate explanation of why and how Shakespeare centers the canon. To this day, multiculturally, Shakespeare will hold almost any audience, upper or lower class. What burned its way into the canonical center was a mode of representation universally available as far as I can tell, give or take a few French naysayers. Was or is that way of representing men and women true? Is Uncle Tom's Cabin more sincere than the Divine Comedy, whatever that assertion may mean? Perhaps Walker's Meridian is more sincere than Gravity's Rainbow. Doubtless the later Tolstoy is more sincere than Shakespeare or anyone else. Sincerity has no royal road to the truth, and imaginative literature situates itself somewhere between truth and meaning, a somewhere I once compared to what ancient Gnostics called the Konoma, the cosmological emptiness in which we wander and weep, as William Blake wrote. Shakespeare gives one a more persuasive representation of the Konoma than anyone else, particularly when he sets the backgrounds of King Lear and Macbeth. There, once again, Shakespeare centers the canon, because we have to struggle hard to think of any representation that is not more convincing in Shakespeare than anywhere else, be it in Homer, Dante, or Tolstoy. Rhetorically, Shakespeare has no equal. No more awesome panoply of metaphor exists. If your quest is for a truth that defies rhetoric, perhaps you ought to study political economy or systems analysis and abandon Shakespeare to the aesthetes and the groundlings, who combined to elevate him in the first place. I keep circling back to the mystery of Shakespeare's genius, well aware that the very phrase Shakespeare's genius means that I am out of it as far as the school of resentment is concerned. But the trouble with Foucault's Death of the Author is that it merely alters rhetorical terms without creating a new method. If social energies wrote King Lear and Hamlet, why exactly were social energies more productive in the son of the Stratford artisan than in the burly bricklayer Ben Jonson? The exasperated new historicist or feminist critic has a curious affinity with the exasperations that keep creating partisans for the idea of Sir Francis Bacon or the Earl of Oxford as the true author of Lear. Sigmund Freud, the master of all who know, went to his death insisting that Moses was an Egyptian and that Oxford wrote Shakespeare. The marvelously named Looney, the founder of the Oxfordians, gained a disciple in the author of The Interpretation of Dreams in 3 Essays on the Theory of Sexuality. Had Freud joined the Flat Earth Society, we could not be more chagrined, though there are depths beneath depths, and at least we can be grateful that Freud never wrote more than a few sentences on the Looney hypothesis. It was somehow a great comfort to Freud to believe that his precursor, Shakespeare, was not a rather ordinary personality from Stratford, but an enigmatic and mighty nobleman. More than snobbery was involved. For Freud, as for Goethe, the works of Shakespeare were the secular center of culture, the hope for a rational glory in mankind still to come. There was more even than that for Freud. On some level, Freud understood that Shakespeare had invented psychoanalysis by inventing the psyche, insofar as Freud could recognize and describe it. This could not have been a pleasant understanding, since it subverted Freud's declaration that I invented psychoanalysis because it had no literature. Revenge came with the supposed demonstration that Shakespeare was an impostor, which satisfied Freudian resentment, though routinely it did not make the plays any less of a precursor. Shakespeare had played great havoc with Freud's originalities. Now Shakespeare was unmasked and disgraced. We can be grateful that we do not have Freud's Oxford and Shakespeareanism to consort on our shelves with Moses and monotheism and the various classics of new historicists, Marxists, and feminist Shakespeare. French Freud was silly enough, and now we have French Joyce, which is hard to take. But nothing can be as oxymoronic as French Shakespeare, which is what the new historicism ought to be called. The real Stratfordian wrote 38 plays in 24 years and then went home to die. At 49, he composed his last play, The Two Noble Kinsmen, splitting the job with John Fletcher. 3 years later, he was dead, close to his 52nd birthday. The creator of Lear and Hamlet died a not very momentous death after an uneventful life. There are no great biographies of Shakespeare, not because we do not know enough, but because there is not enough to know. In our own time, among writers of the first order, only the life of Wallace Stevens seems as lackluster in outward event or excitement as Shakespeare's. We know that Stevens hated the graduated income tax and that Shakespeare was quick to bring suits in chancery to protect his estate investments. We know more or less that neither Shakespeare's nor Stevens's marriage was particularly passionate once past its origin. After that, we work at knowing the plays, or at knowing Stevens's intricate variations on his meditative ecstasies of apprehension. It is very satisfactory to the imagination to be compelled to fall back upon the work when no authorial maelstrom seems to be there. With Christopher Marlowe, I brood upon the man, who can be meditated upon endlessly, as the plays cannot. With Rimbaud, I brood over both, though the boy is even more enigmatic than the poetry. Stevens the man evaded himself so completely that we scarcely need seek him. The man Shakespeare can hardly be termed evasive, or much of anything else. He has no incontestable spokesperson in the plays. Not Hamlet, not Prospero, certainly not the ghost of Hamlet's father, whom he is supposed to have played. Nor can even his most careful scholars definitively mark out the boundaries between the conventional and the personal in the sonnets. Seeking to understand the work or the man, we are always returned to the indisputably central eminence of the greater plays, almost from the days when they were first enacted. One way of dealing with the eminence of Shakespeare's primacy is to deny it. From Dryden to the present, it is remarkable how few have chosen this path. The novelty or intended scandal of the current new historicism purports to reside elsewhere, but in fact it dwells in this denial, generally implicit but sometimes overt. If the social energies, assuming that these are more than a historicizing metaphor, which I doubt, of the English Renaissance somehow wrote King Lear, then the singularity of Shakespeare can be called into question. It may be that, in a generation or so, social energy, as author of King Lear, will seem about as enlightening as the surmise that the Earl of Oxford or Sir Francis Bacon wrote the tragedy. The impulse involved is much the same, but it is as easy to reduce Shakespeare to his context, whatever context, as to reduce Dante to the Florence and Italy of his day. No one is going to rise up here or in Italy to proclaim that Cavalcanti was the aesthetic equal of Dante. And it would be equally vain to make a case for even Ben Jonson or Christopher Marlowe as authentic rivals to Shakespeare. Jonson and Marlowe, in very different ways, were great poets and sometimes remarkable dramatists, but the reader or player enters another order of art in encountering King Lear. What is the Shakespearean difference that demands Dante, Cervantes, Tolstoy, and only a few others as aesthetic companions? To ask the question is to undertake the quest that is the final aim of literary study, the search for a kind of value that transcends the particular prejudices and needs of societies at fixed points in time. Such a quest is illusory, according to all our current ideologies. But the purpose of this book is, in part, to combat the cultural politics, both left and right, that are destroying criticism and consequently may destroy literature itself. There is a substance in Shakespeare's work that prevails and that has proved multicultural, so universally apprehended in all languages as to have established a pragmatic multiculturalism around the globe, one that already far surpasses our politicized fumblings toward such an ideal. Shakespeare is the center of the embryo of a world canon, not Western or Eastern and less Eurocentric. And so again I am thrown back to the great question. What is the singular excellence of Shakespeare? The difference in kind as well as in degree from all other writers? Shakespeare's command of language, though overwhelming, is not unique and is capable of imitation. Poetry written in English becomes Shakespearean frequently enough to testify to the contaminating power of his high rhetoric. The peculiar magnificence of Shakespeare is in his power of representation of human character and personality and their mutabilities. The canonical praise of this magnificence was inaugurated by Samuel Johnson's preface to the Shakespeare of 1765 and is both revelatory and misleading. Shakespeare is above all writers, at least above all modern writers, the poet of nature, the poet that holds up to his readers a faithful mirror of manners and of life. Johnson, in tribute to Shakespeare, echoes Hamlet's praise of the actors. Against his words, one sets Oscar Wilde's. This unfortunate aphorism about art holding the mirror up to nature is deliberately said by Hamlet in order to convince the bystanders of his absolute insanity in all art matters. Actually, Hamlet was speaking of the actors as holding a mirror up to nature, but Johnson and Wilde assimilated the actors to the poet-playwright. Wilde's nature was a blocking agent vainly attempting to thwart art, while Johnson saw nature as a reality principle, submerging the idiosyncratic in the general, the progeny of common humanity. Shakespeare, wiser than both of these genuinely wise critics, saw nature through clashing perspectives, those of Lear and Edmund in the most sublime of the tragedies, of Hamlet and Claudius in another, of Othello and Iago in yet another. You cannot hold a mirror up to any of these natures, or persuade yourself convincingly that your sense of reality is more comprehensive than that of Shakespearean tragedy. There are no literary works that go beyond Shakespeare's in reminding you that nothing can be like a play except another play, while at the same time intimating that a tragic idea is not just like another tragic idea, though it may be, but is also like a person, or like change in a person, or like the final form of personal change, which is death. The meaning of a word is always another word, for words are more like other words than they can be like persons or things, but Shakespeare hints frequently that words are more like persons than they are like things. Shakespearean representation of character has a preternatural richness about it because no other writer, before or since, gives us a stronger illusion that each character speaks with a different voice from the others. Johnson, noting this feature, attributed it to Shakespeare's accurate portrayal of general nature. But Shakespeare might have been prompted to question the reality of such a nature. His uncanny ability to present consistent and different actual, seeming voices of imaginary beings stems in part from the most abundant sense of reality ever to invade literature. When we attempt to isolate Shakespeare's consciousness of reality, or the play's version of reality if you prefer, we are likely to become bewildered by it. When you stand back from the Divine Comedy, the poem's strangeness shocks you, but Shakespearean drama seems at once utterly familiar and yet too rich to absorb all at once. Dante interprets his characters for you. If you cannot accept his judgments, his poem abandons you. Shakespeare so opens his characters to multiple perspectives that they become analytical instruments for judging you. If you are a moralist, Falstaff outrages you. If you are rancid, Rosalind exposes you. If you are dogmatic, Hamlet evades you forever. And if you are an explainer, the great Shakespearean villains will cause you to despair. Iago, Edmund, and Macbeth are not motiveless. They overflow with motives, most of which they invent or imagine for themselves. Like the great wits, Falstaff, Rosalind, Hamlet, these monstrous malevolences are artists of the self, or free artists of themselves, as Hegel remarked. Hamlet, the most fecund among them, is endowed by Shakespeare with something that looks very much like an authorial consciousness, and one not Shakespeare's own. Interpreting Hamlet becomes as difficult as interpreting such aphorists as Emerson, Nietzsche, and Kierkegaard. They lived and wrote something in one wants to protest, but Shakespeare has found a way of giving us Hamlet, who wrote those additions that revised the murder of Gonzago into the mousetrap. The most bewildering of Shakespearean achievements is to have suggested more context for explaining us than we are capable of supplying for explaining his characters. For many readers, the limits of human art are touched in King Lear, which with Hamlet appears to be the height of the Shakespearean canon. My own preference is for Macbeth, where I never get over my shock at the play's ruthless economy, its way of making every speech, every phrase count. Still, Macbeth has only the one huge character, and even Hamlet is so dominated by its hero that all the lesser figures are blinded, as we are, by his transcendent brilliance. Shakespeare's power of individualization is strongest in King Lear, and oddly enough in Measure for Measure, two plays in which there are no minor characters. With Lear, we are at the center of centers of canonical excellence, as we are, in particular, cantos of the Inferno or the Purgatorio, or in a Tolstoyan narrative like Haji Murad. Here, if anywhere, the flames of invention burn away all context and grant us the possibility of what could be called primal aesthetic value, free of history and ideology and available to whoever can be educated to read and view it. Partisans of resentment might stress that only an elite can be so educated. As our more truthful moments inform us, it has become harder and harder to read deeply as the century grows older. Whether the cause be media or other distractions of the chaotic age, even the elite tend to lose concentration as readers. Close reading may not have ended with my generation, but it has certainly been eclipsed in the generations after us. Is it irrelevant that I was nearly 40 before I first owned a television set? I cannot be sure, yet I sometimes wonder if a critical preference for context over text does not reflect a generation made impatient with deep reading. The tragedy of Lear and Cordelia can be imparted to even superficial playgoers or readers, because it is Shakespeare's oddness that he will divert nearly every level of attention. But properly played, properly read, it will demand more than any single answering consciousness is able to provide. Dr. Johnson famously could not endure Cordelia's death. I was many years ago so shocked by Cordelia's death that I know not whether I ever endured to read again the last scenes of the play till I undertook to revise them as an editor. There is, as Johnson conveyed, a terrible desolation in the final scene of the tragedy of King Lear, an effect surpassing anything else of its kind in Shakespeare or in any other writer. Johnson perhaps took Cordelia's death as a synecdoche for that desolation, for the vision of the old king, driven mad again by his grief, entering with Cordelia dead in his arms. As a spectacle, it has the force of an image reversing all natural expectations and was famously misread by Sigmund Freud in his Theme of the Three Caskets, published in 1913. Enter Lear with Cordelia dead in his arms. Cordelia is death. Reverse the situation, and it becomes intelligible and familiar to us. The death goddess bearing away the dead hero from the place of battle, like the Valkyr in German mythology. Eternal wisdom in the garb of the primitive myth bids the old man renounce love, choose death and make friends with the necessity of dying. Freud at 57 had 26 years still to live, yet he could not speak of the hero without casting himself for the part. To renounce love, choose death, and make friends with the necessity of dying is Prince Hamlet-like, but does not suit King Lear. Kings die hard in Shakespeare and in life, and Lear is the greatest of all representations of a king. His precursor is no literary monarch, but the model of all rulers. Yahweh, the Lord himself, unless you choose to regard Yahweh as a literary character, encountered by Shakespeare in the Geneva Bible. The Yahweh of the J writer, who dominates the primal strand of Genesis, Exodus, and Numbers, is as irascible and sometimes as mad as Lear. Lear, image of paternal authority, is not a favorite of feminist critics, who easily categorize him as the archetype of patriarchal coercion. His power, even in ruin, appears to be what they cannot forgive, since they interpret it as the union of God, King, and Father in the one impatient temperament. What they neglect is the given of the play. Lear is not only feared and venerated by everyone on the side of goodness in the play, he is positively loved by Cordelia, the Fool, Gloucester, Edgar, Kent, Albany, and evidently his people in general. He owes much in personality to Yahweh, but he is considerably more benign. His principal fault in regard to Cordelia is an excessive love that demands excess in return. Of all Shakespeare's vast company of characters, Lear is much the most passionate, a quality attractive perhaps in itself, but suiting neither his age nor his position. Even the most resentful interpretations of Lear, which demystify the king's supposed capacity for social pity, leave untouched his passionate intensity, a quality shared by his daughters, Goneril and Regan, who lack his bewildered drive toward love. They are what their father would have been if he had not also possessed the qualities of his daughter Cordelia. Shakespeare makes no explicit attempt to account for Cordelia's difference from her sisters, or Edgar's equally startling contrast to Edmund. But he masterfully endows both Cordelia and Edgar with a recalcitrance that is much larger than their shared reticence. There is something against the grain in these two authentically loving characters, something stubborn, a strength whose undersong is willfulness. Cordelia, knowing both her father and her sisters well, could forestall the tragedy by a touch of initial diplomacy, but she will not. Edgar adopts a self-punishing disguise far lowlier and more degraded than is strictly necessary, and he maintains all his disguises long after they could have been discarded. His refusal to reveal himself to Gloucester until just before he anonymously goes forth to cut down Edmund is as curious as Shakespeare's refusal to dramatize the scene of revelation and reconciliation between father and son. We hear Edgar's narrative of the scene, but we are denied the scene itself. I think we sense that Edgar may be Shakespeare's personal representative in the play, in contrast to the Marlovian Edmund. Edmund is a genius, as brilliant as Iago but colder, the coldest figure in all of Shakespeare. It is in the antitheses between Edmund and Lear that I would locate one of the sources of surpassing aesthetic power in the play. Something at Shakespeare's core is in this antithesis, something the playgoer's or reader's heart misses in the play, and something which makes the play unable to bless either us or itself. At the center of the strongest literary work I have ever encountered, there is a terrible and deliberate gap, a cosmological emptiness into which we are thrown. A sensitive apprehension of the tragedy of King Lear gives us a sense of having been thrown outward and downward until we are left beyond values, altogether bereft. There is no transcendence at the end of King Lear, as there somehow appears to be when Hamlet dies. The death of Lear is a release for him, but not for the survivors. Edgar, Albany, Kent. And it is no release for us either. Too much has been incarnated in Lear for the manner of his dying to be acceptable to his subjects, and our own investment in Lear's sufferings has become too large for a Freudian making friends with death. Perhaps Shakespeare kept the death of Gloucester off stage so that the contrast between the dying Lear and the dying Edmund would retain all of its pungency. Edmund makes a supreme effort to avoid a meaningless death by attempting to rescind his order for the deaths of Cordelia and Lear. He is too late, and neither we nor Edmund know what to make of him as he is carried off stage to die. The greatness of the play has everything to do with Lear's patriarchal greatness, an aspect of the human that is now severely devalued in a critical age of feminism, literary Marxism, and the various related modes of our importation from Paris of an anti-bourgeois crusade. Shakespeare is too shrewd, however, to commit his art to a patriarchal politics or to Christianity, or even to the royal absolutism of his patron, King James I. And Lear is resented now mostly on irrelevant grounds. The bewildered old king takes his stand on behalf of nature, an altogether different nature than the one invoked as goddess by the nihilizing Edmund. In this vast play, Lear and Edmund never speak a single word to each other, though they are on stage together for two major scenes. What could they say? What dialogue is possible between Shakespeare's most passionate character and his coldest, between one who cares too much and one who does not care at all? In Lear's sense of nature, Goneril and Regan are unnatural hags, monsters of the deep, and so indeed they are. In Edmund's concept of nature, his two demon lovers are surpassingly natural. Shakespeare's drama does not allow us a middle ground. Rejecting Lear is not an aesthetic option, however exercised one may be against his excesses and his uncanny power. Here Shakespeare rejoins the J writer, whose all-too-human Yahweh is both incommensurate with us and impossible to evade. If we want a human nature that does not prey upon itself, we turn to the authority of Lear, however flawed, however compromised in its hurtful power. Lear cannot heal us or himself, and he cannot survive Cordelia. But very little in the play can survive him. Kent, who wishes only to rejoin his master in death. Albany, who emulates Lear in abdicating. Edgar, apocalyptic survivor, who speaks evidently both for Shakespeare and the audience to close the play. The weight of this sad time we must obey. Speak what we feel, not what we ought to say. The oldest hath borne most, we that are young. Shall never see so much, nor live so long. Nature as well as the state is wounded almost unto death, and the three surviving characters exit with a dead march. What matters most is the mutilation of nature, and our sense of what is or is not natural in our own lives. So overwhelming is the effect at the play's close that everything seems against itself. Why are we simultaneously so strongly and so ambivalently affected by Lear's death? In 1815, age 66, Goethe wrote an essay on Shakespeare that attempted to reconcile his own antithetical attitudes about the greatest Western poet. He had begun as a Shakespeare idolater, had developed a supposed classicism that found Shakespeare not wholly adequate, and had corrected Shakespeare by a rather severe version of Romeo and Juliet. Although Goethe's ultimate judgment is made in favor of Shakespeare, the essay is a bafflement and an evasion. It helped enhance Shakespeare's reign in Germany, but Goethe's ambivalence about a poetic and dramatic genius beyond his own prevented him from achieving a clear statement about Shakespeare's unique and abiding interest. It remained for Hegel, in the lectures posthumously published as The Philosophy of Fine Art, to achieve the insight into Shakespearean representation of character that still needs to be developed by us if we are ever to arrive at a criticism worthy of him. Essentially, Hegel attempts to distinguish Shakespeare's kind of characters from those of Sophocles and Racine, Lope de Vega and Calderon. The Greek tragic hero must oppose a higher ethical power with an individuality and ethical pathos which blends into what confronts him because it is already part of that higher pathos. In Racine, Hegel finds an abstract style of character drawing in which specific passions are represented as pure personification, so that the opposition between the individual and the higher power tends to be abstract. Lope de Vega and Calderon are rated somewhat higher by Hegel, who sees in them as well an abstract style of character drawing, but also a certain solidity and sense of personality, however inflexible. The German tragedies are not rated even that high. Goethe, despite his early Shakespeareanism, falls away from characterization into an exaltation of passion, and Schiller is rejected for having substituted violence for reality. Against all of them, at a salutary height, Hegel places Shakespeare in the best critical passage on Shakespearean representation yet written. The more Shakespeare on the infinite embrace of his world stage proceeds to develop the extreme limits of evil and folly to that extent. He concentrates these characters in their limitations. While doing so, however, he confers on them intelligence and imagination, and by means of the image in which they, by virtue of that intelligence, contemplate themselves objectively as a work of art, he makes them free artists of themselves and is fully able, through the complete virility and truth of his characterization, to awaken our interest in criminals, no less than in the most vulgar and weak-witted lubbers and fools. Translated by F.P.B. Osmaston. Iago and Edmund and Hamlet contemplate themselves objectively in images wrought by their own intelligences and are enabled to see themselves as dramatic characters, aesthetic artifices. They thus become free artists of themselves, which means that they are free to write themselves, to will changes in the self. Overhearing their own speeches and pondering those expressions, they change and go on to contemplate an otherness in the self, or the possibility of such otherness. Hegel has seen what needs to be seen in and about Shakespeare, but the Hegelian gnomic lecturing style requires some unpacking. Consider the bastard Edmund, Marlovian Machiavel of Lear's tragedy, as our Hegelian instance. Edmund is the extreme limit of evil, the first absolute representation of a nihilist that Western literature affords, and still the greatest. And out of Edmund, more even than out of Iago, will come the nihilists of Melville and Dostoevsky. As Hegel says, Edmund excels in both imagination and intellect. Much more than Iago, he might almost be a match for the greatest of counter-Machiavels, Hamlet. By virtue of his supreme intellect, endlessly fertile, rapid, cold, and accurate, Edmund projects an image of himself as bastard follower of the goddess nature, and by means of that image, he contemplates himself objectively as a work of art. So does Iago before him, But Iago imagines negative emotions and then feels, even suffers those emotions. Edmund is a freer artist of himself. B feels nothing. I have observed already that the tragic hero, Lear, and the principal villain, Edmund, are never allowed a single moment in which they address each other. They share the stage in two crucial scenes, at the start and close to the end, but they have nothing to say to each other. Indeed, they cannot exchange a word, for neither could engage the other for even a moment. Lear is all feeling, Edmund none. When Lear rages at his unnatural daughters, Edmund, for all his intelligence, cannot understand, since to Edmund his behavior toward Gloucester, and Goneril's and Regan's toward Lear, are natural. Most natural of bastards, Edmund inevitably becomes the object of the murderously rapacious passions of Goneril and Regan, both of whom he gratifies, and neither of whom moves him at all until he beholds both of their corpses carried in upon stage, just as he himself lies slowly dying from the death wound given him by his brother Edgar. Contemplating the dead monsters of the deep, Edmund confronts the true image of himself and is freed by it into becoming the absolute artist of his self. I was contracted to them both, all three, now marry in an instant. The tone is stunningly without affect, the irony almost unique, though Webster and other Jacobeans attempted to imitate it. Edmund's contemplation passes from irony into a tonality I can experience, but only barely categorize. Yet Edmund was beloved, the one the other poisoned for my sake, and after slew herself. He is speaking not so much to Albany and Edgar as out loud in order to be overheard by himself. Shakespeare's language conveys the painfulness of this most brilliant of villains spelling it out for himself, sharpening the image so as to enlarge the freedom of his own artistry of self. We do not hear pride or wonder, and yet there is a bemusement at the sense of connection, if only to these terrible sisters. Hazlitt, with whom I share my startled affection for Edmund, emphasized Edmund's refreshing lack of all hypocrisy. Here, too, there is no shamming or posturing on Edmund's part. He overhears himself, and the will to change is his response, which he realizes will be a positive moral alteration, though he insists that his own nature is not changing. I pant for life. Some good I mean to do, despite of mine own nature. Shakespeare's tragic irony demands that this reversal be too late to save Cordelia. We are left asking, why then does Shakespeare represent this extraordinary metamorphosis in Edmund? Whether this question is answerable or not, let us consider the change in itself, even though Edmund is carried out still convinced that nature is his goddess. What is it, what can it be, that an active character should be termed a free artist of himself? I do not find this phenomenon in Western literature before Shakespeare. Achilles, Aeneas, Dante the Pilgrim, Don Quixote do not change by overhearing what they themselves have said, and on that basis, through their own intellect and imagination, turn themselves about. Our naive but aesthetically crucial conviction that Edmund, Hamlet, Falstaff, and scores of others can, as it were, get up and walk on out of their plays, perhaps even against Shakespeare's own desires, is connected to their being free artists of themselves. As a theatrical and literary illusion, as an effect of figurative language, this Shakespearean power remains beyond comparison, though it has been imitated universally for almost 4 centuries now. The power would not be possible except for the Shakespearean soliloquy, forbidden to Racine by French critical doctrine, which could not allow the tragic actor to address either himself or the audience directly. The Spanish Golden Age playwrights, Lope de Vega in particular, form the soliloquy as a sonnet, in a kind of baroque triumph that works against inwardness. Yet you cannot make a character into a free artist of himself or herself by denying that character inwardness. Shakespeare is not possible in the Baroque mode, but then tragic freedom is a Shakespearean oxymoron, rather than a condition in Lope or Racine or Goethe. One sees why Cervantes failed as a writer for the theater and triumphed as the author of Don Quixote. There is a hermetic affinity between Cervantes and Shakespeare. The Don and Sancho are neither of them free artists of themselves. They enter fully into the order of play. It is the singular strength of Shakespeare that, heroes and villains alike, his tragic protagonists dissolve the demarcations, between the orders of nature and of play. Hamlet's peculiar authority, his persuasive assumption of an authorial consciousness all his own, goes beyond his shaping of the murder of Gonzago into the mousetrap. At every moment, Hamlet's mind is a play within the play, because it is Hamlet, more than anyone else in Shakespeare, who is the free artist of himself. His exaltation and his torment alike stem from his continuous meditation upon his own image. Shakespeare is at the center of the canon, at least in part because Hamlet is. The introspective consciousness, free to contemplate itself, remains the most elitist of all Western images. But without it, the canon is not possible. And, to put it most bluntly, neither are we. Molière, born just 6 years after Shakespeare's death, wrote and acted in a France not yet exposed to Shakespeare's influence. Shakespeare's mixed fortunes in France begin to establish a pattern in about the middle of the 18th century, almost 3 generations after Molière's death. Yet Shakespeare and Molière have an authentic affinity, unlikely as Molière was even to have heard of Shakespeare. They are allied by temperament and by freedom from ideology, even though their formal traditions of comedy are somewhat at variance. Voltaire begins the French tradition of resistance to Shakespeare in the name of neoclassicism and the tragedies of Racine. The belated arrival of French Romanticism brought about a strong Shakespearean influence on French literature, which was particularly vital in Stendhal and Victor Hugo. But by the final third of the 19th century, most of the mania for Shakespeare had spent itself. Although he is now performed in France not much less often than Molière and Racine, essentially the Cartesian tradition has reasserted itself, and France retains a literary culture relatively un-Shakespearean. It is difficult to overestimate the continued effect of Shakespeare on the Germans, even on Goethe, who was so wary of being influenced. Manzoni, the principal novelist of 19th century Italy, is very much a Shakespearean writer, as was Leopardi. And despite Tolstoy's furious polemics against Shakespeare, his own art depends on a Shakespearean sense of character, both in his 2 great novels and in the late masterpiece, the short novel Haji Murad. Dostoevsky manifestly owes his grand nihilists to their Shakespearean precursors, Iago and Edmund, while Pushkin and Turgenev are among the crucial Shakespearean critics of the 19th century. Ibsen worked prodigiously to evade Shakespeare, but could not succeed, fortunately for him. Perhaps all that Peer Gynt and Hedda Gabler have in common is their Shakespearean intensity, their inspired capacity to change by overhearing themselves. Spain until the modern age had little need for Shakespeare. The major figures of the Spanish Golden Age, Cervantes, Lope de Vega, Calderón, Tirso de Molina, Rojas, Góngora, brought to Hispanic literature a Baroque exuberance that was already somehow Shakespearean and romantic. Ortega's famous essay on Shylock and Madariaga's book on Hamlet are the initial texts that matter. Both reach the conclusion that the era of Shakespeare is also the era of Spain. Unfortunately, we have lost the play Cardenio, in which Shakespeare and Fletcher worked together to translate a story by Cervantes for an English audience. But many critics have felt the affinities between Cervantes and Shakespeare, and one of my permanent longings is for the new dramatist of genius who could bring the Don, Sancho, and Falstaff onto the same stage. The influence of Shakespeare on our chaotic age remains persuasive, particularly on Joyce and Beckett. Both Ulysses and Endgame are essentially Shakespearean representations, each evoking Hamlet with a difference. In the American Renaissance, Shakespeare was most overtly present in Moby Dick and in Emerson's Representative Men, but worked more subtly upon Hawthorne. There is no confining Shakespeare's influence, but it is not the influence that causes the Western canon to be centered on him. If Cervantes can be said to have invented the literary irony of ambiguity that triumphs again in Kafka, Shakespeare can as truly be seen as having invented the emotive and cognitive irony of ambivalence that governs Freud. It shocks me increasingly to observe the vanishing of Freud's originalities in the presence of Shakespeare, but it would not have shocked Shakespeare, who understood that literature and plagiarism were scarcely to be distinguished. Plagiarism is a legal distinction, not a literary one, just as the sacred and the secular form a political and religious distinction and are not literary categories at all. Universality is the authentic aspect of only a handful of Western writers: Shakespeare, Dante, Cervantes, perhaps Tolstoy. Goethe and Milton have dimmed because of cultural change. Whitman, so popular on the surface, is hermetic at the core. Molière and Ibsen still share the stage, but always after Shakespeare. Dickinson is astonishingly difficult because of her cognitive originality, and Neruda is less of a Brechtian and Shakespearean populist than he may have intended himself to be. The aristocratic universalism of Dante ushered in the era of the greatest Western writers, from Petrarch through Hölderlin, but only Cervantes and Shakespeare fully achieved universality, populist authors in the greatest of aristocratic eras. The nearest approach to universality in the democratic age is the flawed miracle of Tolstoy, at once aristocrat and populist. In our chaotic time, Joyce and Beckett come closest, but the Baroque elaborations of the first and the Baroque undoings of the second both work to impede universality. Proust and Kafka have the strangeness of Dante in their sensibilities. I find myself agreeing with Antonio Garcia Berrio when he makes universality the fundamental property of poetic value. Centering the canon for other poets has been the unique role of Dante. Shakespeare, with Don Quixote, continues to center the canon for more general readers. Perhaps we can go farther. For Shakespeare, we need a more Borgesian term than universality. At once, no one and everyone, nothing and everything, Shakespeare is the Western canon. The strangeness of Dante, Ulysses and Beatrice. The new historicists and allied resenters have been attempting to reduce and scatter Shakespeare, aiming to undo the canon by dissolving its center. Curiously, Dante, the second center, as it were, is not under similar onslaught, either here or in Italy. Doubtless the assault will come, since the assorted multiculturalists would have difficulty finding a more objectionable great poet than Dante, whose savage and powerful spirit is politically incorrect to the highest degree. Dante is the most aggressive and polemical of the major Western writers, dwarfing even Milton in this regard. Like Milton, he was a political party and a sect of one. His heretical intensity has been masked by scholarly commentary, which even at its best frequently treats him as though his Divine Comedy was essentially versified St. Augustine. But it is best to begin by marking his extraordinary audacity, which is unmatched in the entire tradition of supposedly Christian literature, including even Milton. Nothing else in Western literature, in the long span from the Yahwist and Homer through Joyce and Beckett, is as sublimely outrageous as Dante's exaltation of Beatrice, sublimated from being an image of desire to angelic status, in which role she becomes a crucial element in the Church's hierarchy of salvation. Because Beatrice initially matters solely as an instrument of Dante's will, her apotheosis necessarily involves Dante's own election as well. His poem is a prophecy and takes on the function of a third testament, in no way subservient to the old and the new. Dante will not acknowledge that the comedy must be a fiction, his supreme fiction. Rather, the poem is the truth, universal and not temporal. What Dante the Pilgrim sees and says in the narrative of Dante the poet is intended to persuade us perpetually of Dante's poetic and religious inescapability. The poem's gestures of humility, on the part of pilgrim or of poet, impress Dante scholars but are rather less persuasive than the poem's subversion of all other poets and its persistence in bringing forward Dante's own apocalyptic potential. These observations, I hasten to explain, are directed against much Dante scholarship and not at all against Dante. I do not see how we can disengage Dante's overwhelming poetic power from his spiritual ambitions, which are inevitably idiosyncratic and saved from being blasphemous only because Dante won his wager with the future within a generation after his death. If the comedy were not Shakespeare's only authentic poetic rival, Beatrice would be an offense to the Church and even to literary Catholics. The poem is too strong to disown. For a neo-Christian poet like T.S. Eliot, the comedy becomes another scripture, a newer testament that supplements the canonical Christian Bible. Charles Williams, a guru for such neo-Christians as Eliot, C.S. Lewis, W.H. Auden, Dorothy L. Sayers, J.R.R. Tolkien, and others, went so far as to affirm that the Athanasian Creed, the taking of the manhood into God, did not receive full expression until Dante. The Church had to wait for Dante and for the figure of Beatrice. What Williams highlights throughout his intense study, The Figure of Beatrice, 1943, is the great scandal of Dante's achievement. The poet's most spectacular invention is Beatrice. No single personage in Shakespeare, not even the charismatic Hamlet or the godlike Lear, matches Beatrice as an exuberantly daring invention. Only the J-writer's Yahweh and the Gospel of Mark's Jesus are more surprising or exalted representations. Beatrice is the signature of Dante's originality, and her triumphant placement well within the Christian machinery of salvation is her poet's most audacious act of transforming his inherited faith into something much more his own. Dante's scholars inevitably repudiate such assertions on my part, but they live so under the shadow of their subject that they tend to lose full awareness of the Divine Comedy's strangeness. It remains the uncanniest of all literary works for the ambitious reader to encounter, and it survives both translation and its own vast learning. Everything that allows a common reader to read the comedy ensues from qualities in Dante's spirit that are anything but what is generally considered pious. Ultimately, Dante has nothing truly positive to say about any of his poetic precursors or contemporaries and remarkably little pragmatic use for the Bible, except for Psalms. It is as though he felt King David, ancestor of Christ, was the only forerunner worthy of him, the only other poet consistently able to express the truth. The reader who comes freshly to Dante will see very quickly that no other secular author is so absolutely convinced that his own work is the truth, all of the truth that matters most. Milton and perhaps the later Tolstoy approximate Dante's fierce conviction of rightness, but they both reflect contending realities as well and show more of the strain of isolated vision. Dante is so strong, rhetorically, psychologically, spiritually, that he dwarfs their self-confidence. Theology is not his ruler, but his resource, one resource among many. No one can deny that Dante is a supernaturalist, a Christian, and a theologian, or at least a theological allegorist. But all received concepts and images undergo extraordinary transformations in Dante, the only poet whose originality, inventiveness, and preternatural fecundity actually rival Shakespeare's. A reader working through Dante for the first time, in a terza rima translation as accomplished as Lawrence Binyon's, or in John Sinclair's lucid prose version, loses an immensity in not reading the Italian poem, and yet an entire cosmos remains. But it is the strangeness as well as the sublimity of what remains that matters most. The utter uniqueness of Dante's powers, with the single exception of Shakespeare's. As in Shakespeare, we find in Dante a surpassing cognitive strength combined with an inventiveness that has no merely pragmatic limits. When you read Dante or Shakespeare, you experience the limits of art, and then you discover that the limits are extended or broken. Dante breaks through all limitations far more personally and overtly than Shakespeare does, and if he is more of a supernaturalist than Shakespeare, his transcending of nature remains as much his own as Shakespeare's unique and idiosyncratic naturalism. Where the two poets challenge each other most is in their representations of love, which returns us to where love begins and ends in Dante, the figure of Beatrice. The Beatrice of the comedy occupies a position in the heavenly hierarchy that is difficult to apprehend. We have no guidelines for understanding it. There is nothing in doctrine that calls for the exaltation of this particular Florentine woman with whom Dante fell eternally in love. The most ironic commentary on that falling is by Jorge Luis Borges in The Meeting in a Dream. Other Inquisitions, 1937 to 1952. To fall in love is to create a religion that has a fallible God. That Dante professed an idolatrous admiration for Beatrice is a truth that does not bear contradicting. That she once ridiculed him and another time rebuffed him are facts rendered by the Vita Nuova. Some maintain that those facts are symbolic of others. If that were true, it would strengthen even more our certainty of an unhappy and superstitious love. Translated by Ruth L. C. Sims. Borges at least restores Beatrice to her origin as an illusory encounter and to her enigmatic otherness for all readers of Dante. Infinitely, Beatrice existed for Dante. Dante existed very little, perhaps not at all, for Beatrice. Our piety, our veneration cause us to forget that pitiful inharmony, which was unforgettable for Dante. It scarcely matters that Borges is projecting his own ironically absurd passion for Beatrice Viterbo. See his Kabbalistic story, The Aleph. What he slyly emphasizes is the scandalous disproportion between whatever it was that Dante and Beatrice experienced together, next to nothing, in Dante's vision of their mutual apotheosis in the Paradiso. Disproportion is Dante's royal road to the sublime. Like Shakespeare, he can get away with anything, because both poets transcend other poets' limits. The pervasive irony or allegory of Dante's work is that he professes to accept limits even as he violates them. Everything that is vital and original in Dante is arbitrary and personal, yet it is presented as the truth, consonant with tradition, faith, and rationality. Almost inevitably, it is misread until it blends with the normative, and at last we are confronted by a success Dante could not have welcomed. The theological Dante of modern American scholarship is a blend of Augustine, Thomas Aquinas, and their companions. This is a doctrinal Dante so abstrusely learned and so amazingly pious that he can be fully apprehended only by his American professors. Dante's progeny among the writers are his true canonizers, and they are not always an overtly devout medley. Petrarch, Boccaccio, Chaucer, Shelley, Rossetti, Yeats, Joyce, Pound, Eliot, Borges, Stevens, Beckett. About all that dozen possesses in common is Dante, though he becomes 12 different Dante in his poetic afterlife. This is wholly appropriate for a writer of his strength. There are nearly as many Dante as there are Shakespeares. My own Dante deviates increasingly from what has become the eminently orthodox Dante of modern American criticism and scholarship, as represented by T.S. Eliot, Francis Ferguson, Eric Auerbach, Charles Singleton, and John Frusciante. An alternate tradition is provided by the Italian line that commenced with the Neapolitan speculator Vico and proceeded through the Romantic poet Foscolo and the Romantic critic Francesco de Sanctis, culminating in the early 20th century aesthetician Benedetto Croce. If one combines this Italian tradition with some observations by Ernst Robert Curtius, the distinguished modern German literary historian, an alternative to the Eliot Singleton Frusciante, Dante emerges, a prophetic poet rather than a theological allegorist. Vico rather splendidly overstated his case when he averred of Dante that, had he been ignorant of Latin and scholastic philosophy, he would have been even greater as a poet, and perhaps the Tuscan tongue would have served to make Homer's equal. Nevertheless, Vico's judgment is refreshing when one wanders in the dark wood of the theological allegorists, where the salient characteristic of the comedy becomes Dante's supposedly Augustinian conversion from poetry to belief, a belief that subsumes and subordinates the imagination. Neither Augustine nor Aquinas saw poetry as anything except childish play, to be set aside with other childish things. What would they have made of the comedy's Beatrice? Curtius shrewdly observes that Dante presents her not merely as his means of salvation, but as a universal agency available to everyone of gentle heart. Dante's conversion is to Beatrice, not to Augustine, and Beatrice sends Virgil to Dante to be his guide, rather than sending Augustine. Clearly, Dante prefers Beatrice, or his own creation, to the allegory of other theologians. And just as clearly, Dante does not desire to transcend his own poetry. Augustine and Aquinas have the same relation to Dante's theology that Virgil and Cavalcanti have to Dante's poetry. All forerunners are dwarfed by the poet-theologian, the prophet Dante, who is the author of the Final Testament, the Comedy. If you want to read the Comedy as an allegory of the theologians, start with the only theologian who truly mattered to Dante, Dante himself. The Comedy, like all of the greatest canonical works, destroys the distinction between sacred and secular writing. And Beatrice is now, for us, the allegory of the fusion of sacred and secular, the union of prophecy and poem. Dante's outstanding characteristics as poet and as person are pride rather than humility, originality rather than traditionalism, exuberance or gusto rather than restraint. His prophetic stance is one of initiation rather than conversion. To adopt a suggestion of Paolo Valesio, who emphasizes the hermetic or esoteric aspects of the comedy, you are not converted by or to Beatrice. The journey to her is an initiation because she is, as Curtius first said, the center of a private gnosis and not of the church universal. After all, Beatrice is sent to Dante by Lucia, a remarkably obscure Sicilian saint, so obscure that Dante scholars are unable to say why Dante chose her. John Frasero, the best living Dante critic, tells us that, in a sense, the purpose of the entire journey is to write the poem, to attain the vantage point of Lucy and of all the blessed. Yes, but why Lucy? To which the answer certainly cannot be, why not? Lucy of Syracuse lived and was martyred 1,000 years before Dante and would now be totally forgotten if she had not had an esoteric importance for the poet and for his poem. But we know nothing about that importance. We do not even know who the greater female soul who sent Lucy to Beatrice was. This lady in heaven is usually identified as the Virgin Mary, but Dante does not name her. Lucy is called the enemy of all cruelty, presumably an attribute shared by all the ladies of heaven. Cruelty, presumably an attribute shared by all the ladies of heaven. Illuminating grace is the usual abstraction stuck onto Dante's Lucy by the commentators, but that too would hardly seem to be a unique quality of a particular Sicilian martyr whose name means light. I labor this point to underline how sublimely arbitrary Dante insists on being. There is hidden matter in the comedy. The poem undeniably has its hermetic aspects, and they can hardly be judged of secondary importance since Beatrice centers them. We always come back to the figure of Beatrice in reading the comedy, not so much because she is somehow a type of Christ, but because she is the ideal object of Dante's sublimated desire. We do not even know whether Dante's Beatrice had a historical existence. If she did and can be identified with the daughter of a Florentine banker, it scarcely matters in the poem. The comedy's Beatrice matters not because she is an intimation of Christ, but because she is Dante's idealized projection of his own singularity, the point of view of his work as an author. Let me be blasphemous enough to mingle Cervantes with Dante so as to compare their two heroic protagonists, Don Quixote and Dante the Pilgrim. Don Quixote's Beatrice is the enchanted Dulcinea del Toboso, his visionary transfiguration of the farm girl, Aldonza Lorenzo. The banker's daughter, Beatrice Portinari, has the same relation to Dante's Beatrice that Aldonza has to Dulcinea. True, Don Quixote's hierarchy is secular. Dulcinea takes her place in the cosmos of Amadis of Gaul, Palmerin of England, the Knight of the Sun, and similar worthies of a mythological chivalry, while Beatrice ascends into the realm of Saint Bernard, Saint Francis, and Saint Dominic. If one has a preference for poetry over doctrine, this is not necessarily a difference. Knights errant, like saints, are metaphors for and in a poem, and the heavenly Beatrice, in terms of institutional and historical Catholicism, has no more or less status or reality than the enchanted Dulcinea. But Dante's triumph is to make my comparison seem somehow a blasphemy. Perhaps Dante really was both pious and orthodox, but Beatrice is his figure and not the church's. She is part of a private gnosis, a poet's alteration of the scheme of salvation. A conversion to Beatrice can be Augustinian enough, but it is hardly a conversion to St. Augustine, any more than a devotion to Dulcinea del Toboso is an act of worship directed toward Isolde of the White Hands. Dante was brazen, aggressive, prideful, and audacious beyond all poets, before or since. He imposed his vision on eternity, and he has very little in common with the flock of his piously learned exegetes. If it is all in Augustine or in Thomas Aquinas, then let us read Augustine or Aquinas. But Dante wanted us to read Dante. He did not compose his poem to illuminate inherited truths. The comedy purports to be the truth, and I would think that de-theologizing Dante would be as irrelevant as theologizing him. When the dying Don Quixote repents his heroic madness, he falls back into his original identity of Alonso Quijano the Good, and he thanks God's mercy for his conversion to pious sanity. Every reader joins Sancho Panza in protesting, "Don't die! Take my advice and live many years." Perhaps we shall find the Lady Dulcinea behind some hedge, disenchanted and as pretty as a picture. When Dante's poem ends, there is no Sancho to join the reader in hoping that the poet's power not fail the high fantasy of the Christian heaven. I suppose there are readers who go to the Divine Comedy as a conduit to the divine love that moves the sun and the other stars. but most of us go to it for Dante himself, for a poetic personality and dramatic character that not even John Milton can quite equal. No one wants to transmute the comedy into Don Quixote, but a touch of Sancho might have softened even the Pilgrim of Eternity and perhaps reminded his scholars that a fiction is a fiction, even if it itself believes otherwise. But what kind of a fiction is Beatrice? If she is, as Curtius insisted, an emanation from God, then Dante was up to something we cannot decipher, even though we sense that it is there. Dante's revelation can hardly be termed private, like William Blake's, but not because it is less original than Blake's. It is more original and is public because it is so successful. Nothing else in Western literature, except for Shakespeare upon his heights, is nearly so fully articulated. Dante, the most singular and savage of all superbly refined temperaments, made himself universal not by his absorption of tradition, but by bending tradition until it fitted his own nature. By an irony that transcends anything I know akin to it, Dante's strength of usurpation has resulted in his being weakly misread in one mode or another. If the comedy is a truthful prophecy, then its scholars are tempted to read it by the illumination of Augustinian tradition. Where else shall the proper interpretation of Christian revelation be found? Even so subtle an interpreter as John Frasero sometimes falls into the conversion of poetics, as if only Augustine could present a paradigm for self-mastering. A novel of the self, like the comedy, must thus take its origin from Augustine's Confessions. Far more powerful than the Romantics who worshipped and imitated him, Dante invents his own origin and masters his self with his own conversionary figure, Beatrice, who does not seem to me a very Augustinian personage. Can Beatrice be the object of desire, however sublimated, in an Augustinian conversion narrative? Frasero eloquently says that, for Augustine, history is God's poem. Is the history of Beatrice a lyric by God? Since I myself am partial to finding the voice of God in Shakespeare or Emerson or Freud, depending upon my needs, I have no difficulty in finding Dante's comedy to be divine. I would not speak of the divine confessions, however, and I do not hear the voice of God in Augustine. Nor am I persuaded that Dante ever heard God in any voice but his own. A poem that prefers itself to the Bible can, by definition, be said also to prefer itself to Augustine. Beatrice is Dante's knowing, according to Charles Williams, who had no sympathy for Gnosticism. By knowing he meant the way from Dante, the knower, to God the known. Yet Dante did not intend Beatrice to be his knowing alone. His poem argues not that each of us is to find a solitary knowing, but that Beatrice is to play a universal role for all who can find her, since presumably her intervention for Dante via Virgil is to be unique. The myth of Beatrice, though it is Dante's central invention, exists only within his poetry. Its strangeness cannot truly be seen, because we know of no figure comparable to Beatrice. Milton's Urania, his heavenly muse in Paradise Lost, is not a person, and Milton qualifies her with the warning remark that it is the meaning, not the name he calls. Shelley, imitating Dante, celebrated Emilia Viviani in his Epipsychidion, but high romantic passion did not prevail, and Signora Viviani eventually became a little brown demon for her disillusioned lover. To recover something of Dante's strangeness, we need to see his treatment of a universal figure. No Western literary character is so incessant as Odysseus, the Homeric hero better known by his Latin name of Ulysses. From Homer to Nikos Kazantzakis, the figure of Odysseus Ulysses undergoes extraordinary modifications in Pindar, Sophocles, Euripides, Horace, Virgil, Ovid, Seneca, Dante, Chapman, Calderon, Shakespeare, Goethe, Tennyson, Joyce, Pound, and Wallace Stevens, among many others. W.B. Stanford, in his fine study, The Ulysses Theme, 1963, sets the muted but negative treatment by Virgil against Ovid's positive identification with Ulysses, in a contrast that establishes two of the major stances that will probably always contend in the metamorphoses of this hero, or hero-villain. Virgil's Ulysses will become Dante's, but so transmuted as to make Virgil's rather evasive portrait tend to fade away. Unwilling to condemn Ulysses directly, Virgil transfers that work to his characters, who identify the hero of the Odyssey with guile and deceit. Ovid, an exile and an amorist, mingles himself with Ulysses in a composite identity, so bequeathing to us the now permanent idea of Ulysses as the first of the great wandering womanizers. In Canto 26 of the Inferno, Dante created the most original version of Ulysses that we have, one who does not seek home and wife in Ithaca, but departs from Circe in order to break all bounds and risk the unknown. Hamlet's undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveler returns, becomes the pragmatic destination of this most impressive of all doom-eager heroes. There is an extraordinary passage in Inferno 26 that is difficult to absorb. Ulysses and Dante are in a dialectical relationship because Dante fears the deep identity between himself as poet, not as pilgrim, and Ulysses as transgressive voyager. This fear may not be fully conscious, yet Dante must on some level experience it, because he portrays Ulysses as being moved by pride, and no more prideful poet than Dante has ever existed. Not even Pindar or Milton or Victor Hugo or Stephen George or Yeats. Scholars want to hear Beatrice or assorted saints speak for Dante, but she and they do not share his accent. The voice of Ulysses and that of Dante are dangerously close, which may be why Virgil's explanation hardly suffices when he says that the Greek may disdain the voice of the Italian poet. Nor does Dante allow himself any reaction whatsoever to the magnificent speech that he writes for Ulysses, as a voice speaking out of the flame, I, use here and throughout John D. Sinclair's 1961 prose translation. When I parted from Circe, who held me more than a year near Gaeta before Aeneas so named it, not fondness for a son, nor duty to an aged father, nor the love I owed Penelope, which should have gladdened her, could conquer within me the ardor I had to gain experience of the world and of the vices and the worth of men. And I put forth on the open deep with but one ship, and with that little company which had not deserted me. The one shore and the other I saw as far as Spain, as far as Morocco, and Sardinia, and the other islands which that sea bathes round. I and my companions were old and slow when we came to the narrow outlet, where Hercules set up his landmarks so that men should not pass beyond. On my right hand I left Seville, on the other hand already left Ceuta. O brother, I said, who through 100,000 perils have reached the west, to this so brief vigil of the senses that remains to us choose not to deny experience in the sun's track of the unpeopled world. Take thought of the seed from which you spring. You were not born to live as brutes, but to follow virtue and knowledge. My companions I made so eager for the road with these brief words that I could hardly have held them back, and with our poop turned to the morning, we made of the oar's wings for the mad flight, always gaining on the left. Night then saw all the stars of the other pole, and ours so low that it did not rise from the ocean floor. 5 times the light had been rekindled, and as often quenched on the moon's underside since we had entered on the deep passage, when there appeared to us a mountain, dim by distance, and it seemed to me of such a height as I had never seen before. We were filled with gladness, and soon it turned to lamentation, for from the new land a storm rose and struck the forepart of the ship. 3 times it whirled her round with all the waters. The 4th time lifted the poop aloft and plunged the prow below, as one willed, until the sea closed again over us. Even as English prose, rather than as preternaturally strong Italian terza rima, does this extraordinary speech provoke in the common reader anything like the following reflection, written by the most gifted of Dante's critics? What separates Ulysses' definitive death by water from Dante's baptism unto death and subsequent resurrection is the Christ event in history, or grace, the Christ event in the individual soul. Surely an infinitely less powerful passage could prompt exactly that reflection with equal justice. There is a disproportion between a doctrine or a piety that voids every difference except assent, and a poetic text almost beyond rival. Something is plainly wrong with a way of reading Dante that yields all authority to Christian doctrine, even if Dante himself is partly responsible for such reductiveness. In Dante's arrangement of hell, we are at the 8th level down of the 8th circle down, which is not too far away from Satan. Ulysses is a fraudulent counselor, primarily because of his craft and cunning in bringing down Troy, ancestor of Rome, and so of Italy, as Virgil in particular recorded. Dante does not speak to Ulysses because in one sense he is Ulysses. To write the comedy, you set your course for an uncharted sea. And with great clarity, Dante tells us what he will not have Ulysses recount. The death of Achilles, the Trojan horse, the theft of the Palladium, all of which are occasions for the wanderer's damnation. The last voyage is not in that category, whatever its outcome. Himself inflamed, Dante bends toward the flame of Ulysses with desire, the longing for knowledge. The knowledge he receives is that of pure quest, made at the expense of son, wife, and father. The quest is, amid much else, a figuration for Dante's own pride and obduracy in prolonging his exile from Florence by refusing terms that would have returned him to his family. Eating another man's salt bread, going downstairs not your own, is one price paid for questing. Ulysses is willing to pay a more ultimate price. Whose experience is truly closer to Dante's, the triumphant conversion of Augustine or the last voyage of Ulysses? Legend tells us that Dante was pointed out in the streets as the man who had somehow returned from a voyage to hell, as though he were a kind of shaman. We can assume that he believed in the reality of his visions. A poet of such force who judged himself to be a true prophet would not have regarded his descent into hell as mere metaphor. His Ulysses speaks with absolute dignity and terrible poignancy. Not the pathos of damnation, but the pride that knows how pride and courage do not suffice. Virgil's Aeneas is something of a prig, and that is what many of his scholars turn Dante into, or would if they could. But he is no Aeneas. He is as savage, self-centered, and impatient as his Ulysses. And like his Ulysses, he burns with the desire to be elsewhere, to be different. His distance from his double is greatest, presumably, when he has Ulysses speak so movingly of this so brief vigil of the senses that remains to us. Even there, we should remember that Dante, who died at 56, wished to live another quarter century, for in his Convivio, he set the perfect age at 81. Only then would he have been complete, in his prophecy perhaps fulfilled. Granted that Ulysses sets sail for the unpeopled world, while Dante's cosmic voyages are to lands crowded with the dead, there is a distinction between these two questers, and Ulysses is certainly the more extreme. At the least, Dante's quester is a hero villain, akin to Melville's Ahab, another ungodly, godlike man. A Gnostic or Neoplatonic hero is very different from a Christian hero, but Dante's imagination is not always moved by Christian heroism, unless he is celebrating his own Crusader ancestor, Cacciaguida, who more than reciprocates with overwhelming praise of his descendants' courage and audacity. That is the undersong of Dante's vision of Ulysses: admiration, fellow feeling, familial pride. A kindred spirit is saluted, even though he resides in the eighth circle of hell. It is Ulysses who makes the judgment that his final voyage was a mad flight, presumably in contrast to Dante's Virgil-guided flight. Viewed strictly as a poem, no flight could be madder than that of the comedy, which Dante does not wish us to view as a poem only. That is Dante's privilege, but not the privilege of his scholars, and it ought not to be the stance of his readers. If we are to see what makes Dante canonical, the very center of the canon after Shakespeare, then we need to recover his achieved strangeness, his perpetual originality. That quality has very little to do with the Augustinian story of how the old self dies and the new self is born. Ulysses may be the old self and Beatrice the new, but Dante's Ulysses is his own, and so is Beatrice. What Augustine had done, Dante could not do better, and Dante saw to it that the comedy became no more Augustinian than it was Virgilian. It is what he desired it to be, Dantean only. Jesus ben Sira, author of the wonderful Ecclesiasticus, which is consigned forever to the non-canonical Apocrypha, says that he comes as a gleaner in the wake of famous men, our fathers who begot us. Perhaps that is why he is the first Hebrew writer to insist upon his own proper name as author of his book. One cannot say too often that Dante did not come as a gleaner in order to praise the famous men before him. He distributes them, according to his own judgment, in limbo, hell, purgatory, and heaven, because he is the true prophet and expects to be vindicated in his own time. His judgments are absolute, ruthless, and sometimes morally unacceptable. at least to many now among us. He has given himself the last word, and while you are reading him, you don't want to argue with him, mostly because you want to listen and to visualize what he has seen for you. He cannot have been an easy person with whom to quarrel while he lived, and he has proved fierce ever since. Though dead, white, male, and European, he is the most alive of all the personalities on the page, contrasting in this with his only superior, Shakespeare, whose personality always evades us, even in the sonnets. Shakespeare is everyone and no one. Dante is Dante. Presence in language is no illusion. All Parisian dogmas to the contrary. Dante has stamped himself upon every line in the comedy. His major character is Dante the Pilgrim, and after that Beatrice, no longer the girl of the new life, but a crucial figure in the celestial hierarchy. What is missing in Dante is the ascension of Beatrice. One can wonder why, in his daring, he did not also illuminate the mystery of her election. Perhaps it was because all of the precedents he had were not only heretical, but belonged to the heresy of heresies, Gnosticism. From Simon Magus onward, heresiarchs had elevated their closest female followers to the heavenly hierarchies, even as the outrageous Simon, first of the Fausts, had taken Helena, a whore of Tyre, and proclaimed her to have been Helen of Troy in one of her previous incarnations. Dante, whose eros had been sublimated and yet remained permanent, risked no comparisons. Still, in a poetic rather than a theological sense, Dante's myth of Beatrice is closer to Gnosticism than to Christian orthodoxy. All evidence for what might be called the apotheosis of Beatrice is not merely personal, as it has to be, but comes out of a visionary world akin to the Gnosticism of the 2nd century. Beatrice must be an uncreated spark of the divine or emanation of godhood, as well as a Florentine girl who died at the age of 25. She does not undergo the religious categories of judgment that lead to blessedness and sainthood, but seems to go directly from death to being part of the hierarchy of salvation. There is no indication, either in the New Life or the comedy, that Beatrice was subject to sin or even to error. Instead, she was, from the start, what her name indicated, she who confers blessing. Dante says of her that at 9 she was the youngest of the angels, a daughter of God, and after she dies, her poet speaks of that blessed Beatrice, who now gazes continually on his countenance, who is blessed throughout the ages. We cannot regard Dante as indulging himself in erotic hyperbole. The comedy is inconceivable without a Beatrice whose joyous acceptance in the highest regions was always assured. Petrarch, seeking to distance himself from the more than formidable poet of his father's generation, invented, as he thought, poetic idolatry in regard to his beloved Laura. But what, beyond Dante's own scandalous authority, restrains us from seeing Dante's worship of Beatrice as the most poetic of all idolatries? By his authority, Dante integrates Beatrice into Christian typology. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he integrates Christian typology into his vision of Beatrice. Beatrice, not Christ, is the poem. Dante, not Augustine, is the maker. This is not to deny Dante's spirituality, but only to indicate that originality is not in itself a Christian virtue, and that Dante matters because of his originality. As much as any other poet except Shakespeare, Dante has no poetic father, even though he asserts that Virgil occupies such a place. But Virgil is summoned by Beatrice and vanishes from the poem when Beatrice triumphantly returns to it in the concluding cantos of the Purgatorio. That return, extraordinary in itself, is preceded by another of Dante's grand inventions, Matilda, who is seen gathering flowers in a restored earthly paradise. The vision of Matilda was crucial for Shelley's poetry, and it is appropriate that this passage of Dante was translated by Shelley in what may be the best version of any part of the comedy in English. Here is the climax of the passage as rendered by Shelley, who went on to compose a diabolic parody of the vision in his very Dantesque death poem, The Triumph of Life. I moved not with my feet, but mid the glooms, pierced with my charmed eye, contemplating the mighty multitude of fresh May blossoms, which starred that night when, even as a thing, that suddenly, for blank astonishment, charms every sense and makes all thought take wing, a solitary woman, in she went, singing and gathering flower after flower, with which her way was painted and besprent. Bright lady, who if looks had ever power, to bear true witness of the heart within, dost bask under the beams of love, come lower. Towards this bank, I prithee let me win, this much of thee to come, that I may hear thy song like Proserpine in Enna's glen. Thou seemest to my fancy, singing here, and gathering flowers as that fair maiden when she lost the spring, and Ceres her more dear. In the previous canto, Dante had dreamed of a lady young and beautiful going through a meadow gathering flowers and singing, but she identified herself as Leah, the biblical Jacob's first wife, and contrasted herself to her younger sister Rachel, who became the patriarch of Israel's second wife. Leah foretells Matilda, and Rachel is the forerunner of Beatrice, but it is a little difficult to see them as a contrast between the active and the contemplative life. Know whoever asks my name, that I am Leah, and I go plying my fair hands here and there to make me a garland. To please me at the glass I here adorn myself, but my sister Rachel never leaves her mirror and sits all day. She is fain to see her own fair eyes as I to adorn me with my hands. She with seeing, and I with doing, am satisfied. Has time destroyed these metaphors? Have they yielded to feminism's critique? Or is it that, in a post-Freudian era, we recoil from the exaltation of narcissism? Certainly the commentary of the usually acute Charles Williams seems a touch embarrassing at our current moment. Dante, for the last time, dreams of Leah gathering flowers. What else is all action? And of Rachel looking in her glass. What else is all contemplation? For now the soul may justly take joy in herself and in love and beauty. The vision of Leah or Matilda gathering flowers as an emblem of doing or action unfortunately calls to my mind a James Thurber cartoon in which two women observe a third picking flowers, and one says to the other, "She has the true Emily Dickinson spirit except that she gets fed up occasionally." The image of Rachel or Beatrice contemplating herself in the mirror tends to summon up Freud's unfortunate moment when he compared the narcissism of women to that of cats. My associations are doubtless arbitrary, but typology, with whatever learned explanations, does not always serve Dante well. That he intended the comedy to be a poem about his conversion, about his becoming a Christian, I greatly doubt. If he did, it could only be in the etymological meaning of the English about, which is to be on the outside of something. On its inside, the comedy is about Dante's being called to the work of prophecy. You can become a Christian without accepting the mantle of Elijah, but not if you are Dante. The vision of Matilda replacing Proserpina in a restored earthly paradise does not come to the newly converted Christian, but to the prophet-poet whose vocation has been confirmed. Shelley, no Christian, but a Lucretian poet-prophet, was transformed by the Matilda passage because it illuminated, for him, the passion of the poetic vocation, the restoration of the paradisal nature that had abandoned his great precursor, Wordsworth. Matilda is Beatrice's forerunner because Proserpina revivified makes possible the return of the muse. And Beatrice is not an imitation of the Christ, but Dante's creativity lancing out to identify itself with an old love, whether real or largely imaginary. The idealization of lost love is an almost universal human praxis. What is remembered across the years is a lost possibility for the self rather than of the other. The association of Rachel and Beatrice works so beautifully not because each is a type of the contemplative life, but because each is a passionate image of lost love. Rachel matters to the church because of its interpretation of her as contemplative emblem, but she matters to poets and their readers because a great narrator, the Yahwist or J writer, made her early death in childbirth the great sorrow of Jacob's life. In poetic typology, Rachel precedes Beatrice as the image of the early death of a beloved woman, while Leah is linked to Matilda as a vision of deferred fulfillment. Jacob served Laban in order to win Rachel, and first received Leah instead. Dante longs for the return of Beatrice, but the journey to Beatrice through purgatory takes him first to Matilda. Although it is the hour of the morning star of the planet Venus, it brings Matilda, not Beatrice, to Dante. Matilda sings like a woman in love, and Dante walks with her. But it is only a preparation, even as Leah was a preparation for Rachel. What bursts upon the poet is a triumphal procession, rather shockingly, centered upon the prophet Ezekiel's vision of the wheels and their work, the chariot and the enthroned man. Dante evades the shock by telling his readers to go to the text of Ezekiel for the more outrageous details, even as he follows the revelation of St. John the Divine in reading Ezekiel's man as Christ. For Dante, the chariot is the triumph of the church, not as it was, but as it should be. And he surrounds this idealized militancy with the books of the two testaments, again not to rely on them, but to get them out of his way. All of this, even that griffin symbolizing Christ, matters only because of the beauty that it heralds, the return of one's ancient love, no longer forever and irretrievably lost. The actual advent of Beatrice in Canto Zo of the Purgatorio involves the permanent vanishing of Virgil. She makes Virgil redundant, not because theology is replacing poetry, but because Dante's comedy now wholly replaces Virgil's Aeneid. Although he explicitly insists otherwise, Dante, now named by Beatrice herself for the first and only time in his poem, celebrates his own powers as poet by enthroning Beatrice. Pragmatically, what else could he be doing? Even Charles Singleton, the most theological of major Dante exegetes, emphasizes that Beatrice's beauty is said to surpass any created by nature or by art. If you are intent upon assimilating Dante to the allegory of the theologians, as Singleton invariably was, then only God, through the Church, could create and sustain a splendor beyond nature and art. But Beatrice, as we need to keep reminding ourselves, is altogether Dante's creation, in precisely the sense in which Dulcinea was Don Quixote's. If Beatrice is more beautiful than any other woman in literature or in history, Dante is celebrating his own power of representation. The Purgatorio, in Dante's overt scheme, explores the Catholic argument that desire for God, having been displaced into wrong channels, must be restored through expiation. Dante's boldest assertion throughout his work is that his desire for Beatrice was not a displaced one, but always led on to a vision of God. The comedy is a triumph, and so presumably must be the supreme Western instance of religious poetry. It is certainly the supreme example of a wholly personal poem that persuades many of its readers to believe they are encountering ultimate truth. Thus, even Teodolinda Barolini, in a book professedly written to detheologize Dante, allows herself to say that the Commedia, perhaps more than any other text ever written, consciously seeks to imitate life, the conditions of human existence. The judgment is puzzling. Do the Inferno and the Purgatorio, let alone the Paradiso, seek to imitate life more consciously than King Lear or even the Dante-influenced Canterbury Tales? Whatever Dante's realism may be, it does not give us what Chaucer and Shakespeare bestow upon us. Characters who change, even as actual human beings change. Only Dante changes and develops in the comedy. Everyone else is fixed and immutable. Indeed, they have to be, because the final judgment has been made upon them. As for Beatrice, as a character in a poem, which is truly all she can be, she is necessarily even more removed from an imitation of life, for what has she to do with the conditions of human existence? Charles Williams, despite his guru-like attitudes, is sounder on this issue than the Dante scholars begin to be when he observes of the comedy, even that poem was necessarily limited. It does not attempt to deal with the problem of Beatrice's own salvation in Dante's function there. I find that claim somewhat crazy, but better such craziness than smothering Dante with doctrine or mistaking his poem for an imitation of life. As far as Dante was concerned, as a poet, there was absolutely no problem of Beatrice's own salvation. She saved Dante by giving him his greatest image for poetry, and he saved her from oblivion, little as she may have wanted such salvation. Williams muses mystically on the marriage between Beatrice and Dante, but that is Williams and not Dante. When she enters Purgatorio, she speaks to her poet neither as a lover nor as a mother, but as a deity speaks to a mortal, albeit a mortal with whom she has a very special relationship. Her harshness to him is another inverted self-compliment on his part, since she is the superb mark of his originality, the trumpet of his prophecy. In effect, his own genius chides him, for what other reproof could the proudest of all poets accept? I suppose he would not have resisted a direct descent of Christ, but even Dante would not go so far as to risk such a representation. The muse intervenes, but he names her blessedness and asserts a role for her that could benefit everyone else. She will not descend for into others except for his poetry, and so he is her prophet, a function he had been preparing since the new life. Despite his complex relations to many traditions, poetic, philosophical, theological, political, Dante owes Beatrice to none of them. She can be distinguished from Christ, but not from the comedy, because she is Dante's poem, the single image of images that represents not God, but Dante's own achievement. I am growing accustomed to having scholars tell me that Dante was interested in his own achievement as a way to God, and I decline to believe them. An exile from his own city, a witness to the failure of the emperor upon whom he had set his best hopes, Dante at last had only his poem to shore against his ruin. The philosopher George Santayana, in his Three Philosophical Poets, 1910, distinguished among Lucretius, Dante, and Goethe on the basis of their Epicurean naturalism, Platonic supernaturalism, and Romantic or Kantian idealism, respectively. Santayana said of Dante that he became to Platonism and Christianity what Homer had been to paganism, but then added that love, as Dante feels and renders it, is not normal or healthy love. It seems sacrilege to judge Dante's passion for Beatrice to be abnormal and unhealthy only because it offers so little resistance to a mystical transformation of the beloved into part of the divine apparatus for redemption. Still, Santayana was shrewd and refreshing in this, as also in ironically praising Dante for being ahead of his time in sustained egotism. When Santayana added that Dante was a Platonist unlike any other, he should have gone on to a more important formulation. Dante was also a Christian unlike any other, and Beatrice is the mark of that unlikeness, the sign of what Dante added to the faith of the Church. Pragmatically, at least for poets and critics, the comedy became the Third Testament prophesied by Joachim of Fiore. The subtlest stand against the pragmatic test is not that made by the school of Auerbach, Singleton, and Fusero, but that by A.C. Charity in his study of Christian typology, events in their afterlife, 1966, and by Leo Spitzer, acknowledged by Charity as forerunner. Charity insists that Beatrice is an image of Christ, but is not Christ or the Church, and he cites Kenelm Foster as saying that she does not replace Christ. She reflects and transmits him. That may be piety, but it is not the comedy in which, when Dante looks upon Beatrice, he sees Beatrice and not Christ. She is not a mirror but a person, and even Leo Spitzer in his 1988 representative essays does not altogether meet the difficulty of her individualistic status, indeed her uniqueness. That Beatrice is the allegory, not only of revelation, but of personal revelation, is proved both by the autobiographical origin of this figure and by her status in the beyond. She is not an angel, but the blessed soul of a human being that, just as it influenced Dante's life on this earth, is called to perform for Dante in the course of his pilgrimage services, of which she alone is capable. She is not a saint, but a Beatrice, not a martyr, but one who died young and was allowed to stay on earth only in order to show Dante the possibility of miracles. The dogmatic license here taken by Dante appears less daring if we consider the fact that revelation may come to the Christian in an individual form, suited to him personally. She is the counterpart of those historical persons born before the Redeemer who foreshadow him. Resourceful as Spitzer was, this will not do, and it in no way diminishes Dante's daring. According to Dante, Beatrice is much more than a merely personal or individual revelation. She has come initially to her poet Dante, but through him she comes to his readers. Virgil says to her in the Inferno, "O Lady of Virtue, through whom alone, sola, the humankind surpasses everything within the smallest circle of the heavens," which Curtius expounds as, "Through Beatrice alone, mankind surpasses everything earthly, whatever this may mean. Beatrice has a metaphysical dignity for all men." Beatrice alone Spitzer also gets too quickly from the difference between being a prefiguration of Christ and an imitation of Christ. Had Beatrice come before Christ, you might argue that she was another forerunner, but of course she comes after. And what Dante fell in love with, in her and as her, was not the imitation of Christ. At the least she is, as Santayana observed, a platonizing of Christianity, which has never stopped being platonized before and since Dante. At the most she is what Curtius insisted she was, the center of a poetic gnosis, of the vision of Dante. That returns us to her as the sign of Dante's originality, the heart of his power and his strangeness. Pride is not a Christian virtue, but it has always been a crucial virtue in the greatest poets. Shakespeare may be the grand exception, as he is in so many things. We never will know what his attitude was in regard to having written Hamlet, or King Lear, or Antony and Cleopatra. Perhaps he required no attitude, because he never lacked acknowledgement and commercial success. He must have known quite consciously how original and enormous his achievement was. But we search the plays in vain for self-compliments, and the sonnets, though they contain some, also express considerable modesty. Could Shakespeare unironically have spoken of any rival poet's gift or scope, or believed in the proud sail of George Chapman's great verse? Dante proudly sets sail for paradise and celebrates himself for celebrating Beatrice. In Paradise Lost, Satan's pride, however it is related to Milton's, brings him down. In the comedy, Dante's pride carries him up, to Beatrice and beyond. Beatrice emanates from Dante's pride, but also from his need. Scholars interpret what she stands for or represents. I suggest we begin to consider what it was that Beatrice enabled Dante to exclude from his poem. Vico charmingly deplored Dante's extensive knowledge of theology. Dante's spiritual erudition is not the problem. That of his exegetes is. Remove Beatrice from the comedy, and Virgil would have to yield to one saint or another as Dante's guide from the earthly paradise up to the celestial rose. A reader's religious resistance, which can already be rather more considerable than the Anglo-American scholars of Dante ever want to acknowledge, would certainly be heightened if St. Augustine took the place of Beatrice. More important, Dante's resistance to receive doctrine would have been heightened also. There is more apparent than actual concurrence between Dante's vision and the Catholic faith. But Dante centers on Beatrice partly to avoid having to waste his imaginative energies on a needless quarrel with orthodoxy. It is Beatrice whose presence and function transform Augustine and Aquinas into something figuratively much richer, adding strangeness to truth, if you think it is the truth, or to fiction, if you regard it as that. I myself, as a student of gnosis, whether poetic or religious, judge the poem to be neither truth nor fiction, but rather Dante's knowing, which he chose to name Beatrice. When you know most intensely, you do not necessarily decide whether it is truth or fiction. What you know primarily is that the knowing is truly your own. Sometimes we call such knowing by the name of loving, almost invariably with the conviction that the experience is permanent. Most often it departs and leaves us bewildered. But we are not Dante and cannot write the comedy, so all we finally know is loss. Beatrice is the difference between canonical immortality and loss. For without her, Dante would now be another pre-Petrarchan Italian writer who died in exile, a victim of his own pride and zeal. I have considerable distaste for Charles Williams, whether he writes Christian fantasy, rather grotesque poetry, or unabashed Christian apologetics, as in He Came Down from Heaven and the Descent of the Dove. Nor is Williams what I regard as a disinterested critic of literature. He is, in his way, as much an ideologue as the neo-feminists, pseudo-Marxists, and Francophile reductionists who make up our current school of resentment. But Williams has the almost solitary distinction of reading Dante as primarily the creator of the figure of Beatrice. The image of Beatrice existed in his thought. It remained there and was deliberately renewed. The word image is convenient for two reasons. First, the subjective recollection within him was of something objectively outside him. It was an image of an exterior fact and not of an interior desire. It was sight and not invention. Dante's assertion was that he could not have invented Beatrice. A poet's assertion is a poem. And Dante is neither the first nor the last great poet to insist that his invention was a clearing of sight. Perhaps Shakespeare might have said the same of Imogen and Cymbeline. Williams compares Beatrice to Imogen, but Beatrice, unlike Dante the Pilgrim and Virgil the Guide, unlike the Ulysses of the Inferno, is not quite a literary character. She has dramatic qualities, including some flashes of high scorn, but being herself more the whole poem than a personage in it, she can be apprehended only when the reader has read and absorbed the entire comedy, which perhaps accounts for a curious opacity, by no means here an aesthetic, flaw in the figure of Beatrice. Her remoteness, even toward her poet lover, is far greater than Williams acknowledges and is carefully orchestrated by Dante, culminating in the poignant moment in the Paradiso when he sees her, now from afar. I lifted up my eyes and saw her where she made for herself a crown, reflecting from her the eternal beams. From the highest region where it thunders, no mortal eye is so far, were it lost in the depth of the sea, as was my sight there from Beatrice. But to me it made no difference, for her image came down to me undimmed by aught between. O Lady, in whom my hope has its strength, and who didst bear for my salvation to leave thy footprints in hell, of all the things that I have seen, I acknowledge the grace and the virtue to be from bondage into liberty by all those ways, by every means for it that was in thy power. Preserve in me thy great bounty, so that my spirit, which thou hast made whole, may be loosed from the body well-pleasing to thee. I prayed thus, and she, so far off as she seemed, smiled and looked at me, then turned again to the eternal fount. Commenting on this amazing passage in a previous book, I noted that Dante refused to accept his cure from the hand of any man, however saintly, but only from the hand of his own creation, Beatrice. One Catholic literary critic chided me for not understanding the faith, and at least one Dante scholar said that my observation was romantic satanic, whatever that can mean, this late in the day. My reference was clearly to Freud's plangent and eloquent Summa, Analysis Terminable and Interminable, the lament of the founder of psychoanalysis that his patients would not accept their cure from him. Dante, prouder than any of us, would accept his cure only from Beatrice, and it is to Beatrice that Dante prays. His prophetic audacity is not Augustinian, just as his imperial politics repudiates Augustine's sense that the Church had replaced the Roman Empire. The comedy is an apocalyptic poem, and Beatrice is an invention possible only for a poet who expected his prophecy's fulfillment before his own death. What would Augustine have thought of Dante's poem? I would guess that his largest objection would have been to Beatrice, a private myth that carries the heavens before it, even as Dante bears away the kingdom of God. What precedent, if any, was there for Beatrice? She is a Christian muse who enters the poem's action, and so fuses herself with the poem that we cannot conceive of it without her. Dante's designated precursor was Virgil, and if there is a parallel to Beatrice in the Aeneid, it has to be Venus. Virgil's Venus, as Curtius emphasizes, is much more an Artemis or Diana figure than an Aphrodite. She is severely restrained, strangely Sibyl-like, and scarcely the mother of Eros, as compared to the half-god, Aeneas. Himself both Epicurean and Stoic, the actual Virgil, as opposed to Dante's strong misreading, hardly longs for grace and redemption, only for respite from the endless vision of suffering and its meaninglessness. If Dante had been more accurate, Virgil would be with the superb Farinata in the sixth circle of hell, reserved for the Epicureans and other heretics. Virgil's own precursor was Lucretius, the most powerful of all materialist and naturalistic poets, and more Epicurean than Epicurus. Dante had never read Lucretius, who was not revived until the closing decades of the 15th century. I regret this enormously, as it would have given Dante an opponent altogether worthy of his strength. Whether Lucretius would have horrified Dante, we cannot know, but Dante would have been outraged to learn that Virgil was far closer in spirit, if not in sensibility, to Lucretius than to Dante. Certainly Virgil's Venus is a deliberate swerve away from the Lucretian Venus, so we have the irony that Lucretius is Dante's wicked grandfather, as it were, if I am at all correct in surmising that the Virgilian Venus is the direct ancestor of Beatrice. George Santayana has an apt characterization of the Venus of On the Nature of Things as an Empedoclean love existing in dialectical tension with Mars. The Mars and Venus of Lucretius are not moral forces, incompatible with the mechanism of atoms. They are this mechanism itself, insofar as it now produces and now destroys life, or any precious enterprise, like this of Lucretius in composing his saving poem. Mars and Venus, linked in each other's arms, rule the universe together. Nothing arises save by the death of some other thing. The Empedoclean Lucretian formula, dying each other's life, living each other's death, delighted W.B. Yeats, pagan mystagogue that he was, but it would have been rejected with contempt by Dante. Virgil's undoubted reaction on the basis of his own Venus was ambivalent. He took from Lucretius, whose poem he clearly studied closely, the idea that Venus's truest life-giving was to the Romans, through her son Aeneas, their ancestor and founder. But his Venus does not engage in perpetual embraces with Mars. Weirdly, for she is after all the goddess of love, Virgil's Venus is as chaste as Beatrice. Virgil himself, unlike Dante, was not passionate toward women and probably, in Dante's scheme, deserved to be not only in Canto 10 of the Inferno with Farinata the Epicurean, but also in Canto 15 with Brunetto Latini the Sodomite, Dante's honored teacher. It is an exquisite irony that Beatrice, the supreme Christian muse, may find her likely origin in a Venus figure who is Diana-like partly as a reaction formation against the lustful Epicurean Venus, and partly because Dante's forerunner did not desire women. The dominant female in Virgil's epic is the frightening Juno, a nightmare of a goddess and the counterpoise to Virgil's Venus. Indeed, a countermuse to Venus. Does Dante have a countermuse? Frechero locates her in the Medusa of Inferno, Canto 9, and in turn relates this figure to the Lady Petra of Dante's stony rhymes, including the great Sestina that Dante Gabriel Rossetti translated so powerfully, to the dim light and the large circle of shade. Frechero contrasts Dante to Petrarch, his dissenting successor in the next generation, whose Laura is in effect both muse and countermuse, Beatrice and Medusa, Venus and Juno. For Frechero, the comparison favors Dante, since Beatrice points beyond herself, presumably to Christ and God, and Laura remains strictly within the poem. Pragmatically, I would suggest that this is a difference that makes no difference, despite Frechero's Augustinian severities. Like Pygmalion, Petrarch falls in love with his own creation and is in turn created by her. The pun Lauro/Laura points to this self-contained process, which is the essence of his creation. He creates with his poetry the Lady Laura, who in turn creates his reputation as poet laureate. She is therefore not a mediatrix pointing beyond herself, but is rather enclosed within the confines of his own being as poet, which is to say, the poem. This is precisely what Petrarch acknowledges when he confesses in his final prayer to the sin of idolatry, adoration of the work of his hands. If one is not persuaded theologically by Dante, and most of us no longer are, what supports Frechero's sense that Dante is somehow free of Petrarch's inescapable aesthetic dilemmas? Is it that Petrarch, as ancestor of both Renaissance and Romantic poetry, and so of modern poetry as well, must share in the supposed sins of those who arrive after the medieval synthesis has dissolved? Dante, like Petrarch, falls in love with his own creation. What else can Beatrice be? And since she is the comedy's greatest originality, does she not in turn create Dante? Only Dante is our authority for the fiction that Beatrice points beyond herself, and she is certainly confined within the comedy, unless you believe that Dante's personal gnosis is true not only for him, but for everyone else as well. Does anyone pray to Beatrice, except Dante, the pilgrim of eternity? Petrarch was happy to confess to idolatry because, as Frechereau squared himself has splendidly shown, the confession helped to distance him from his overwhelming precursor. But does Dante not adore the finished comedy, the astonishing work of his own hands? Idolatry is a theological category and a poetic metaphor. Dante, like Petrarch, is a poet and not a theologian. That Dante was a greater poet than Laura's victim, Petrarch doubtless recognized, But of the two, it is Petrarch who has been even more influential on later poets. Dante vanished until the 19th century. He was scarcely esteemed during the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. Petrarch took his place, thus fulfilling his shrewd program of embracing poetic idolatry or inventing the lyric poem. Dante died when Petrarch was 17 in 1321. When Petrarch, about 1349, prepared the first version of his sonnets, he seems to have known that he was inaugurating a mode that transcended the sonnet form and that shows no signs of waning 6.5 centuries later. A second comedy was not possible, any more than tragedy has been possible since Shakespeare ceased to write it. The canonical greatness of Dante, for a final time, has nothing to do with St. Augustine or with the truths, if they are truths, of the Christian religion. At our present bad moment, we need above all to recover our sense of literary individuality and of poetic autonomy. Dante, like Shakespeare, is an ultimate resource for that recovery, provided we can evade the sirens that sing to us the allegory of the theologians. The Western Canon by Harold Bloom. Chaucer, the wife of Bath, the partner in Shakespearean character. Except for Shakespeare, Chaucer is foremost among writers in the English language. That assertion, which merely repeats traditional judgment, is very much worth making as we approach the end of our century. Reading Chaucer or his few rivals in literature since the ancients, Dante, Cervantes, Shakespeare, can have the happy result of restoring perspectives that all of us may be tempted to lose as we face the onslaught of instant masterpieces that threatens us at this moment when cultural justice is at work, enforcing the exile of aesthetic considerations. Turning from what is overpraised to what cannot be overpraised, the Canterbury Tales is a remarkable tonic. One passes from names on the page to what I am impelled to call the virtual reality of literary characters, convincingly persuasive women and men. What gave Chaucer the power so to represent his persons as to make them permanent? There is a superb 1987 biography by the late Donald R. Howard that attempts to answer this well-nigh impossible question. Howard acknowledges that we have no intimate knowledge of Chaucer beyond his works, but then reminds us of Chaucer's human context. Property and inheritance were abiding concerns. Obsessions, really, in the late Middle Ages, especially among the merchant class to which the Chaucers belonged. An armed seizure, kidnapping, and trumped-up lawsuits were not uncommon ways to gain possession of them. Englishmen of Chaucer's day were not like the stereotypical stiff upper lip English of modern times, who are the children of the Enlightenment and the Empire. They were more like their Norman forebears, hot-tempered and given to extremes when among equals. They cultivated reserve before inferiors or superiors. They wept freely in public, flew into rages, swore copious and imaginative oaths, carried on almost operatic blood feuds and endless legal battles. The mortality rate was high in medieval times and life more precarious. We find more recklessness and terror, more resignation and despair, and more gambling with fortune. More violence too, or violence of a more vengeful, ostentatious kind. Decapitated heads displayed on spikes or bodies hanging from a gibbet was their style, where mugshots in the post office is ours. Our style is alas changing rapidly, with letter bombs exploding at universities, fundamentalist Muslim terrorism erupting in New York City, and gunfire drifting across New Haven, even as I sit here writing. Howard depicts Chaucer as living through wars, plagues, and rebellions, and none of these seems very remote in contemporary America, with Howard himself dead of our version of the plague just before his book was published. His general emphasis remains excellent. Chaucer's times were not serene, his fellow citizens were not placid, and his Canterbury pilgrims had much to pray for when they reached the shrine of St. Thomas a Becket. The personality of Chaucer the man, not just of the ironically portrayed Chaucer the pilgrim, is powerfully marked on all his poetry. Like his direct precursors, Dante and Boccaccio, his great originality emerges most strongly in both his characters and his own voice, his mastery of tone and figuration. Like Dante, he invented new modes for the representation of the self, and he has something of the same relation to Shakespeare that Dante had to Petrarch, the difference being the unbelievable fecundity of Shakespeare, which transcended even what John Dryden meant when he said of the Canterbury Tales, "Here is God's plenty." No writer, neither Ovid nor the English Ovid, Christopher Marlowe, influenced Shakespeare as crucially as Chaucer did. Chaucerian hints, by no means fully developed by Chaucer, are the starting points for the greatest of Shakespeare's originalities, his way of representing human personality. But Chaucer's greatness needs emphasis and expositions before its legacy in Shakespeare can be sketched. My favorite Chaucer critic remains G.K. Chesterton, who remarked, "The Chaucerian irony is sometimes so large that it is too large to be seen," and expanded upon what is central in that irony. There is in it some hint of those huge and abysmal ideas connected with the very nature of creation and reality. It has in it something of the philosophy of a phenomenal world, and all that was meant by those sages, by no means pessimists, who have said that we are in a world of his own shadows, and when he is on a certain plane, finds himself equally shadowy. It has in it all the mystery of the relation of the maker with things made. Chesterton, with a characteristic sense of paradox, traces Chaucer's extraordinary realism, his psychological penetration, to an ironic awareness of lost time, of a greater reality that has fled, abandoning its remnants to regrets and nostalgia. Goodwill exists, but is always compromised in Chaucer, and a falling away from chivalric generosity can be observed everywhere. Chesterton's preoccupation with a vanished romance world, learned from Chaucer, is confirmed by Donald Howard as the informing idea of the Canterbury Tales. They give us a picture of a disordered Christian society in a state of obsolescence, decline, and uncertainty. We do not know where it is headed. Only an ironist could sustain such a picture. In his biography, Howard locates the source of Chaucer's alienation or ambivalence in the tension between a mercantile upbringing and the aristocratic training subsequently given to a young courtier poet. Dante inaugurated the aristocratic age of literature, despite his continued attachment to the allegory of the theological age. But Chaucer, unlike Dante, did not belong to even the minor nobility. I am always wary of social explanations for the ironic stance of a great poet in whom temperament and panache resist all overdeterminations. Chaucer's is so large a consciousness, so pervasive and individual in irony, that circumstances alone are unlikely to have been dominant. Chaucer's English precursor was his friend the poet John Gower, a dozen years his senior, and palpably minor in comparison to the rising writer. English is the language that Chaucer spoke as a child, but he also spoke Anglo-French, formerly Norman, and in his courtier education, he learned to speak, read, and write Parisian French and Italian. Sensing early that he had no strong enough precursors in English, he turned first to Guillaume Michaud, the major living French poet and composer. But after this early phase culminated in his remarkable elegy, The Book of the Duchess, Chaucer went to Italy on the king's business, and by February 1373 was in pre-Renaissance Florence, even as its great age in literature ebbed. The exiled Dante had been dead for more than half a century, and his successors in the next generation, Petrarch and Boccaccio, were both old. Both died during the next 2 years. For a poet of Chaucer's power and scope, these writers, or rather Dante and Boccaccio, were the inevitable inspirations and consequent spur to anxieties. Petrarch meant something to Chaucer as a representative figure, but hardly as an actual writer. At 30, Chaucer the poet knew what he wanted, and it was not to be found in Petrarch and only peripherally in Dante. Boccaccio, never mentioned by name in Chaucer's work, became the origin that Chaucer needed. Dante, whose spiritual pride was overwhelming, had written a third testament, a vision of truth, wholly unsuitable for Chaucer's ironical temperament. The differences between Dante the Pilgrim of Eternity and Chaucer the Canterbury Pilgrim are startling and clearly deliberate on Chaucer's part. The House of Fame is inspired by the Divine Comedy, but amiably mocks it, and the Canterbury Tales constitute, on one level, a skeptical critique of Dante, particularly of his relationship with his own vision. Temperament distanced Chaucer from Dante. They are incompatible poetic personalities. Boccaccio, Dante's great admirer and exegete, was quite another matter. He would not be very happy, off in the poet's paradise, to be called the Italian Chaucer, just as Chaucer, evader of even the name Boccaccio, would have dreaded being termed the English Boccaccio. But the affinities, quite aside from Chaucer's marvelous and enormous appropriations, were authentic, almost inevitable. The crucial work here is the Decameron, which Chaucer never mentions and perhaps never read thoroughly, but which is the likely model for the Canterbury Tales. Ironic storytelling whose subject is storytelling is pretty much Boccaccio's invention, and the purpose of this breakthrough was to free stories from didacticism and moralism, so that the listener or reader, not the storyteller, became responsible for their use, for good or for ill. Chaucer took from Boccaccio the notion that stories need not be true or illustrate truth. Rather, stories are new things, novelties as it were. Since Chaucer was a greater ironist and an even stronger writer than Boccaccio, his transformation of the Decameron into the Canterbury Tales was a radical one, a thorough revision of Boccaccio's design. Read side by side, there are relatively few resemblances, but Chaucer's mature mode of storytelling could not have come into existence without the unacknowledged mediation of Boccaccio. Chaucer thought that his masterwork was Troilus and Cresside, one of the handful of great long poems in the language, but rarely read now in comparison to the Canterbury Tales, which is certainly the more original and canonical work. Perhaps Chaucer undervalued his most astonishing achievement precisely because of its originality, though something in me fiercely resents that surmise. The work is unfinished, and technically it consists of giant fragments. But as one reads, one has little impression of something unfinished. Indeed, it may be one of those books that the author never expects to finish, because it has become one with his life. The image of life as a pilgrimage, not so much to Jerusalem, but to judgment, fuses with Chaucer's organizing principle of the pilgrimage to Canterbury, with 30 pilgrims telling stories as they go. Yet the poem is immensely secular and almost unfailingly ironic. Its narrator is Chaucer himself reduced to a total simplicity. He has zest, endless good nature, believes everything he hears, and has an amazing capacity for admiring even the dreadful qualities displayed by some of his 29 companions. E. Talbot Donaldson, the most worldly wise and humane of Chaucer critics, emphasizes that Chaucer the Pilgrim tends to be acutely unaware of the significance of what he sees, no matter how sharply he sees it, while at the same time he is constant in expressing ungrudging admiration for efficient thievery. It may be that Chaucer the Pilgrim is not so much a Lemuel Gulliver, which Donaldson suggests as a more wicked parody of Dante the Pilgrim, fierce, judgmental, frequently consumed by hatred, and really a kind of apocalyptic moralist who tends to be only too aware of the significance of what he sees with such terrible sharpness. It would be a proper Chaucerian irony to execute so subtle a mockery upon the poet, whose imaginative arrogance doubtless appalled the author of the House of Fame. The actual Chaucer, the comic ironist manipulating the apparently bland pilgrim, manifests a detachment, an accepting disinterestedness that is already Shakespearean, insofar as we can ever isolate any of Shakespeare's own attitudes. The detachment in both poets helps create an art of exclusion. We are frequently puzzled to explain just why Chaucer the Pilgrim remembers certain details as he describes each individual, while forgetting or censoring others. In the two most interesting figures, the wife of Bath and the pardoner, this art of selective memory helps produce Shakespearean reverberations. Howard shrewdly notes that Chaucer revises Boccaccio by seeing that the tale each told could tell a tale about its teller, and that latter tale, one surmises, would fill in some of the gaps left by Chaucer the Pilgrim. We are, sometimes at least, to trust the tale and not the teller, particularly when the teller is formidable, like the wife of Bath and the pardoner. But of course, Chaucer the Pilgrim is even more formidable, since we never can be sure that he is as naive as he evidently wants to be seen as being. Some critics argue that the narrator is frighteningly sophisticated, that he himself really is Chaucer the poet, masking himself from his companions by a dangerously sly blandness that actually misses nothing. I think one would have to go back to the Yahwist or forward to Jonathan Swift to read an ironist as complete and fascinating as Chaucer. One of my favorites among the attacks against me for the Book of J was by a biblical scholar who asked, "What makes Professor Bloom think that irony existed 3,000 years ago?" Because Chaucer is not sacred text, there are fewer resistances to accepting the difficult truth that so universal a storyteller as the author of the Tales of the Canterbury Pilgrims rarely writes an unironic passage. It may be that Chaucer's true literary parent was the Yahwist and his true child, Jane Austen. All three writers make their ironies their principal instruments for discovery or invention by compelling readers to discover themselves precisely what it is that they have invented. Unlike the ferocity of Swift's irony, which is a universal corrosive, Chaucer's irony is rarely inhumane, though we cannot be certain with regard to the depravity of the pardoner, and virtually everyone supposedly on pilgrimage is revealed as being no pilgrim at all. Honest Iago, the terrifying refrain throughout Othello, is a Chaucerian irony, as Shakespeare must have known. Honest Iago's direct ancestor is the gentile pardoner. Jill Mann, in the best analysis of Chaucerian irony that I have encountered, charts its ambiguities as centered on its mobility, always comically leaping onto another view of things, and thus consistently refusing us the possibility of moral judgment, because illusion lurks within illusion. That returns me to my surmise that Chaucerian irony is a reaction against the arrogance of the prophetic stance that Dante took as his own. Confronted by the wife of Bath and the pardoner, along with a number of other Canterbury pilgrims, Dante, if he could be bothered, would not hesitate to assign them to their proper circles in the Inferno. Their interest, if any, would have to include where and why they are stationed in eternity, for only final realities concern Dante. Fiction for Chaucer is not a medium for representing or expressing ultimate truth. It is wonderfully suited for portraying affection and everything else that has commerce with illusions. Perhaps Chaucer would be surprised at our common agreement that he is primarily an ironist. Unlike Dante, who loved only his own creation, Beatrice Chaucer seems to have entertained a wary love for the entire comedy of creation. Finally, we should not separate Chaucer the man, Chaucer the poet, and Chaucer the pilgrim. All combine in one loving ironist whose richest legacy is a roster of literary characters second only to Shakespeare's in the language. In them, we can see burgeoning what will become Shakespeare's most original imaginative power, the representation of change within particular dramatic personalities. Chaucer anticipates by centuries the inwardness we associate with the Renaissance and the Reformation. His men and women begin to develop a self-consciousness that only Shakespeare knew how to quicken into self-overhearing, subsequent startlement, and the arousal of the will to change. Incipient at moments in the Canterbury Tales, this anticipation of what, after Freud, we call depth psychology, in contrast to moral psychology, coursed on in Shakespeare, to a fullness that Freud, as I have observed already, could do little more than prosify and codify. And so we return to Howard's question, though his interest was story and mine is character. What gave Chaucer the power to transcend his own ironies and so be able to render his characters with a vitality that only Shakespeare goes beyond, and that with Chaucer's aid? Speculative and difficult as the question is, I will try to sketch an answer. In very different ways, Chaucer's two most inward and individual characters are the wife of Bath and the pardoner, respectively a great vitalist and something close to an authentic nihilist. Moralizing critics are no fonder of the wife of Bath than they are of her only child, Sir John Falstaff, while the pardoner, like his somewhat more remote descendants, Iago and Edmund, is beyond moralizing, again like his ultimate descendants, Dostoevsky's rather Shakespearean nihilists, Svidrigailov and Stavrogin, whose attributes owe something to Shakespeare's Iago in particular. Certainly one gets considerably more insight into and pleasure from the wife of Bath and the pardoner by comparing them to Falstaff and Iago than by setting them against their possible sources in the Roman de la Rose, the leading medieval poem before Chaucer's own. Scholars derive the wife of Bath's character from La Vieille, the aged bawd of that work, while they trace the pardoner to false seeming, a hypocrite who enlivens the Roman. But La Vieille is more rancid than vitalistic, unlike the wife of Bath and Falstaff, and false seeming has nothing of the dangerous intellect that distinguishes both the gentle pardoner and honest Iago. Why many scholarly critics of Chaucer and of Shakespeare are so desperately more moralistic than their poets is an unhappy puzzle. one that I suspect is related to the current disease of moral smugness that is destroying literary study in the name of socioeconomic justice. Heirs of Platonism, even when ignorant of Plato, both traditional scholars and the clerks of resentment seek to banish the poetic from poetry. Chaucer's greatest creations are The Wife of Bath and The Pardoner, which Shakespeare evidently saw and benefited from, far more than he benefited from any other single literary stimulus. To apprehend what touched Shakespeare is to return to the true path of canonization, in which the major writers elect their inescapable precursors. It was Edmund Spenser who called Chaucer the pure well of English undefiled, yet it was Shakespeare who was, as Talbot Donaldson has charmingly indicated, the swan at the well, drinking most deeply of what was unique to Chaucer, a new kind of literary character, or perhaps a new way of portraying an old kind, whether in the moral ambiguity of the wife of Bath's rage to live, or in the immoral ambivalence of the partner's rage both to deceive and to be found out. That Chaucer himself was proud of having created the wife we know from his short, late poem to his friend Buckton, which speaks of the sore way and woo that is in marriage, and cites her as the authority. The wife of Bath that I pray yow that ye ready. Of this matter that we have on hand, God ground to yow your lift for lee to lady. In freedom, for full hard is to be bonded. When first we meet the good wife, in the general prologue to the Canterbury Tales, we are necessarily impressed, but not altogether prepared for the firecracker we will encounter in the prologue to her own tale. Despite the narrator's early hints about her exuberant sexuality, she is somewhat deaf, for reasons we will discover later. Her stockings are scarlet, her countenance is bold, fair, and matches her stockings. Famously gap-toothed and so presumably lustful, she has survived 5 husbands, not to mention other company, and is a notorious pilgrim, nationally and internationally, pilgrimages being the equivalent of loveboat cruises in our fallen times. Yet all of this merely intimates someone well-versed in wandering by the way, an expert in the old daunts of love. Her Falstaffian wit, her feminism, as we might now say, above all her fantastic will to live, are not yet truly in evidence. Howard reminds us that Chaucer was a widower when he invented The Wife of Bath, and adds astutely that no writer since the ancients manifested so much insight into the psychology of women, or portrayed them so sympathetically. I agree with Howard that the wife is an absolute delight, whatever moralists urge against her, though I am haunted by her most formidable adversary, William Blake, who found in her the female will, as he called it, incarnate. His commentary on his picture of the Canterbury Pilgrims is rather hard on the wife, but she evidently frightened him. She is also a scourge and a blight. I shall say no more of her, nor expose what Chaucer has left hidden. Let the young reader study what he has said of her. It is as useful as a scarecrow. There are of such characters born too many for the peace of the world. Yet without such characters, there would be less life in literature and less literature in life. The Wife of Bath's prologue is a kind of confession, but even more a triumphant defense or apologia. And unlike the partner's prologue, her stream of consciousness-like reverie does not tell us more about her than she herself knows. The first word of her prologue is experience, which she cites as her authority. To be the widow of 5 successive husbands, whether 600 years ago or now, gives a woman a certain aura, as the wife is well aware. But she boisterously declares herself eager for a 6th, while envying the wise King Solomon his 1,000 bed partners, 700 wives, 300 concubines. What is awesome about the wife is her endless zest and vitality, sexual, verbal, polemical. Her sheer exuberance of being has no literary antecedent and could not be matched until Shakespeare created Falstaff. It is a legitimate literary fantasy to visualize an encounter between the wife and the fat knight. Falstaff is more intelligent and witty than the wife, but even he, with all his gusto, could not have kept her quiet. Fascinatingly, it is the frightening pardoner who interrupts her in Chaucer, but mostly to cheer her on, and on she does go. Shakespeare wrote a reported, not actual, death scene for Falstaff in Henry V. Not even Chaucer could have managed a similar scene for the wife, and that is the highest tribute we should pay her, brushing aside the chorus of moralizing scholars. She has only life in her, the perpetual blessing of yet more life. As the friar says, the wife's is a long preamble of a tale. It goes on for more than 800 lines, while the tale itself is just 400 and alas, something of an aesthetic disappointment after the wife's strong revelation of selfhood. But the reader, unless heaven bent on moralizing, will wish her prologue even longer and her story shorter. Chaucer plainly is fascinated by her, as in another register he is enthralled by the partner. He knows that these two characters have broken loose and uncannily course on by themselves, miracles of art representing grotesques of nature. I do not know of a female character in Western literature who is more unanswerable than the wife when she protests the consequences of men having written almost all of the books by God if woman had written stories. As clerks heart within a hear oratories, they would have written of men more wickedness than all the mark of Adam may redress. It is her potent blend of confessional honesty and powerful sexuality that has appalled many of the male scholars who have defamed the wife. Her implied purely pragmatic critique of the Church's moral scale of perfection is as subtle as it is comic, and presages much that is in contention between the Church and Catholic feminists, even as I write. Partly the wife has offended moralists simply because she has a very forceful personality, and Chaucer, like all great poets, believed in personality. Because the wife is also a subverter of established harmonies, she is consigned by many to the category of the grotesque, where the pardoner legitimately resides. Although the wife accepts the structure of the Church's thought about morality, there is a deep impulse in her that dissents from the Church's effect. A scale of perfection that sets widowhood over marriage, as St. Jerome did, makes no sense to her. Nor does she share the doctrine that marital sexual relations are sanctified only in order to produce children. Despite her 5 late husbands, she appears to be childless and says nothing about the matter. Where she does cross into opposition to the ideology of the medieval church is on the issue of dominance in marriage. Her firm belief in female sovereignty is the center of her rebellion, and I dissent from Howard when he says that her tale undercuts her feminist views, reveals something about her we could only have suspected, something she doesn't know herself. In this view, the wife wants only an outward or verbal submission on the husband's part, but that is to underestimate the wife's own share of Chaucerian irony. 2 lines do not a tale make, nor do they undo 800 lines of passionate prologue. And she obeyed him in everything that might doon him pleasance or liking. I take it that the wife intends the phrase "in everything" to be exclusively sexual. The lines directly follow one in which the husband kisses the wife 1,000 times in a row, and the wife of Bath's idea of what might give a man pleasure is rather monolithic. She wants sovereignty all right, everywhere except in bed, as her inevitable 6th husband is going to learn. As she has told us, her first 3 husbands were good, rich, and old, whereas the 4th and 5th were young and troublesome. The 4th, having dared to take a mistress, suffered the just fate of being tormented to death by her, and the 5th, half her age, deafened her by boxing her ears, after she had ripped pages out of the anti-feminist book he insisted upon reading to her. When he yielded at last, burned the book, and resigned sovereignty to her, they lived happily together, but not ever after. Chaucer's ironic implication is that the ferociously lustful wife wore out the beloved 5th husband, even as she had used up the first 4. Her fellow pilgrims clearly understand what the wife is saying. Whether the reader is male or female, only tone deafness or revulsion from life could resist the wife's most sublime moments of yearning and self-celebration. In the midst of her account of her 4th husband, she muses upon her love of wine and its close relation to her love of love, and then suddenly cries out, "But Lord Christ, when that it remembereth me, but Lord Christ, when I remember. Upon my youthie and on my jollity, my youth and all my fun, it tickleth me about mine herte root. It still tickles me deep in my heart. Unto this day it doth mine herte boote. Even now it warms me to think that I have had my world as in my time, how good my life was in my time. But age, alas, that al wohl enveneim, but age, alas, that poisons everything, hath me bereft my beauty and my pith, has stolen my beauty and my strength, Let go, farewell, the devil go therewith. Ah, well, let it go. Farewell, the devil take it all. The flower is gone, there is no more to tell. The flower of my youth is gone, there's nothing more to say. The bran, as I best can, now most I sell. The bran is all I have left, and that's what I must sell. But yet to be right, merry will I fonde. Still I'll do my best to be merry. There are no fresh revelations here, nothing that will help complete the scope and structure of the Canterbury Tales. These 11 lines mix the wife's memory and desire, while acknowledging that time has transfigured her. If there is a passage in Chaucer that breaks through his own ironies, it is this one, in which all the irony belongs to time, invincible enemy of all heroic vitalists. Against that irony, the still heroic wife of Bath sets the grandest of all her lines, that I have had my world as in my time. My time is the triumph, reduced to husks as her vitality may be. The true pith of the woman abides in her Falstaffian high spirits. Ruefulness abounds and authenticates her realistic sense of loss. The rancidity of an aging lust may not be far away, but her understanding that only deliberate cheerfulness is appropriate for her constitutes the secular or experiential wisdom that completes her critique of the churchly ideals that might condemn her. Chaucer, feeling old indeed in his later 50s, has given her an eloquence worthy of both the character and her creator. Does the wife of Bath change in the course of her long confession of a prologue? Chaucerian irony is hardly a mode by which change is represented. We listen to the wife of Bath's monologue. So do the pilgrims. Does she overhear herself? We are very moved to hear that she has had her world in her time. Is she not moved also? She does not have the brilliantly schooled self-awareness of the pardoner, who generally is blind only to the effect that he has on himself. The wife's deepest affinity to Falstaff is that she appreciates her own appreciation of herself. She has no desire to change, and therefore manifests throughout her prologue a spirited resistance to aging, and so to the final form of change, death. What does alter in her is the quality of her high spirits, which transmute from natural exuberance into highly self-conscious vitalism. That change, as far as I call tell, is not treated ironically by Chaucer, perhaps because, unlike so many of his scholars, he has too great an affection for his remarkable creation and allows her to appeal directly to the reader. Her deliberate cheerfulness differs from forced hardiness. The nearest analog to it is the buoyancy of Sir John Falstaff, who has been even more maligned by scholarly critics. Falstaff's wit does not decline in Henry IV Part 2, but we feel there is a darkening in him as his rejection by Hal gradually approaches. The Falstaffian gusto is still there, but the gaiety begins to acquire an edge, as though the will to live takes on a touch of an ideology of vitalism. The wife of Bath and Falstaff both become less like the Panurge of Rabelais. They are still bearers of the blessing and both still cry out for more life, but they have learned that there is no time without boundaries, and they accept the new role of being agonists, fighting for their waning share of the blessing. Although the wife has a powerful command of rhetoric and a dangerous wit, she cannot compete with Falstaff in these regards. Her rugged consciousness of a diminishment in vitality and her strong will to maintain her high spirits are closer analogues to Shakespeare's greatest comic character. The wife and Falstaff are ironists early and late, and they found their authority upon their self-confident personalities, as Donaldson has noted. With Don Quixote, Sancho Panza, and Panurge, they make up a company or family devoted to the order of play, as opposed to the order of society or of the organized spirit. What the order of play confers, within its strict limits, is freedom, the inner freedom of ceasing to be badgered by one's own superego. I take it that this is why one reads Chaucer and Rabelais, Shakespeare and Cervantes. For a space, the superego ceases to whack one for supposedly harboring aggressivity. The rhetorical drive of the wife and of Falstaff is nothing if not aggressive, but the pragmatic aim is freedom, from the world, from time, from the moralities of state and church, from whatever in the self impedes the self's triumphs of self-expression. Even some admirers of the wife of Bath and Falstaff persist in calling them solipsists. But egocentricity is not solipsism. The wife and Falstaff are perfectly aware of neighbors in the sun, but very few who come near them interest us much compared to these enchanted vitalists. Many scholars have pointed to the equivocal relation both the wife and Falstaff have to the text in 1 Corinthians, in which Paul calls on Christians to persist in their vocation. The wife's version is, "In such a state as God hath clept us, I will persevere, I am not precious." And Falstaff both echoes and outdoes her. "Why, Hal, 'tis my vocation, Hal. 'Tis no sin for a man to labor in his vocation." In mocking Paul, the wife and Falstaff are not being primarily impious. As wits, they are both disenchanters, but they remain believers. The wife deftly keeps reminding the godly that perfection is not required of her, while Falstaff is haunted by the fate of Dives the glutton. Falstaff is more anxiety-ridden than the wife, but she has not suffered the misfortune of regarding the future Henry V as a kind of adopted son. Being Shakespeare's rather than Chaucer's, Falstaff undergoes more change by internalization than the wife is capable of experiencing. Both characters listen to themselves, but only Falstaff consistently overhears himself. I suspect that the crucial character in Chaucer for Shakespeare was not the wife of Bath, but the pardoner, ancestor of all Western literary characters condemned to nihilism. I abandon the wife of Bath and Falstaff reluctantly, but to go from them to the pardoner and his Shakespearean progeny is only to forsake positive for negative vitalism. No one could love the pardoner, or Iago, but no one resists their negative exuberance. It is a critical commonplace to link the wife of Bath and Falstaff, but I have seen no speculation on the highly possible descent of Shakespeare's great villains, Iago and Othello, and Edmund and King Lear, from the pardoner. Marlowe's hero villains, Tamburlaine the Great, and even more Barabbas, the wily Jew of Malta, clearly made a deep impression on Shakespeare's portrayal of Aaron the Moor in his first tragedy, the charnel house Titus Andronicus, and on that of Richard III. Between Aaron and Richard on the one hand, and Iago and Edmund on the other, a shadow intervenes, and it seems to belong to the antithetical pardoner, who is the outcast of the Canterbury Tales. Even his prologue and tale are outside the apparent structure of Chaucer's all but finished major poem. As a kind of floater, the pardoner's tale is its own world. It resembles nothing else in Chaucer, yet it seems to me his high point as a poet and is in its way unsurpassable at one of the limits of art. Donald Howard, musing on the difference between the pardoner and his story and the rest of the Canterbury Tales, compares the pardoner's intrusion to the marginal world of medieval aesthetics, the lewd or quotidian drawings in the margins of serious manuscripts, forerunners of Hieronymus Bosch. So pungent are the pardoner's presence in his narration that the marginal becomes central in Chaucer, inaugurating what Nietzsche was to call the uncanniest guest, the representation of European nihilism. The link between the pardoner and Shakespeare's grand negations, Iago and Edmund, seems to me as profound as Dostoevsky's reliance upon Shakespeare's intellectual villains as models for Svidrigailov and Stavrogan. The pardoner first appears with his horrible chum, the grotesque summoner, toward the close of the general prologue. The summoner is the equivalent of the thought police who currently afflict Iran. He is a layman who drags supposed spiritual offenders into a religious court. A snooper into sexual relations, he rakes off a percentage of the earnings of all the prostitutes at work in his diocese and blackmails their customers. As a narrator of the general prologue, the Pilgrim Chaucer expresses appreciation for the summoner's mildness at blackmail. A mere quart of strong red wine each year permits an ongoing sexual relation to continue. Irony for once seems overcome by Chaucer's reluctance to react to the summoner's moral squalor, which merely helps to provide context for the far more spectacular pardoner. The summoner is just an amiable brute, a fit companion for the pardoner, who plunges us into an inferno of consciousness more Shakespearean than Dantesque, because mutable in the highest degree. Chaucer inherits the identity of pardoner's and charlatans from the literature and reality of his own times, but the remarkable personality of his pardoner seems to me his most extraordinary invention. Pardoners traveled about selling indulgences for sins in defiance of canon law, but rather clearly with church connivance. As laypersons, pardoners were not supposed to preach, but they did, and Chaucer's pardoner is a superb preacher. surpassing any televangelist currently on the American scene. Critics divide on the partner's sexual nature. Is he a eunuch, a homosexual, a hermaphrodite? None of the above, I venture, and in any case, Chaucer has seen to it that we just don't know. Perhaps the partner knows. We are not certain even of that. Of the 29 pilgrims, he is much the most questionable, but also much the most intelligent in that regard, almost a rival to Chaucer, the 30th pilgrim. The partner's gifts are indeed so formidable that we are compelled to wonder about his long foreground, of which he tells us nothing. A knowing religious hypocrite, trading in spurious relics and daring to traffic in the redemption opened through Jesus, he is nevertheless an authentic spiritual consciousness with a powerful religious imagination. The heart of darkness that is an obscurantist metaphor in Joseph Conrad is all too appropriate a figure for the demoniac partner, who rivals his fictive descendants as a kind of problematic abyss, depraved yet imaginative in the highest degree. One critic of Chaucer, R.A. Schoaf, brilliantly observes of the partner, he sells himself, his act, every day in his profession, but to judge from the pattern of his obsession, he knows because he regrets that he cannot buy himself back. What he knows is that his performances, however astonishing, cannot redeem him, and we begin to suspect, as we ponder his spiel and his tale, that something beyond greed and the pride of preaching with power has driven him to his life's work as a professional deceiver. We can never know what it was in Chaucer that could create this first nihilist, at least in literature. But I find suggestive a characteristic paradox of G.K. Chesterton's. Geoffrey Chaucer was exactly what the gentle partner was not. He was a gentle partner. But we shall misunderstand all the men of that curious and rather complex society if we do not realize that in a sense their eccentricities were connected with the same center. The official venality of the bad partner and the very unofficial amiability of the good partner both came from the peculiar temptations and difficult diplomacies of the same religious system. They came because it was not, in the Puritan sense, a simple system. It was accustomed, even in minds much more serious than Chaucer's, to seeing, so to speak, two sides of a sin, now as a venial sin utterly and unutterably different in its ultimate direction from a mortal sin. It was out of the abuse of distinctions of that kind that the distortions and corruptions appeared, which are made vivid in the flagrant figure of the pardoner, the practice of indulgences which had degenerated from the theory of indulgences. But it was out of the use of distinctions of that kind that a man like Chaucer had originally reached the sort of balanced and delicate habit of mind, the habit of looking at all sides of the same thing, the power to realize that even an evil has a right to its own place in the hierarchy of evils, to realize at least that in the abysmal relativities of hell and purgatory, there are even things more unpardonable than the pardoner. Chesterton attributes to Chaucer a perspectivism made possible only by the overwhelming reality of the medieval Catholic faith. Whatever the root, the perspectivism matters poetically more than the faith. The ambivalence of perspectivism breaks loose the pardoner, a figure who marks the limit of Chaucerian irony. In general, Chaucer is a true comic poet, in our sense, the Shakespearean one, of comedy. The pardoner's prologue and his tale are not comic but lethal. He is, as he says, a fool, vicious man, but he is also a genius. A lesser term will not do, either for the pardoner or for Iago after him. Like Iago, the pardoner combines the gifts of dramatist or storyteller, actor, and director. And, again like Iago, the pardoner is both a supreme moral psychologist and a pioneering depth psychologist. The pardoner, Iago, and Edmund cast a spell over their victims, ourselves included. All of them overtly proclaim their deceptiveness, but only to us, or in the pardoner's case, to the Canterbury pilgrims as our surrogates. Their exultation in their own intellectual powers and in their viciousness captivates us, as sublime literary outrageousness always does. The negative exuberance of the pardoner, Iago and Edmund, is as engaging as the positive exuberance of the wife of Bath, Panurge, and Falstaff. We respond to energy, as William Hazlitt emphasized in his essay on poetry in general. We see the thing ourselves and show it to others as we feel it to exist, and as, in spite of ourselves, we are compelled to think of it. The imagination, by thus embodying and turning them to shape, gives an obvious relief to the indistinct and importunate cravings of the will. We do not wish the thing to be so, but we wish it to appear such as it is. For knowledge is conscious power, and the mind is no longer in this case the dupe, though it may be the victim of vice or folly. Of Iago, Hazlitt wrote, "He is quite or nearly as indifferent to his own fate as to that of others. He runs all risks for a trifling and doubtful advantage, and is himself the dupe and victim of his ruling passion, all of which is equally apt in regard to the pardoner." Iago and the pardoner contaminate us, as Shakespeare and Chaucer well understood. We delight in the pardoner's inventions, his holy relics, glass cases full of rags and bones and magical mittens. And we share his zest at disowning any moral consequences of his preaching. "Mine hand is and my tongue goon so yearna. My hands and my tongue go so quickly, that it is joy to see my business. That it is joy to see my business, of avarice and of sweet cursedness, of avarice and of such cursedness. Is all my preaching for to make him free? Is all my preaching to make them generous? To yeven her pens, and namely unto me, to give their pennies, and namely unto me. For mine intent is not but for to win. For my intention is only to make a profit, and nothing for correction of sin, and not at all for correction of sin. I reckon never, when that they've been buried. I care not a bit when they are buried. Though that here souls goon a blackberried, though their souls go picking blackberries. It is a joy for us to hear this, and to see it through our hearing. An even deeper joy comes from reading the pardoner's masterpiece of a tale, in which three tavern revelers, roaring boys who would now be Hell's Angels bikers, set forth to slay Death himself, it being plague time and Death being very active. They encounter a poor, infinitely old man who seeks only to return to his mother, the earth, and on the ground, which is my mudre's gate, and on the ground, which is my mother's gate, I knock with my staff, both early and late. I knock with my staff, both early and late, and say, leave mutter, let me in, and say, dear mother, let me in. Threatened by the thugs, the uncanny old man directs them to where they will find Death in the shape of a pile of gold coins beneath an oak. Two conspire to stab the youngest, but not before he has thoughtfully poisoned their wine. The old man's prophecy is fulfilled, but we are left wondering just who he is. Evidently, he was Chaucer's own invention, which means that, within the Canterbury Tales, he is the product of the pardoner's genius. A wandering old man in apparent league with death, though he himself, despite his wish, cannot die, and who directs others to the wealth he either scorns or has abandoned. Scholars sensibly identify such a figure with the legend of the wandering Jew. Does the pardoner, knowingly facing damnation, fear to become another such wanderer? As the projection of the pardoner, the strange old man exposes the emptiness of the pardoner's boasts, that only financial greed constitutes his motive for his career of deception. His authentic drive is for self-exposure, self-destruction, self-condemnation. He is doom-eager or else needs to defer despair in self-immolation through sustaining the little death of humiliation by the bluff host before the other pilgrims. The crossing over from doom-eagerness as a condition to self-destruction as an act takes place in the pardoner, because he overhears himself speaking and wills negatively on that basis. I find this moment particularly exciting because I suspect that it was for Shakespeare a crucial moment of poetic revisionism, out of which issued much that was original in the way of representing human character, cognition, and personality. Pandarus, the tricky go-between of Chaucer's Troilus and Cressade, was hardly a sufficient forerunner for Iago and Edmund. The wily Pandarus is too good-natured, more than benign in his intentions. But here is the pardoner, reacting to his own eloquence at concluding his awesome tale, and offering his professional services to his fellow pilgrims. Peradventure there may fall an un or two, perhaps there may fall one or two. Down of his horse and break his neck a two. Down off his horse and break his neck in two. Look which a surety is it to Yahweh. Look what a safeguard is it to you all. That I am in your fellowship, if I fall, that I happen to be in your fellowship, that may assoil Yao, both more and lassa, who can absolve you both more and less, everyone. When that the soul shall fro the body pass, when the soul shall from the body pass. I read that our host here shall begin. I advise that our host here shall begin, for he is most enveloped in sin, for he is most enveloped in sin. Come forth, sire host, and offer first anon. Come forth, sir host, and offer first right now. And thou shalt kiss the relics every shon, and thou shalt kiss the relics every one. Yea, for a groat, unbuckle anon thy purse. Yea, for a fourpence coin, unbuckle thy purse right now. The palpable outrageousness of this speech invites a violent response and actually demands one when the address turns to the host, the likeliest of all the pilgrims to crush the obsessed pardoner. At this moment, the pardoner is in a desperate vertigo, just out of control, carried away by his own power of evocation into an unstoppable need for punishment. When the host brutally offers to slice off and carry away the pardoner's testicles, the voluble lay preacher is reduced to silence. So wroth he was no word ne wolde he say. I cannot separate this from Iago's final vow of silence. From this time forth I never will speak word. The two grand negations share a concept of dread with which they contaminate us, even though they themselves do not consciously know the dread. Iago's genius is weirdly out of place in a spirit that knows only warfare, even as the pardoner is a displaced spirit, exulting in deception, even as he neglects his genius for evoking the terrors of eternity. Like the extraordinary cognitive powers of Edmund or of Dostoevsky's Svidrigailov, the wounding element in the pardoner and in Iago is preternatural intelligence bent only on violating trust. The canonical greatness of Chaucer, who alone had the strength to teach Shakespeare the secrets of representation, comes to rest finally in the grimly prophetic portrait of the pardoner, whose progeny are with us still, in life as in literature. Cervantes, the play of the world. We know more about Cervantes the man than we do about Shakespeare, and doubtless there is still much to be learned about him, because his life was vivid, arduous, and heroic. Shakespeare was an immense financial success as a playwright and died affluent, his societal ambitions, such as they were, fulfilled. Despite the popularity of Don Quixote, Cervantes received no royalties on it and had little luck with patrons. He had few realistic ambitions beyond supporting himself and his family, and he failed as a playwright. Poetry was not his gift. Don Quixote was. Shakespeare's contemporary, they died, it is thought, on the same day. He has in common with Shakespeare the universality of his genius, and he is the only possible peer of Dante and Shakespeare in the Western canon. One thinks of him in conjunction with Shakespeare and Montaigne because the three of them are wisdom writers. There is no fourth so sane, temperate, and benign unless it be Molière, and in some sense he was Montaigne born again, but in another genre. In one respect, only Cervantes and Shakespeare occupy the highest eminence. You cannot get ahead of them, because they are always there before you. Confronting the strength of Don Quixote, the reader is never lessened, only enhanced. That is not true in many moments of reading Dante or Milton or Jonathan Swift, whose Tale of a Tub always impresses me as the best prose in the language after Shakespeare's, and yet reproves me incessantly. It is also not true of the experience of reading Kafka, the central writer of our chaos. Shakespeare is again the nearest analog to Cervantes. We are sustained by the dramatist's well-nigh infinite capacity for disinterestedness. Although Cervantes is ceaselessly careful to be faithfully Catholic, we do not read Don Quixote as a pious work. Presumably, Cervantes was an old Christian, not descended from Jewish conversos or New Christians. Yet we cannot be certain about his origins, just as we cannot hope to surmise his attitudes precisely. Characterizing his ironies is an impossible task. Missing them is also impossible. Despite his heroic war service, he permanently lost the use of his left hand at the great sea battle of Lepanto against the Turks. Cervantes had to be very wary of the Counter-Reformation and the Inquisition. Quixote's modes of madness grant him, and Cervantes, something of a fool's license, akin to that of the fool in King Lear, a work staged simultaneously with the publication of the first part of Don Quixote. Cervantes was almost certainly a disciple of Erasmus, the Dutch humanist whose writing on Christian inwardness appealed greatly to the conversos. Caught between a Judaism they had been forced to abandon and a Christian system that made them second-class citizens, Cervantes' ancestral family was crowded with physicians, a popular Jewish profession in Spain before the expulsions and forced conversions of 1492. A century later, Cervantes seems subtly haunted by that terrible year, which did much harm to Jews and Moors, as well as to Spain's well-being as an economy and a society. No two readers ever seem to read the same Don Quixote, and the most distinguished critics have failed to agree on most of the book's fundamental aspects. Erich Auerbach thought it had no rival in the representation of ordinary reality as a continuous gaiety. Having just finished rereading Don Quixote, I blink at my inability to find what Auerbach called so universal and multi-layered, so non-critical and non-problematical a gaiety. Symbolic and tragic terms, even when employed to categorize the hero's madness, seem false to Auerbach. Against that claim, I set the most poignant and quixotic of all critical agonists, the Basque man of letters Miguel de Unamuno, whose tragic sense of life was founded upon his intimate relationship with Cervantes' masterpiece, which for Unamuno replaced the Bible as the authentic Spanish scripture. Our Lord Don Quixote, Unamuno called him, a Kafkan before Kafka, because his madness comes from a faith in what Kafka was to name indestructibility. Unamuno's Knight of the Sorrowful Countenance is a quester for survival, whose only madness is a crusade against death. Great was Don Quixote's madness, and it was great because the root from which it grew was great. The inextinguishable longing to survive, a source of the most extravagant follies as well as the most heroic acts. In this view, the Don's madness is a refusal to accept what Freud called reality testing, or the reality principle. When Don Quixote makes friends with the necessity of dying, he dies soon enough, thus returning to a Christianity conceived as the cult of death, and not just by Unamuno among Spanish visionaries. For Unamuno, the book's gaiety belongs solely to Sancho Panza, who purges his daemon, Don Quixote, and thus pleasurably follows the sad knight through every outrageous misadventure. This reading is again very close to Kafka's extraordinary parable, The Truth About Sancho Panza, in which it is Sancho who has devoured all the romances of chivalry until his imagined demon, personified as the Don, departs upon his adventures with Sancho tagging along. Perhaps Kafka was making Don Quixote into one long and rather bitter Jewish joke, but that may be more faithful to the book than reading it with Auerbach as unalloyed gaiety. Probably only Hamlet spurs as many variant interpretations as Don Quixote does. No one among us can purge Hamlet of his romantic interpreters, and Don Quixote has inspired just as numerous and persistent a romantic school of criticism, as well as books and essays opposing such a supposed idealization of Cervantes' protagonist. Romantics, myself included, see Quixote as hero, not fool, decline to read the book primarily as satire, and find in the work a metaphysical or visionary attitude regarding the Don's quest that makes the Cervantine influence upon Moby Dick seem wholly natural. From the German philosopher-critic Schelling in 1802 down to the Broadway musical man of La Mancha in 1966, there has been a continuous exaltation of the supposedly impossible dream quest. The novelists have been the major proponents of this apotheosis of Don Quixote. Exuberant admirers have included Fielding, Smollett, and Sterne in England, Goethe and Thomas Mann in Germany, Stendhal and Flaubert in France, Melville and Mark Twain in the United States, and virtually all modern Hispanic American writers. Dostoevsky, who might seem the least Cervantine of writers, insisted that Prince Mishkin in The Idiot was modeled on Don Quixote. Since Cervantes' remarkable experiment is credited by many as having invented the novel, as opposed to the picaresque narrative, the devotion of so many later novelists is understandable enough. But the enormous passions evoked by the book, in Stendhal and Flaubert in particular, are extraordinary tributes to its achievement. I myself naturally gravitate to Unamuno when I read Don Quixote, because for me the heart of the book is its revelation and celebration of heroic individuality, both in the Don and in Sancho. Unamuno rather perversely preferred the Don to Cervantes, but there I refuse to follow, because no writer has established a more intimate relation with his protagonist than Cervantes did. We wish we could know what Shakespeare himself thought of Hamlet. We know almost too much about how Don Quixote affected Cervantes, even if our knowledge is often indirect. Cervantes invented endless ways of disrupting his own narrative to compel the reader to tell the story in place of the wary author. The wily and wicked enchanters who supposedly work without ceasing to frustrate the magnificently indomitable Don Quixote are also employed to make us into unusually active readers. The Don supposes the sorcerers to exist, and Cervantes pragmatically realizes them as crucial components of his language. Everything is transformed through enchantment, is the quixotic lament, and the wicked sorcerer is Cervantes himself. His characters have read all of the stories about one another, and much of the novel's second part concerns itself with their reactions to having read the first. The reader is educated into considerably more sophistication of response, even when Don Quixote stubbornly refuses to learn, though that refusal has more to do with his own madness than with the active status of the chivalric romances that have crazed him. The Don and Cervantes together evolve toward a new kind of literary dialectic, one that alternates in proclaiming both the potency and the vanity of the narrative in its relation to real events. Even as the Don, in Part 1, gradually comes to understand the limitations of fiction, so Cervantes grows in his pride of authorship and in the particular joy of having invented the Don and Sancho. The loving, frequently irascible relationship between Quixote and Sancho is the greatness of the book, more even than the gusto of its representations of natural and social realities. What unites the Don and his squire is both their mutual participation in what has been called the order of play and their equally mutual, if rather grumpy affection for each other. I cannot think of a fully comparable friendship anywhere else in Western literature, certainly not one that relies so exquisitely upon hilarious conversation. Angus Fletcher, in his Colors of the Mind, catches the aura of these conversations. Where Quixote and Sancho meet is in a certain kind of animation, the spiritedness of their conversations. As they talk and often debate vigorously, they enlarge the field of each other's thoughts. No thought on either side goes unchecked or uncritiqued. By mainly courteous disagreement, most courteous when most sharply in conflict, they gradually establish an area of free play, where thoughts are set free for us, the readers, to ponder. My personal favorite among the many scores of Quixote-Sancho exchanges takes place in Part 2, Chapter 28, after the knight has emulated Sir John Falstaff in the wisdom of discretion as the better part of valor. Unfortunately, his decision has involved abandoning a stunned Sancho to a furious village. After the incident, poor Sancho moans that he aches all over and receives rather pedantic comfort from the knight. The reason for that, remarked Don Quixote, is undoubtedly the fact that the club they used was a long one and caught you all the way down your back where those aching parts are located. And if it had gone any farther down, you would ache still more. By God, exclaimed Sancho, your grace has taken a great load off my mind and made everything as clear as can be. Body of me, is the cause of my pain such a mystery that it is necessary to explain to me that I ache wherever the club reach me? Hidden in this exchange is the bond between the two, who beneath the surface enjoy the intimacy of equality. We can defer the question of which is the more original figure, while noting that the allied figure that they constitute together is more original than either is alone. A loving but quarrelsome duo, Sancho and the Don are united by more than their mutual affection and their authentic respect for each other. At their best, they are companions in the order of play, a sphere with its own rules and its own vision of reality. Unamuno is again the useful Cervantine critic here, but the theoretician is Johann Huizinga in his subtle book Homo Ludens, 1944, which barely mentions Cervantes. Huizinga begins by asserting that his subject, play, is to be distinguished from both comedy and folly. The category of the comic is connected with folly in the highest and lowest sense of that word. Play, however, is not foolish. It lies outside the antithesis of wisdom and folly. Don Quixote is neither a madman nor a fool, but someone who plays at being a knight-errant. Play is a voluntary activity, unlike madness and foolishness. Play, according to Huizinga, has four principal characteristics: freedom, disinterestedness, excludedness or limitedness, and order. You can test all of these qualities upon the Don's knight-errantry, but not always upon Sancho's faithful service as squire, for Sancho is slower to yield himself to play. The Don lifts himself into ideal place and time, and is faithful to his own freedom, to its disinterestedness and seclusion, and to its limits, until at last he is defeated, abandons the game, returns to Christian sanity, and so dies. Unamuno says of Quixote that he went out to seek his true fatherland and found it in exile. As always, Unamuno understood what was most inward in the great book. The Don, like the Jews and the Moors, is in exile, but in the mode of the conversos and moriscos, an internal exile. Don Quixote leaves his village to seek his spirit's home in exile, because only exiled can he be free. Cervantes never tells us explicitly why Alonso Quijano, the book gives the name several variant spellings, was first driven to craze himself by reading chivalric romances, until at last he went out upon the roads to become Don Quixote. A poor gentleman of La Mancha, Alonso has only one vice. He is an obsessive reader of the popular literature of his day, which crowds reality out of his mind. Cervantes describes Alonso as a pure case of the unlived life. He is single, close to 50, presumably without sexual experience, confined to the company of a housekeeper in her 40s, a 19-year-old niece, a field hand, and his two friends, the village curate and Nicholas the barber. Not far away lives a peasant girl, the robust Aldonza Lorenzo, who has unknowingly become the ideal object of his fantasies, renamed in them as the great lady, Dulcinea del Toboso. Whether she is truly the object of the good man's quest is unclear. One critic has gone so far as to suggest that Quijano is impelled to become Don Quixote because of barely repressed lust for his own niece, a notion nowhere in Cervantes' text, but an indication of the desperation to which Cervantes has been known to drive his scholars. All Cervantes tells us is that his hero has gone mad, and we are given no clinical details whatsoever. Unamuno's reaction seems to me the best one on the quixotic loss of his wits. He lost them for our sake, for our benefit, so as to leave us an eternal example of spiritual generosity. That is to say, Don Quixote goes mad as a vicarious atonement for our drabness, our ungenerous dearth of imagination. Sancho, a poor peasant, is persuaded to go along as squire on the knight's second sally, which turns into the glorious affair of the windmills. The inducement for the good and ostensibly slow-witted Sancho is that he will govern an island, which the knight will conquer for him. Cervantes is inevitably ironic when he first introduces us to Sancho, whose wit is extraordinary and whose true desire is to gain fame rather than wealth as a governor. More fundamentally, an element in Sancho desires the order of play, uneasy as the rest of Sancho is with some of the consequences of Quixotic play. Like the Don, Sancho searches for a new ego, an idea that Alejo Carpentier, the Cuban novelist, believes Cervantes first invented. I would say that Shakespeare and Cervantes came at it simultaneously, the difference between the two being the modalities of change in their principal characters. Don Quixote and Sancho Panza are each other's ideal conversationalists. They change by listening to each other. In Shakespeare, change comes from self-overhearing and from pondering the implications of what one has heard. Neither the Don nor Sancho is capable of overhearing himself. The quixotic ideal and the Panzaesque reality are too strong for their upholders to doubt, so they cannot absorb their own departures from their standards. They can speak blasphemies but not recognize them when they emerge. The tragic greatness of the Shakespearean protagonists extends to comedy, history, and romance. Only in climactic recognition scenes are the survivors able to listen fully to what others are saying. Shakespeare's influence, and not just in English-speaking countries, has overcome that of Cervantes. Modern solipsism stems from Shakespeare and from Petrarch before him. Dante, Cervantes, Molière, who depend on interchanges between their personae, seem less natural than Shakespeare's gorgeous solipsism, and perhaps they are indeed less natural. Shakespeare has no parallel to the exchanges between the Don and Sancho, because his friends and lovers never quite listen to one another. Think of Antony's death scene, in which Cleopatra hears and overhears mostly herself, or the attempts at play between Falstaff and Hal, in which Falstaff is forced into defense because the prince so perpetually attacks. There are gentler exceptions, like Rosalind and Celia in As You Like It, but they are not the norm. Shakespearean individuality is matchless, but it exacts enormous costs. Cervantine egoism, exalted by Unamuno, is always qualified by the free relationship between Sancho and the Don, who grant one another space for play. Both Cervantes and Shakespeare are supreme in the creation of personality, but the greatest Shakespearean personalities, Hamlet, Lear, Iago, Shylock, Falstaff, Cleopatra, Prospero, at last wither gloriously in the air of an inward solitude. Don Quixote is saved by Sancho, and Sancho by the Don. Their friendship is canonical and changes, in part, the subsequent nature of the canon. What does madness mean if its sufferer cannot be deceived by other men or women? No one exploits Don Quixote, not even Quixote himself. He takes windmills for giants and puppet shows for realities, but he is not to be mocked because he will outwit you. His madness is a literary madness and can be contrasted usefully to the only partly literary madness of the speaker in Robert Browning's great chivalric romance, Childe Roland to the Dark Tower came. Don Quixote is mad because his great prototype, the Orlando Roland of Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, fell into an erotic madness. So as the Don points out to Sancho, did Amadis of Gaul, another heroic precursor. Browning's Childe Roland wants only to be fit to fail, even as the poet knights one by one failed before him at the Dark Tower. Don Quixote is considerably healthier than that. He wants to win, no matter how many times he gets painfully flattened. His madness, as he makes clear, is a poetic strategy worked out by others before him, and he is nothing if not a traditionalist. Cervantes was wary of too close a Spanish precursor. His deepest affinities were with the converso Fernando de Rojas, author of the great narrative drama Celestina. Not exactly a Catholic work in its savage immoralism and its lack of theological suppositions. Cervantes remarked that it would be a divine book, in my view, if it concealed more the human, clearly meaning the refusal of human sexuality to accept any moral constraints. Don Quixote, of course, imposes moral constraints upon his sexual desires to such an extent that he might as well be a priest, which according to Unamuno, he truly was, a priest of the true Spanish church, the Quixotic. The Don's perpetual eagerness for battle against nearly all odds is rather clearly a sublimation of the sexual drive. The obscure object of his desire, the enchanted Dulcinea, is the emblem of glory to be attained in and through violence, always rendered by Cervantes as an absurdity. A survivor of Lepanto and other battles, as well as of long years of Moorish captivity and then of Spanish prisons, where Don Quixote may have been begun, Cervantes had first-hand knowledge of battle and of bondage. We are intended to regard Don Quixote's shocking heroism with both great respect and considerable irony, a Cervantine stance not too easy to analyze. Outrageous as its manifestations are, the Don's courage convincingly surpasses that of any other hero in Western literature. Direct confrontation of the greatness of Don Quixote cannot proceed very far without the critic's courage. Cervantes, with all his ironies, is in love with Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, and so is any reader who loves reading. Explaining love is a vain exercise in life, where the word love means everything and nothing but ought to be a rational possibility in regard to the greatest literature. Here Cervantes may have touched the universal more surely even than Shakespeare, since I remain bewildered that my intense love for Don Quixote's only rival among knights-errant, Sir John Falstaff, is not necessarily shared by all of my students, let alone by most of my fellow teachers. No one goes about calling Don Quixote a disgusting and besotted old wretch, which was G.B. Shaw's judgment against Falstaff, but there are always Cervantine critics who persist in labeling the Don a fool and a madman, and who tell us that Cervantes is satirizing his hero's undisciplined egocentricity. If that were true, there would be no book, for who wants to read about Alonso Quijano the Good? Disenchanted at the very end, he dies religiously and sanely, always reminding me of those friends of my youth who went through decades of psychoanalysis interminable, to terminate shrunken indeed and dried out, all passion spent, fit to die analytically and sanely. Even part one of the great book is anything but a satire on the hero, and part two, as is generally recognized, is so designed as to cause the reader an even firmer identification with the Don and with Sancho. Herman Melville, with authentic American gusto, called Don Quixote that sagest sage that ever lived, happily ignoring the hero's fictiveness. There were for Melville three prime originals among literary characters: Hamlet, Don Quixote, and the Satan of Paradise Lost. Ahab, alas, was not quite a fourth, perhaps because he blended all three, but his crew acquired a Cervantine atmosphere, directly prayed for by Melville in a wonderful peroration that stations Cervantes, memorably and insanely, in the middle between the visionary of Pilgrim's Progress and President Andrew Jackson, hero of all American Democrats. Bear me out in it, thou great democratic God, who didst not refuse to the swart convict, Bunyan, the pale poetic pearl. Thou who didst clothe with doubly hammered leaves of finest gold the stumped and pauperized arm of old Cervantes. Thou who didst pick up Andrew Jackson from the pebbles, who didst hurl him upon a war horse, who didst thunder him higher than a throne. Thou who, in all thy mighty earthly marchings, ever cullest thy selectest champions from the kingly commons. Bear me out in it, O God. That is an ecstasy of the American religion, having little in common with the wary Catholicism of Cervantes, but much that is parallel with the Spanish religion of Quixotism as expounded by Unamuno. The tragic sense of life discovered by Unamuno and Don Quixote is also the faith of Moby Dick. Ahab is a monomaniac, so is the kindlier Quixote, but both are tormented idealists who seek justice in human terms, not as theocentric men, but as ungodly, godlike men. Ahab seeks only Moby Dick's destruction. Renown is nothing to the Quaker captain, and revenge is everything. No one except a panoply of mythical enchanters has done any harm to Don Quixote, who absorbs bufferings with endless stoicism. The Don's motive, according to Unamuno, is eternal fame, interpreted as an expansion of the personality in space and time. I read that as the secular equivalent of the blessing in the Yahwist, more life into a time without boundaries. Generosity and simple goodness are the quixotic virtues. His vice, if there is one, is the Golden Age Spanish conviction that victory through arms is everything. But since he is so frequently defeated, this failing is transitory at worst. As I do, Unamuno took most seriously the Don's sublimated desire for Aldonza Lorenzo and his subsequent Beatrice-like exaltation of her as the angelic, if unfortunately enchanted Dulcinea, which allows us to see the knight in something close to his full complexity. He lives by faith while knowing, as his lucid outbursts show, that he believes in a fiction, and knowing, at least in flashes, that it is only a fiction. Dulcinea is a supreme fiction, and Don Quixote, an obsessed reader, is a poet of action who has created a grand myth. Unamuno's Quixote is a paradoxical agonist, the ancestor of the diminished questers who wander through our chaos in Kafka and Beckett. The hero of a secular indestructibility was perhaps unintended by Cervantes himself, but he achieves apotheosis in Unamuno's fiery commentary. This Quixote is a metaphysical actor, able to risk derision in order to keep idealism alive. Against the idealistic knight of an essentially erotic faith, Cervantes sets the figure of the trickster, an extraordinary, quite Shakespearean character, Ginés de Pasamonte, who first appears in Part 1, Chapter 22, as one of the prisoners bound for the galleys and returns again in Part 2, Chapters 25-27, as the illusionist Master Pedro, who divinates through a mystical monkey and then stages a puppet show so vivid that Don Quixote, mistaking it for his own reality, attacks and demolishes the puppets. In Ginés, Cervantes gives us an imaginary figure who would be as much at home in the Elizabethan underworld as in the lower depths of Golden Age Spain. When Don Quixote and Sancho first encounter him, he is being marched down a road together with a dozen other prisoners, all condemned by the king to service as galley slaves. The other culprits are handcuffed and all are strung together by their necks on an iron chain. Gines, the most formidable, is chained more extravagantly, unless otherwise indicated I use here and throughout Samuel Putnam's translation. Back of these came a man around 30 years of age and of very good appearance, except that when he looked at you his eyes were seen to be a little crossed. He was shackled in a different manner from the others, for he dragged behind him a chain so huge that it was wrapped all around his body, with two rings at the throat, one of which was attached to the chain, while the other was fastened to what is known as a keep friend or friend's foot, from which two irons hung down to his waist, ending in handcuffs secured by a heavy padlock in such a manner that he could neither raise his hands to his mouth nor lower his head to reach his hands. Gines, as the guards explain, is famously dangerous, so bold and cunning that even chained as he is, they fear his escape. His sentence is 10 years in the galleys, which is equivalent to civil death. The cruel inability of Gines' head and hands to reach one another is, as Roberto González Echevarria notes, an irony directed against the authors of picaresque novels. For the picaroon Gines is at work composing his own history, as he boasts, "If you want to know anything about my life, know that I am Gines de Pasamonte, whose life story has been written down by those fingers that you see here." He speaks the truth, said the commissary, for he has himself written his story, as big as you please, and has left the book in the prison, having pawned it for 200 reales. "And I mean to redeem it," said Gines, "even if it costs me 200 ducats." "Is it as good as that?" inquired Don Quixote. "Is it as good as that?" inquired Don Quixote. "It is so good," replied Gines, "that it will cast into the shade Lazarillo de Tormes, and all others of that sort that have been or will be written. What I would tell you is that it deals with facts, and facts so interesting and amusing that no lies could equal them." "And what is the title of the book?" asked Don Quixote. "The Life of Gines de Pasamonte." "Is it finished?" "How could it be finished," said Gines, "when my life is not finished as yet?" The outrageous Gines has stated a grand principle of the picaresque, one that does not apply to Don Quixote, even though that work too ends with the death of the hero. But Don Quixote dies metaphorically before Alonso Quijano. The good dies literally. Lazarillo de Tormes, the anonymous archetype of the Spanish picaresque, first published in 1553, remains wonderfully readable and was beautifully rendered into English by the poet W. S. Merwin in 1962. If the story of the boastful Gines had been better than that, it would have been very good indeed. But of course it is, because it is part of Don Quixote. Gines has done a previous 4-year term in the galleys, but is saved from his 10-year sentence through the intervention of the sublimely mad Quixote. Gines and the other convicts escape, despite poor Sancho's desperate warning to his master that his action directly defies the king. Cervantes, himself a captive of the Moors for 5 years, and imprisoned again in Spain for his supposed derelictions as a tax collector, clearly expresses a personal passion beyond irony in the speech of the dawn that includes the plangent, "There will be no dearth of others to serve his majesty under more propitious circumstances, and it does not appear to me to be just to make slaves of those whom God created as free men." After a general melee, the guards run off, and the knight instructs the freed convicts to present themselves to Dulcinea so as to describe the adventure. Gines, after trying to talk sense to the soon infuriated Quixote, leads the convicts in stoning and stripping their savior and Sancho before running off until they were left alone now, the ass and Rocinante, Sancho and Don Quixote. The ass, crestfallen and pensive, wagging its ears now and then, being under the impression that the hurricane of stones that had raged about them was not yet over. Rocinante, stretched alongside his master, for the hack also had been felled by a stone. Sancho, naked and fearful of the Holy Brotherhood, and Don Quixote, making wry faces at seeing himself so mishandled by those to whom he had done so much good. The pathos of this passage seems to me exquisite. It is one of those Cervantine effects that never leave one. Unamuno, as sublimely crazy as his lord Don Quixote, delightfully comments, all of which should teach us to liberate galley slaves precisely, because they will not be grateful to us for it. The rueful Quixote disagrees with his Basque exegete and vows to Sancho that the lesson is learned, to which the wise squire ripostes, "If your grace takes warning, then I am a Turk." It was Cervantes who took warning because of his affection for his minor but superb creation, Ginet de Passamont, the famous rogue and thief. Ginet, confidence man and shamanistic imp of the perverse, is what might be called one of the canonical criminal characters in literature, like Shakespeare's Barnardine in Measure for Measure or Balzac's superb Vautrin. If Vautrin can reappear as Abbé Carlos Herrera, then Ginés can manifest himself as Master Pedro, the puppet master. An important question to ask is what, besides the pride of authorship, impelled Cervantes to bring back Ginés de Pasamonte in Part 2 of Don Quixote. Critics generally agree that the contrast between Ginés in the Don, picaroon trickster and chivalric visionary, is partly an opposition of two literary genres, the picaresque in the novel, which Cervantes essentially invented in much the same way that Shakespeare, who did not know Greek tragedy, only its crippled remnant in the Roman Seneca, invented modern tragedy and modern tragic comedy as well. As in the Shakespearean protagonists, authentic inwardness incarnates itself in Don Quixote, whereas the scamp Pasamonte is all outwardness, despite his deep talents at duplicity. Ginés is a shapeshifter. He cannot change except in externals. The Don, like the great Shakespearean characters, cannot stop changing. That is the purpose of his frequently irascible, but always finely loving conversations with the faithful Sancho. Bound together by the order of play, they are also united by the endless further humanization they bring about in each other. Their crises are innumerable. How could they not be in the realm of the quixotic? Sancho hesitates sometimes on the verge of abandoning the relationship, yet he cannot. Partly he is fascinated, but in the end he is held by love, and so is the Don. The love cannot perhaps be distinguished from the order of play, but that is as it should be. Certainly one reason for Ginet de Pasamonte's return in Part 2 is that he never participates in play, even as puppet master. Every reader recognizes that the difference between the two parts of Don Quixote is that everyone who matters most in Part 2 is either explicitly credited with having read Part 1 or knows that he was a character in it. That provides a different frame for the reappearance of the picaroon Ginés when we reach the moment in Part 2, Chapter 25, when we encounter a man clad in chamois skin, hose, breeches, and a doublet, and with a patch of green taffeta over one eye and that whole side of his face. This is Master Pedro come, as he says, with the divining ape and the spectacle of the freeing of Melisendra by her husband, the famous knight-errant, Don Gaiferos, she being the daughter of Charlemagne held captive by the Moors, and he being a principal vassal of Charlemagne. The landlord at the inn where Master Pedro joins Don Quixote and Sancho Panza says of the puppet master that he talks more than 6 men and drinks more than a dozen. After he identifies the Don and Sancho, at the advice of his divining ape, whose divination goes only backward, from present to past, Ginés Pedro stages the puppet show, certainly one of the metaphorical splendors of Cervantes' masterpiece. The classic exegesis here is from Ortega y Gasset in his Meditations on Quixote. He compares Master Pedro's puppet show to the Velázquez Maids of Honor, where the artist in painting the king and queen simultaneously places his studio in the picture. It is not a painting upon which Don Quixote could safely have gazed, and he is certainly the worst possible audience for the puppet show. Upon seeing such a lot of Moors and hearing such a din, Don Quixote thought that it would be a good thing for him to aid the fugitives, and, rising to his feet, he cried out, "Never so long as I live, and in my presence, will I permit such violence to be done to so famous a knight and so bold a lover as Don Gaiferos. Halt, low-born rabble, cease your pursuit and persecution, or otherwise ye shall do battle with me." With these words he drew his sword, and in one bound was beside the stage, and then with accelerated and unheard-of fury, he began slashing at the Moorish puppets, knocking some of them over, beheading others, crippling this one, mangling that one. Among the many blows he dealt was one downward stroke that, if Master Pedro had not ducked and crouched, would have sliced off his head more easily than if it had been made of almond paste. That downward stroke, by no means unintended, may be the heart of this delightful intervention. Master Pedro has intruded in the order of play, where he has no place, and it moves to avenge itself upon the rogue. A while before, Don Quixote has said to Sancho that the puppet master must have made a bargain with the devil, because the divining ape answers only questions about the past or the present, for that is as far as the devil's knowledge extends. The knight's suspicion of the trickster continues when he criticizes Master Pedro's mistakes in ascribing church bells to the Moorish mosques. Gines Pedro's defensive reply further prepares us for the Don's shattering of the show. Don't be looking for trifles, Señor Don Quixote, or expect things to be impossibly perfect. Are not 1,000 comedies performed almost every day that are full of inaccuracies and absurdities? Yet they run their course and are received not only with applause but with admiration and all the rest? Go on, boy, and let him talk. For so long as I fill my wallet, it makes no difference if there are as many inaccuracies in my show as there are motes in the sun. Don Quixote's reply is the grimly laconic, "You have spoken the truth." Here Master Pedro has become Cervantes' great literary rival, the monstrously productive and successful poet-playwright Lope de Vega, whose financial triumphs heightened Cervantes' sense of commercial failure as a stage dramatist. The knight's subsequent assault upon pasteboard illusions is at once a critique of public taste and a metaphysical manifestation of quixotic or visionary will, making ghostlier the demarcations between art and nature. The humor of disjunction is salted by literary satire, hardly mitigated by the aftermath in which the chastened Don makes financial amends for his generous error and blames the usual wicked enchanters for having deceived him. Gines de Passamont then vanishes from the story, for he has performed his function as picaroon foil to the visionary knight. We are left with not only delight, but an aesthetic fable that goes on reverberating as an epitome of the quixotic enterprise, showing at once its limits and its heroic persistence at breaking beyond the normative boundaries of literary representation. Gines, archetype of the picaresque, cannot compete with the Don, forerunner of the triumph of the novel. Readers divide over their preference for Part 1 or Part 2 of Don Quixote, perhaps because these are not only very different works, but curiously separate from each other, not so much in tone and attitude as in the relation of the Don and Sancho to their world. I do not hear any weariness in Cervantes in Part 2, which I prefer, but knight and squire alike have to sustain a new self-consciousness, and sometimes they seem to take this as an implicit burden. To know that you are a character in an ongoing book is not always a help in your adventures. Surrounded by readers of their earlier debacles, Don Quixote and Sancho nevertheless remain uninhibited. Sancho actually gains in zest, and there is an even greater closeness and friendship between the two characters. Best of all, there is Sancho on his own, during his 10 days of being a wise and much harried governor, until he sensibly resigns and returns to Don Quixote and to himself. What happens to Cervantes in this part moves me most, because his relation to his own writing changes. He is facing toward death, and something of him, as he knows, will die with Don Quixote, while something else, perhaps deeper, will live on in Sancho Panza. Cervantes' relation to his enormous book is never easy to categorize. Leo Spitzer saw it as conferring a new, if carefully limited, authority on the literary artist, high above this worldwide cosmos of his making. Cervantes' artistic self is enthroned, an all-embracing creative self, nature-like, godlike, almighty, all-wise, all-good, and benign. This artist is godlike but not deified. Cervantes always bows before the supernal wisdom of God, as embodied in the teachings of the Catholic Church and the established order of the state and of society. Whether or not he was descended from Jewish forced converts, Cervantes would have been suicidal not to so bow, as Spitzer surely knew. Whatever Don Quixote is or is not, it is scarcely a Catholic devotional novel or a paean to sovereign reason, as Spitzer also suggested. The book's continuous laughter is frequently melancholy, even painful, and Don Quixote is both a stalwart of humane affection and a man of sorrow. Can the peculiarly Cervantian ever be defined? Erich Auerbach said that it cannot be described in words, but courageously tried anyway. It is not a philosophy, it is no didactic purpose, it is not even a being stirred by the uncertainty of human existence or by the power of destiny, as in the case of Montaigne and Shakespeare. It is an attitude toward the world, and hence also toward the subject matter of his art, in which bravery and equanimity play a major part. Together with the delight he takes in the multifariousness of his sensory play, there is in him a certain southern reticence and pride. This prevents him from taking the play very seriously. I confess that these eloquent sentences do not describe the Don Quixote where I persist in rereading, if only because Cervantes seems to take the play of the world and the counterplay of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza very seriously as well as ironically. The Cervantean is as multivalent as the Shakespearean. It contains us, with all of our severe differences from one another. Wisdom is as much an attribute of the Don and Sancho, particularly when they are considered together, as intelligence and mastery of language are qualities of Sir John Falstaff, Hamlet, and Rosalind. Cervantes' two heroes are simply the largest literary characters in the whole Western canon, except for their triple handful, at most, of Shakespearean peers. Their fusion of folly and wisdom and their disinterestedness can be matched only in Shakespeare's most memorable men and women. Cervantes has naturalized us as Shakespeare has. We can no longer see what makes Don Quixote so permanently original, so searchingly strange a work. If the play of the world can still be located in the greatest literature, then it must be here. The Western Canon by Harold Bloom. Montaigne and Molière, the canonical elusiveness of the truth. There appears to be no single figure in French literature who is at the center of the national canon. No Shakespeare, no Dante, Goethe, Cervantes, Pushkin, Whitman. Instead, there is a concourse of titans, any of whom might be nominated. Rabelais, Montaigne, Molière, Racine, Rousseau, Hugo, Baudelaire, Flaubert, Proust. Perhaps one could designate a composite author, Montaigne Molière, for the greatest of essayists was the spiritual father of Shakespeare's only rival as a comic dramatist. Molière considered his enterprise the amusement of decent people an odd venture, which Shakespeare, the most comprehensive of consciousnesses, presumably did not. His audience welcomed all his indecencies. Queen Elizabeth was certainly not the Sun King, Louis XIV, and even James I, the most intellectual of British monarchs, never quite became Shakespeare's crucial playgoer, as Louis XIV had to be for Molière. Perhaps that consideration restricted Molière, though certainly not much, since he is nearly as universal a dramatist as Shakespeare. He has a surprising affinity to Shakespeare, in which a mutual relation to Montaigne may play a part. Molière's Hamlet is Alceste, protagonist of the misanthrope. Both characters stem from aspects of Montaigne, and both justify Nietzsche's savage, permanently disturbing apothegm. That which we can find words for is something already dead in our hearts. There is always a kind of contempt in the act of speaking. Such contempt is surmounted by Hamlet only in Act 5, and never by Alceste. Nietzsche's vehement insight applies to speaking, not to writing, so it is antithetical to the art of Montaigne the essayist. Emerson, like Nietzsche, a professed disciple of Montaigne, famously said of the essays, "Cut these words and they would bleed. They are vascular and alive." Montaigne's triumph was to fuse himself and his book in an overt act that has to be called originality, a word more positive in English than in French, where to be an original is to be peculiar. What may be least French in Montaigne is the strangeness of his radical originality, yet it was the strangeness that made him canonical, not just for France but for the West. I always return with fresh wonder to this unrealized truth about the Western canon. Works are appropriated by it for their singularity, not because they fit smoothly into an existing order. Like every major canonical author, Montaigne startles the common reader at each fresh encounter, if only because he is unlike any preconception we bring to him. He can be interpreted as skeptic, humanist, Catholic, Stoic, even Epicurean, very nearly what you will. His scope and capaciousness sometimes approach Shakespearean dimensions, And one way to consider him, though he knew nothing of Shakespeare while Shakespeare knew something of him, is as the largest scale of all Shakespearean characters, huger than Hamlet as a questing self. Montaigne changes as he rereads and revises his own book. More perhaps than in any other instance, the man is the book. No other writer overhears himself so acutely as Montaigne perpetually does. No other book is so much an ongoing process. I cannot make myself familiar with it, though I reread it constantly, because it is a miracle of mutability. The only equivalent reading experience that I know is to reread endlessly in the notebooks and journals of Ralph Waldo Emerson, the American version of Montaigne. But Emerson's journals are necessarily a vast sprawl, not a book, and Montaigne's self-essays are a book. For an elegiac literary critic like myself, Montaigne's essays have scriptural status, competing with the Bible, the Quran, Dante, and Shakespeare. Of all French authors, even Rabelais and Molière, Montaigne seems the least confined by a national culture, though paradoxically he had much to do with forming the mind of France. Montaigne's mother, whom he scarcely mentions, came from a family of conversos, Spanish Jews who had converted but abandoned their second-class citizen status in Spain and settled in Bordeaux. Although Montaigne remained a Catholic, some of his siblings became Calvinists, and whatever kind of writer Montaigne became, it would be grotesque to call him a religious one. There are about a dozen mentions and citations of Socrates for each appearance of Christ in the pages of Montaigne's book. Even M.C. Screech, the one scholar who insists upon regarding Montaigne as a liberal Catholic religious writer, concludes by emphasizing that, for Montaigne, the divine never touches human life without upsetting that natural order in which man is most at home. As a public man, mostly despite his own desire, Montaigne refused to take sides in the civil wars of religion that raged around him in France for most of his adult life. His personal devotion was to Henry of Navarre, his fellow Gascon, the Protestant champion who as Henry IV converted to Catholicism in order to secure Paris in the kingdom. Montaigne, had he been in better health, would probably have accepted Henry IV's invitation to become one of his advisors. But fate had it otherwise, and the author of the essays died a private citizen at the age of 59. His book was already famous throughout Europe and has never diminished in its popularity and influence. If the reluctant prophecy I venture is correct, and we are only a decade or less away from the dawning of a new theocratic age, Montaigne will vanish, at least for a time. His power depends uniquely upon the male reader's inability not to identify with the author. Feminists are unlikely ever to forgive Montaigne, who far exceeds Freud in male chauvinism. Freud declared women to be an insoluble mystery, but for Montaigne there was no mystery at all. They were not quite human in the sense that he most valued the human. He identified them wholly with nature. And yet he was too wise, even in his own day, not to know who bore the culpability. That is the implicit conclusion of his late, highly sexual essay, On Some Verses of Virgil. I say that males and females are cast in the same mold. Except for education and custom, the difference is not great. Plato invites both without discrimination to the fellowship of all studies, exercises, functions, warlike and peaceful occupations in his commonwealth. And the philosopher Antisthenes eliminated any distinction between their virtue and ours. It is much easier to accuse one sex than to excuse the other. It is the old saying, the pot calls the kettle black. I quote, as I will throughout this chapter, from the eloquent translation of the late Donald M. Frame, who also seems to me Montaigne's best interpreter. Frame locates Montaigne's mutable center in his gradual realization that all of us, male humanists included, are of the common herd. Hardly a sensational discovery as we stumble toward the close of the democratic age. But it was pretty radical and unhumanistic for a learned writer in 1590, Frame adds. To recover much else that was radical about Montaigne in 1590, I suggest that we juxtapose him with Blaise Pascal, the French scientist and religious writer born a third of a century later in 1623. Pascal could rarely refer to Montaigne without anxiety and resentment, and refused to understand that Montaigne's Catholicism was actually founded upon his prevalent skepticism. Since Montaigne encounters only mutability in a world of Platonic appearances, He has no trouble espousing a belief that the Catholic God is immutable and beyond our knowledge. His God is not hidden but is nevertheless unreachable, so that we are compelled to abide eternally in patience, waiting for God's gift of himself. Meanwhile, we live as natural men, happily skeptical of the world we inhabit. Pascal's God, in contrast, is both hidden and reachable, a paradox that creates a context for tragedy, as in Racine, but does not suit the domain of comedy, as in Molière. What Montaigne may well have been for Molière, Pascal certainly was for Racine, the stimulus for a dramatic vision. Montaigne's skepticism may have helped to induce tragicomedy in Hamlet, but it would more easily have helped to inspire ironic comedy in The Misanthrope. The tragic vision in France, exemplified by Pascal and Racine, has not been as readily exportable as the French comic vision of Montaigne and Molière has proved to be. T.S. Eliot's dogmatic neo-Christianity prompted him to prefer Pascal to Montaigne, a possible spiritual choice but an insupportable literary judgment. Eliot had the embarrassment of introducing Pascal's Pensée, which is a bad case of indigestion in regard to Montaigne, so bad that it borders on what many would condemn as outright plagiarism. Pascal, some have surmised, wrote his Pensée with his copy of Montaigne's essays open before him. Whether or not this was literally true, it was an apt metaphor for Pascal's resentful and dyspeptic cannibalizing of Montaigne's work. We are almost in the situation of Borges' early story, Pierre Menard, author of the Quixote, with Pascal as Menard and Montaigne as Cervantes. Here is one of my favorite juxtapositions, Pascal's Pensée 358, followed by a great moment in Montaigne's culminating essay, Of Experience. Man is neither angel nor brute, and the unfortunate thing is that he who would act the angel acts the brute. They want to get out of themselves and escape from the man. That is madness. Instead of changing into angels, they change into beasts. Instead of raising themselves, they lower themselves. Montaigne has his sources, which he revises and transcends through the medium of his strong self. All Pascal has is Montaigne, whom he does not want, but with whom he is obsessed. The result is doubly unfortunate. Pascal merely chides all of us. Montaigne accuses some of us of an idealizing madness. Pascal reduces us to our acts. Montaigne is concerned with our essential being. Why was Pascal so obsessed with Montaigne? Eliot insists that Pascal studied Montaigne in order to demolish him, but could not do so, because it was like flinging hand grenades into a fog. Montaigne, Eliot assures us, was a fog, a gas, a fluid, insidious element, which must surely be the oddest description of Montaigne ever attempted. The intention of Eliot's invidious metaphor is revealed when the author of Murder in the Cathedral insists that Montaigne succeeded in giving expression to the skepticism of every human being, Pascal and Eliot doubtless included. I think that this is simply wrong, and it underestimates Montaigne, whose originality and power do not emanate from his limited skepticism, which after all takes care to remain a Catholic skepticism. For all his ironic modesty, Montaigne writes as a charismatic somewhat like Hamlet. What contaminates us is not Montaigne's derivative skepticism, but his highly original personality, the first personality ever put forward by a writer as the matter of his work. Walt Whitman and Norman Mailer are indirect descendants of Montaigne, even as Emerson and Nietzsche are his direct progeny. Pascal, his would-be destroyer, is one of Montaigne's involuntary victims. Not a fog, a gas, or a fluid, Montaigne is complete, natural man, and as such an offense to desperate implorers for grace like Pascal and T.S. Eliot, neither of them a comic writer, though each is a considerable ironist. Frame's study of Montaigne is usefully called Montaigne's discovery of man, and though the late 16th century might seem a delayed time for such a discovery, it is more difficult to nominate an authentic precursor for Montaigne than it is for Freud. Montaigne cheerfully ascribed everything to Seneca and Plutarch, and he does ransack them, but only for material. Montaigne certainly is an original. Self-consciousness had never before been expressed so fully and so well. The miracle of Montaigne is that he is almost never self-conscious in our current negative sense. We do not compliment anyone by saying she is a self-conscious person. Montaigne talks about himself for 850 large pages, and we want still more of him because he represents not every man, and certainly no woman, but very nearly every man who has the desire, ability, and opportunity to think and to read. That was his gift or charisma, and it is very difficult to explain. Emerson, who saw it so well, could not expound it, and Montaigne scholars cannot either. The best clue I know of is Plato's Socrates, who haunted Montaigne. The Swiss historian Herbert Luthi thought that all of Montaigne was in one of the most casual of his sentences. When I play with my cat, who knows if she does not amuse herself more with me than I with her? That is a step beyond perspectivism and, even better, a playful step and a Socratic one. Yet Plato's Socrates is a dualist, exalting the soul over the body, and Montaigne is a monist, refusing to bruise the body in order to pleasure the soul. Even Socrates is not clue enough. What gave Montaigne the clarity to see and write the truth about himself? Most readers agree that Montaigne's greatest essay is the one he stations carefully as the conclusion to his book, Of Experience. I turn to it to seek the secret of Montaigne, if I am capable of finding it out. Emerson's own best essay is naturally entitled Experience, and it has a particular moment, my favorite among others, that demonstrates eloquently what he had learned from his master Montaigne. And we cannot say too little of our constitutional necessity of seeing things under private aspects or saturated with our humors. And yet is the God the native of these bleak rocks? That need makes in morals the capital virtue of self-trust. We must hold hard to this poverty, however scandalous, and by more vigorous self-recoveries, after the sallies of action, possess our axis more firmly. Poverty here is imaginative need, as it will also be in Wallace Stevens's poetry. What was Montaigne's poverty, his imaginative need for the readers of his essays? The need and the charisma were one and account for his designs upon us. He fears his melancholy in ours, and offers his wisdom as antidote for both. His melancholy is itself canonical, and his wisdom has become so. On canonical melancholy, I like best the summary by Maggie Kilgore in her study From Communion to Cannibalism. Associated with theories of stellar influence, the infusion of external powers into the body, melancholy looks forward to theories of poetic influence, and from its beginning was identified with the artistic personality, which was seen as essentially ambivalent. Melancholy was seen as both a humor and a disease, and through the merging of the originally opposed theories of Galen and Aristotle, as both curse and blessing. It was a sign of both a genius and of a vicious demon, both in the older sense of good and bad presiding spirits, and later in the modern sense of innate qualities. Melancholy or artistic ambivalence has much to do with the aesthetic anguish at not being self-begotten, as in the case of a great poet and ruined angel. Milton's Satan, who was Lucifer until he fell. In Montaigne, melancholy is central early on. In Book 1, Essays 2 and 3, of sadness and our feelings reach out beyond us. But these trials do not tell us much. Authentic or mature melancholy in Montaigne transcends the ambivalences of authorship and turns upon the great shadows of pain and of death. The major, almost the only friendship of Montaigne's life was with Étienne de la Boétie, 2 years older than himself. After 6 years of close relationship, La Boétie died suddenly at the age of 32. Perhaps because he wished never again to suffer such a loss, Montaigne allowed no more real friendships after this death. The Christian or Pauline view of death, which sees it as an abnormality brought on by the fall, is not Montaigne's. As Hugo Friedrich observes, Montaigne does not bother to polemicize against the Christian stance, but simply ignores it as being irrelevant to him. Despite Montaigne's devotion to Socrates, he does not share the Socratic sense of the soul's immortality, let alone the Christian doctrine of survival after death. Nothing could be less Christian, or much funnier, than Montaigne's advice about preparations for dying, from Of Physiognomy, Book 3, Essay 12. If you don't know how to die, don't worry. Nature will tell you what to do on the spot, fully and adequately. She will do this job perfectly for you. Don't bother your head about it. We trouble our life by concern about death, and death by concern about life. One torments us, the other frightens us. It is not against death that we prepare ourselves, That is too momentary a thing. A quarter hour of suffering without consequences, without harm, does not deserve any particular precepts. To tell the truth, we prepare ourselves against the preparations of death. Telling the truth for Montaigne is at last the telling of experience, the next and final essay after this dismissal of Christian dying. Natural skepticism yields to natural knowledge, only to return to the limits of the knowable and to Socrates. It is from my experience that I affirm human ignorance, which is, in my opinion, the most certain fact in the school of the world. Those who will not conclude their own ignorance from so vain an example as mine, or as theirs, let them recognize it through Socrates, the master of masters. What goes beyond ignorance is what Freud was to call the realization that the ego is always a bodily ego, a truth that Montaigne phrases more artfully. In fine, all this fricassee that I am scribbling here is nothing but a record of the essays of my life, which for spiritual health is exemplary enough if you take its instruction in reverse. But as for bodily health, no one can furnish more useful experience than I, who present it pure, not at all corrupted or altered by art or theorizing. Experience is really on its own dunghill in the subject of medicine, where reason yields it the whole field. Reason presumably concerns being and, as Montaigne insists, he does not depict being. He depicts passage, and our bodily health is a story only of passage. Experience is passage. That will become the philosophy of all literature after Montaigne, from Shakespeare and Molière to Proust and Beckett. Montaigne set out to represent his own being, only to uncover the truth that the self is passage or transition, a crossing. If self is motion, then the chronicler of the self cannot always remember what he had wanted to say. Wisdom is not knowledge, because knowledge, illusory in itself, falls into the had wanted to say. To be wise is to speak the passing. And though Montaigne always possesses a self, self is always passing into self, as tone yields to tone. We must learn to endure what we cannot avoid. Our life is composed, like the harmony of the world, of contrary things, also of different tones, sweet and harsh, sharp and flat, soft and loud. If a musician liked only one kind, what would he have to say? He must know how to use them together and blend them, and so must we do with good and evil, which are consubstantial with our life. Our existence is impossible without this mixture, and one element is no less necessary for it than the other. To try to kick against natural necessity is to imitate the folly of Ctesiphon, who undertook a kicking match with his mule. I cannot say that I accept this advice easily, though I know it is wisdom. Still, it does not hurt me as a kicker against natural necessity that I am engaged in a kicking match with a mule and am bound to lose. In Montaigne, this is the prelude to an honest discussion of his endless suffering from kidney stones, and of the ironic solace spoken to him by his own mind. But you do not die of being sick, you die of being alive. Death kills you well enough without the help of illness, and illnesses have put off death for some, who have lived longer for thinking that they were on their way out and dying. How far the irony extends here is left uncertain, but as we approach the final pages of the essay, the experience of irony mounts. I, who boast of embracing the pleasures of life so assiduously and so particularly, find in them, when I look at them minutely, virtually nothing but wind. But what of it? We are all wind, and even the wind, more wisely than we, loves to make a noise and move about, and is content with its own functions, without wishing for stability and solidity, qualities that do not belong to it. Montaigne here simultaneously declares both limitation and freedom for life's pleasures, for the self, for his essays. We can be as wise as the wind by not insisting upon qualities we do not possess. However ironic, this essay remains a defense of the self, of natural pleasures, and of Montaigne's writing, while acknowledging that all of them are passing phenomena. But as the essay goes on to insist, to live appropriately during that passage is enough. We are great fools. He has spent his life in idleness, we say. I have done nothing today. What have you not lived? That is not only the most fundamental, but the most illustrious of your occupations. To compose our character is our duty, not to compose books, and to win, not battles and provinces, but order and tranquility in our conduct. Our great and glorious masterpiece is to live appropriately. These words had a particular poignance for Montaigne and his first readers, for their immediate context was a brutal, three-cornered civil war among the Catholic League, led by the Guises, the Protestants, led by Henry of Navarre, and the Royalists, led by Henry III, the last of the Valois kings. Order and tranquility are nevertheless now permanently difficult to achieve, and the passage retains its pungency. As of experience rises to its culmination, wisdom competes with irony for rhetorical ascendancy. Socrates is invoked again for a full-scale tribute, introduced by a charming observation. Nor is there anything more remarkable in Socrates than the fact that in his old age he finds time to take lessons in dancing and playing instruments, and considers it well spent. On the final edge of his life, Montaigne emulates Socrates with the motto, "The shorter my possession of life, the deeper and fuller I must make it." We have been building toward the exaltation of the common life that offended Pascal into revising it by pilfering, but in its full context we are overwhelmed by it and forget Pascal. They want to get out of themselves and escape from the man. That is madness. Instead of changing into angels, they change into beasts. Instead of raising themselves, they lower themselves. These transcendental humors frighten me, like lofty and inaccessible places, and nothing is so hard for me to stomach in the life of Socrates as his ecstasies and possessions by his demon. Nothing is so human in Plato as the qualities for which they say he is called divine. And of our sciences, those seem to me most terrestrial and low, which have risen the highest. And I find nothing so humble and so mortal in the life of Alexander as his fancies about his immortalization. Philotas stung him wittily by his answer. He congratulated him by letter on the oracle of Jupiter Ammon, which had lodged him among the gods. As far as you are concerned, I am very glad of it, but there is reason to pity the men who will have to live with and obey a man who exceeds and is not content with a man's proportions. That passage seems to me to touch a limit of the essayist's art. Its strength is sublime in its rejections of the best, Socrates and Alexander, at their worst. We are beyond the writer's melancholy and its ambivalences. There is no sense of belatedness as Montaigne confronts the ancients, whom he honors but judges by the human test of wisdom. As Frame says, Montaigne has humanized his humanism, and wisdom depends upon the only knowledge we are certain of being able to attain: how to live. But to phrase it like that is to lose Montaigne, and we need to keep returning to his own writing in order to renew a canonical wisdom not available to us elsewhere. The essay of experience, wise as it is, matters most because its affirmations are grounded in a cognitive music not to be heard anywhere else. It is an absolute perfection and virtually divine to know how to enjoy our being rightfully. We seek other conditions because we do not understand the use of our own, and go outside of ourselves because we do not know what it is like inside. Yet there is no use our mounting on stilts, for on stilts we must still walk on our legs, and on the loftiest throne in the world we are still sitting only on our own rump. Pascal must have been reduced to considerable agony by this comic vision, which leaves no latitude for transcendental yearnings, wagers of faith, and the tragedy of a God who hides himself. As we tumble toward a new theocratic age, those 4 sentences of Montaigne's should serve us as an apotropaic talisman, warding off apocalypse mongers. Montaigne helps to center the Western canon because an individual reader can locate the self, however crumpled it may have become, by employing Montaigne as a guidebook. Until the advent of Freud, no other secular moralist gave us nearly so much. And it seems to me now that the accurate tribute we can make to Freud is to see him as the Montaigne of our chaotic age. The Victorian poet-novelist George Meredith, who wrote a Molière-like high comedy in his best novel, The Egoist, also composed an essay on comedy that gives us a Molière rather precariously stationed between upper and middle-class elements in his audience, playing at once to court and to town, but with his heart secretly centered on the town. That is probably an idealization, since Molière, son of an upholsterer, more even than Shakespeare, son of a glover, seems the comic dramatist of the aristocratic age. Montaigne, in his final phase, associated his stance regarding life with that of the common people. But Molière, like Shakespeare, rarely gives us an insight into his own deepest sympathies. Like Montaigne, he is a naturalist and perhaps even a skeptic, and certainly he is as secular as Shakespeare. The pragmatic attitude of Aristophanes is shared by the commonsensical Molière, who otherwise represses the Aristophatic spirit, which would hardly have been appropriate for the court of Louis XIV. God for Molière pragmatically meant his benignly glorious monarch, without whose sympathy and frequent support Molière could not have survived his enemies, the bigots of Paris. The Sun King is one pillar of Molière's mature career, the other is a religious devotion to the theater, where his work as playwright, actor, and head of a repertory company finally consumed his life. Molière died a legendary death after the fourth performance of The Imaginary Invalid, 1673, a farce he had written, staged, and acted the lead part in, despite being seriously ill. He was 50 years old and had spent 30 of them in the life of the theater. Canonical displacement is a simple enough operation in our dying academic world, but more difficult to manage in the pragmatic sphere of the stage, where Molière is no more menace than is Shakespeare, since a theatrical audience, unlike an academic one, can always vote with its feet. Molière is therefore likelier to survive in America than Montaigne is, even though Molière follows Montaigne in demonstrating the elusiveness of the truth, which is not a demonstration welcomed by the idealists and ideologues who have seized the academy in the name of social justice. New Puritans, like old ones, are not going to embrace Montaigne or Molière, but in Molière's case, that hardly matters. Perhaps he will keep the spirit of Montaigne's skepticism alive in our drift toward another theocratic age, where few are likely to find the truth at all elusive, and where Montaigne himself is likely to vanish with Freud. In the comedies of Molière, as in the essays of Montaigne, truth is always elusive, always relative, always warred over by opposing individuals or camps or schools. Insofar as we can get at Molière's own consciousness, setting aside his evident domestic unhappiness, a secure faith in theater may have given him a certain detachment or serenity, which we like to bestow upon Shakespeare also. With both supreme dramatists, we just do not know, and perhaps that is as it should be. The high comic vision, when it misses nothing, as in Molière, is certainly upsetting and ultimately even dismaying. I cannot read Molière or attend a performance of Tartuffe or The Misanthrope without reflecting on my own worst qualities, as well as the dreadful qualities of my enemies. What I confront in Molière are obsessives, but unlike the powerful grotesques of Ben Jonson, Molière's zealots are not presented as caricatures. It is the all but unique genius of Molière to write what I call normative farce, which is almost an oxymoron, but maybe a persuasive one. Jacques Guichardneau memorably remarked that Molière's plays show that everyone's life is a romance, a farce, a disgrace, so that the spectator is led into a state of bad faith to avoid doubting himself with an accurate gusto. He then went further, saying that Molière's greatest plays prove that the soul is essentially vice accompanied by an illusion of freedom. That may be a touch severe, since enough of Montaigne lingers in Molière to give us a sense of something else in the soul that is neither vice nor illusory freedom. Whatever that more amiable quality is, its greatest difference from Montaigne is that the sense of passing, so prevalent in the essays, is replaced in Molière by the force of repetition. Montaigne changes, but Molière's characters cannot. They must go on being what they were before. Montaigne overhears himself, as do Hamlet and Iago. That is precisely what the protagonists of Molière will not do. By common consent, Molière's masterpieces are The Misanthrope, Tartuffe, and the very ambivalent Don Juan, a play in prose rather than verse, and one not easy to construe as comedy, at least not now. I have seen Don Juan played as though Molière wholly admired his protagonist, which did not work, and as though he totally condemned him, which did not work either. The Misanthrope and Tartuffe are less problematical, though complex enough. Whether Shakespeare had a particularly intimate relation to Hamlet among all his plays, we will never know, though critics have conjectured this for centuries. There is a link between Alceste the Misanthrope and Molière, who created, directed, and acted the part of the most interesting of all his characters. But that link, whatever it is hardly an identity. Where is the truth in the Misanthrope? What are we to think of and feel about Alceste? The elusiveness of the truth in Molière is partly the spiritual effect of Montaigne and Molière, but much more the product of Molière's own highly original temperament. The misanthrope is above all else a play of shocking vitality. Molière must have been possessed by demonic force as he composed it. Each time I see it or reread it, I am startled again at its speed and energy. It is a kind of violent scherzo from beginning to end. Richard Wilbur's translation conveys this quality from the start. Philinti. Now what's got into you? Alceste, seated. Kindly leave me alone. Philinto. Come, what is it? This lugubrious tone. Alceste. Leave me, I said. You spoil my solitude. Philinti. Oh, listen to me now, and don't be rude. Alceste. I choose to be rude, sir, and to be hard of hearing. Alceste, fiercely rejecting his friend for having given a hearty greeting to an acquaintance, immediately establishes the comic excess that marks him throughout. His vigor of response at every point in the play could be called either heroic or lunatic, since it is both. But to call it quixotic does not help. Like Tartuffe and Don Juan, Alceste is too strong for his context, which is only a salon. Tartuffe is a sublime religious hypocrite, like Chaucer's pardoner. But his zest is so outrageous that some critics have compared him to those heroically disreputable vitalists, the wife of Bath and Falstaff. Don Juan's mode of energy is strangely like Iago's and is another prophecy of modern nihilism. There is a curious dialectic in Molière that resembles Shakespeare's tendency to enrich personalities by alienating them from communion with others. Alceste, Tartuffe, and Don Juan resemble Hamlet, Iago, and Edmund in that the price of energetic ambivalence is a separation out and away from anyone else. Philinto is Alceste's Horatio, while Tartuffe and Iago have only their victims. Don Juan has his hard-tried valet, Sganarelle, while Edmund has only his yours in the ranks of death double date with Goneril and Regan. I find it a little disconcerting that the two major dramatists since the Athenians both imply that we become more exuberant, however negatively, in separation from others rather than in sharing our beings. But I do not find the similarity between Shakespeare and Molière to be accidental. What is the truth about Alceste, or does its elusiveness forever commit us to an ambivalent view of him? Richard Wilbur, who has accomplished the miracle of making Alceste speak American verse, has a subtly balanced estimate that seems to me a touch too severe. If Alceste has a rage for the genuine, and he truly has, it is unfortunately compromised and exploited by his vast, unconscious egotism. Like many humorless and indignant people, he is hard on everybody but himself and does not perceive it when he fails his own ideal. A victim, like all around him, of the moral enervation of the times, he cannot consistently be the man of honor, simple, magnanimous, passionate, decisive, true. It is his distinction that he is aware of that ideal and that he can fitfully embody it. His comic flaw consists in a quixotic confusion of himself with the ideal, a willingness to distort the world for his own self-deceptive and histrionic purposes. Paradoxically, then, the advocate of true feeling and honest intercourse is the one character most artificial, most out of touch, most in danger of that nonentity and solitude which all, in the chattery, hollow world of this play, are fleeing. He must play-act continually in order to believe in his own existence. That is both brilliant and specific, and it does not give Alceste very much. Yet it cannot be the whole truth, for the audience charm readership of Molière, charm Wilbur, will continue to prefer the perpetually outraged Alceste to everyone else in the play. Try substituting Hamlet for Alceste in the first sentence I have quoted from Wilbur, and then go on to read the whole passage as though it commented upon Hamlet. Some points will not work. Hamlet is humorous, dreadfully hard on himself, and largely lacks a quixotic aspect. But as the passage continues, Wilbur on Alceste could well be Wilbur on Hamlet. Whether Molière intended Alceste to be a critique of Molière himself, we do not know, any more than we can say whether Shakespeare represented any of his own qualities in Hamlet. But Alceste does seem to me the one character in Molière who has the moral intelligence, though not the humor, that would enable him to write a play by Molière. And it is an old realization to observe that Hamlet, author of much of the play within the play, could conceivably have written Hamlet. John Hollander remarks on the peculiarity of what happens when a play has a satirist as a protagonist. Even Tartuffe the hypocrite and Don Juan the libertine are satirists of a sort, and Alceste is one of the fiercest of satirists. It is part of Molière's extraordinary gift that his comedy is much larger than his satire, so Alceste necessarily becomes a critic of society, who in turn is criticized by the misanthrope. Hollander's insight is that the play must defend itself against the satiric protagonist. So Shakespeare, to keep Romeo and Juliet a tragedy, must kill off Mercutio before he absorbs too much of our interest. Against Wilbur, who represents the best in the critical tradition concerning Alceste, I would urge us to see the misanthrope partly as defending itself against Alceste, just as the play Hamlet is, in part, a defense against the ferocious intellect of Hamlet. Alceste has all of the comic flaws that Wilbur indicates, and more, but he also has the aesthetic dignity of an authentic social satirist and of a moral psychologist of considerable distinction. Alceste, in spite of his comic failings, holds our sympathy and even our admiration because Molière, like Shakespeare, understood what I call the aesthetics of representing someone in the state of being outraged, made furious by intolerable provocations. The playgoer and reader cannot resist identifying with such a representation, perhaps because ultimately we are outraged by the necessity of dying. Alceste is as outrageous as he is outraged, and he is a comic triumph. But his continual play acting, like Hamlet's, is more than a desperate attempt to believe in his own existence, as Wilbur says. Alceste's histrionic intensity is an outraged satire on compromised human existence. And again, like Hamlet, Alceste's mind is more never-resting than restless. Both figures think too well rather than too much, and neither can survive in the context to which he is condemned. Hamlet passively courts death. Alceste flees into absolute solitude. In their rejection of the women they love, they have another affinity. The coquette Célimène is not the soft Ophelia, but each is rejected because the outraged satirists, Alceste and Hamlet, set impossible standards for the beloved, as for the world, and so insist upon criteria they themselves could never meet. That is a crucial element in Molière's comedy and in Shakespeare's tragedy, which converge in handling the satirist as hero. W.G. Moore, who with Jacques Guichonneau seems to me the most useful critic of Molière, warns against centering upon an analysis of Alceste rather than of the play's structure, which is again to suggest that the comedy subsumes the satirist. It is far more than Alceste's character that is here illumined. It is an issue, the issue of how principles fare in a hard world. To make this great play a study of character is to limit the range of its drama. The whole question of the nature of sincerity, involving as it does vanity, fashion, spite, convention, it is the complex of questions that conditions the order and structure of the play. Yet Moore also sees how enormously complex a character Alceste truly is, the play's fool, yet also its Hamlet, a figure we can never be done comprehending. Alceste is ridiculous in a fine sense, not because he rebukes the society of his day of insincerity. He is antisocial because he recommends on grounds of principal courses of action by which he stands to gain. Alceste is a symbol of something much more interesting and complicated. In order to bring out the range and depth of Molière's characterization, it is worthwhile trying to see what this elusive quality is. One might call it the confusion of the general and the personal. It is a natural human tendency to cover and defend one's actions by the appeal to a standard outside oneself. Conversely, we often fail to see how much our adherence to such a general standard is a consequence of self-interest and vanity. And what Alceste wanted, unbeknown to himself, was recognition, preference, distinction. In the course of dramatizing his theme of the misanthropic lover, the intensity of Molière's creative power has led him to sketch a figure far beyond any intention and comparable to Hamlet in its wide range of suggestion, personal, social, ethical, political, even theological. But don't all of us confuse the general and the personal? And didn't Molière, the actor-dramatist, desire recognition, preference, distinction? Even Moore falls into the error of moralizing against Alceste. Molière himself does not fall. Ramon Fernandez tells us that Alceste is a Molière who has lost his awareness of the comic. As Fernandez indicates, Alceste suffers from excess. He is too virtuous, too reasonable, too strong, too aggressive on behalf of the truth, even too witty for anyone to stand. Alceste is antithetical to his poet. Molière, as a man of the theater, had no special status, no right even to a decent burial. And as the courtier of Louis XIV, his protector and patron, Molière had to dissimulate, disguise his real opinions, and always hint at more than he actually said. Even as he acted the part of Alceste, the highly professional repertory manager Molière must have noticed the oddity that the three roles for women in the play were performed by his estranged wife, his mistress, and the actress who persisted in refusing him. The relation between Alceste and Molière is bewildering and should make us wary of all moralizing critics. I am surprised that literary critics do not love Alceste, as I do, because he speaks so pungently for all critics daily deluged by floods of bad verse. Sir, these are delicate matters we all desire, to be told that we've the true poetic fire. But once to one whose name I shall not mention, I said, regarding some verse of his invention, that gentlemen should rigorously control that itch to write which often afflicts the soul, that one should curb the heady inclination to publicize one's little avocation, and that in showing off one's works of art. One often plays a very clownish part. The only case to be made against Alceste, in my judgment, is the failure of his love for the charming and altogether enigmatic Célimène. But satirists traditionally evade marriage. Even here I am driven to defend Alceste against the moralizing critics who associate him with Don Juan because both Alceste and the Don nominate themselves absolute judges in all realms, including the erotic. Sometimes I suspect that modern critics of Molière compound him with Racine, which is as peculiar as it would be to fuse Montaigne with Pascal. Thus Martin Tournelle in the classical moment assimilates Molière to his age, which becomes the age of Racine. And soon enough, The Misanthrope is a play whose protagonist is in a state of perpetual hysteria. The ultimate reduction of moralizing criticism is heard when Tournelle scolds that it is idle to pretend that order is reestablished and that a chastened buffoon is brought back to the norm of sanity. What norm? Alceste would explode, and the sane playgoer or reader would have to agree with him. The greatness of the misanthrope would vanish utterly if society were sane, and only Alceste was deranged. I resort to Montaigne against the critics, if we are to save Alceste from them. We are accustomed to finding in some aspects of Hamlet a Montaigne-like skeptic, but our critics do not present us with a Hamlet who is a buffoon. To see Hamlet played by an actor who cannot and should not touch the sublime is a dreadful experience, but we generally expect a powerful and comprehensive actor to undertake the role. To see an inadequate actor playing Alceste as a self-deceived fool is an uncannily bad theatrical experience. The critics' moral fits have done real harm to the play, at least in English-speaking countries. Alceste demands a great actor, as Molière himself evidently was when he first triumphed in the role. Tradition indicates that, directed and played by Molière, Alceste was presented as considerably more than a self-destructive buffoon. The work requires both a director and an actor who can conceive of a moral satirist who retains force and dignity but also falls victim, not to a vengeful society but to the spirit of comedy. Albert Bermel, in his otherwise sensitive Molière's theatrical bounty, passes harsh judgment upon Alceste, not on the usual moralistic grounds but because Alceste is a loner, not a Jacobin or a reformer, and because he lacks the heart to accept Célimène when she at last offers herself in marriage. By the same arguments, Hamlet would warrant rejection. Alceste is not as intelligent as Hamlet, but neither is any other literary character, and Alceste, as Bermel grants, has formidable intellectual and moral prowess, but not a very admirable personality. No one has ever fallen in love with Alceste except Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who discovered in Célimène's suitor a character as virtuous as himself. As far as one can tell, Célimène and Alceste are not in love with each other, which suits the comic spirit of the play. Like Rousseau, Alceste loves only himself, which doubtless increased his appeal for Rousseau. Molière, as devious as he is deep, did not want to exalt his antithesis in Alceste, but I suspect that he would be amused by the moral disapproval his aristocratic misanthrope has provoked in our chaotic century. Montaigne taught Molière the pragmatic elusiveness of truth, a superb lesson for an actor to learn, and one that would have benefited Alceste if he could have borne it, but he could not. We say that Molière's gift was for comedy, not tragedy, but we recognize that his greatest comedies are very dark, even if they never become tragic comedies, which are not a French genre. Montaigne and Molière alike avoid the tragic vision that Lucien Goldman ascribed to Pascal and Racine in The Hidden God. A religious sensibility is very different from a religious belief, particularly in an era when belief is still imposed, and the lack of a religious sensibility may be the crucial link between the essayist who wrote Of Experience and the playwright of The Misanthrope, Tartuffe and Don Juan. That link had to remain hidden for safety's sake, but metaphorically its place was taken by the two writers' common disdain for the medical profession. Molière's satires on doctors slyly insinuate analogues between medicine and theology, an insinuation blandly implicit in Montaigne. The movement from humanism to celebration of the common life, which Frame traced in Montaigne, was thoroughly absorbed by Molière, whose ideal audience would have been the honest men with whom Montaigne had replaced the humanistic ideal. Montaigne's originality had been the self-portrait, hardly the stuff from which a comic playwright could fashion his work. Molière's originality was to progress from farce to a kind of critical comedy, and for that progress, a non-theatrical catalyst was needed. I surmise that Molière took Montaigne's hint, but inverted the self-portraiture, or turned it inside out. Alceste is the largest of those antithetical inversions, but there are others, and they follow Montaigne's depiction of the whole man by deliberately representing great truncated figures. Montaigne teaches a husbanding of the will, leading to self-possession. Molière shows the dark comedy of indulging the will, leading to self-abdication and destructive passion. Alceste, forceful and admirable as I find him to be, is the direct consequence of not acting upon Montaigne's admonition that concludes of experience. If you want to get out of yourself and escape from the man, you fall into madness. You do not raise yourself to an angel, you lower yourself to a beast. At the end, wishing to flee to a desert solitude, however metaphorical, Alceste is courting everything that Montaigne most feared. The Western Canon by Harold Bloom, Milton's Satan. Milton's place in the canon is permanent, even though he appears to be the major poet, at present most deeply resented by feminist literary critics. In conversation with John Dryden, he once confessed rather too readily that Spenser was his great original, a remark that I have come to understand as a defense against Shakespeare. Shakespeare was at once the source of Milton's authentic, if hidden, poetic anxiety and, paradoxically, the engenderer of Milton's canonicity. Of all post-Shakespearean writers, it is Milton, rather than Goethe or Tolstoy or Ibsen, who best exploited the Shakespearean representation of character and its changes, even while working furiously to ward off the Shakespearean shadow. The most Shakespearean of all literary characters, after Shakespeare's own creations, is Milton's Satan, who is the heir of the great hero villains, Iago, Edmund, Macbeth, and of the darker aspects of Hamlet, the counter-Machiavel as well. Milton and Freud, who greatly esteem Milton, have in common their mutual debt to Shakespeare and their equally mutual evasion of the debt. Yet to be able to bear the strength of Shakespeare and convert it to one's own purposes may be the truest alliance between Miltonic and Freudian ambivalence, between Satan's rebellion against God and the civil war in the psyche. The hero-villain was invented largely by Christopher Marlowe in Tamburlaine, a Scythian shepherd become world conqueror, and even more in Barabbas, the self-delighting Jew of Malta, a humorist of evil. It is a direct path from Marlowe's grand nihilists to the early Shakespearean monsters, Aaron the Moor in the tragic slaughterhouse Titus Andronicus, and the hunchback Richard III. All of these figures are too unrefined to have affected the sensibility of John Milton. The intellectual nihilism of Paradise Lost's Satan properly begins with the abyss within Hamlet's capacious consciousness. But the nihilistic accents of Milton's ruined angel are first heard in Iago, the original sufferer from a sense of injured merit, of having been passed over by his godlike general. Milton's overt myth was that Shakespeare stood for nature, meaning an inclusive wildness or natural freedom, whereas he, Milton, stood for the purer or better way of transcending nature in order to reach heaven, or at least the representation of heaven. But no one can stand Milton's heaven for very long at a time. Milton himself, a party or sect of one, could scarcely have endured it for a moment. Paradise Lost is magnificent because it is persuasively tragic as well as epic. It is the tragedy of the fall of Lucifer into Satan. Though it declines to show us Lucifer, light-bearer and son of the morning, chief of the stars that will fall, we see only the fallen Satan, though we behold Adam and Eve before, at the very moment of, and after the fall. In another sense of the tragic, Paradise Lost is the tragedy of Eve and Adam, who like Satan have their inevitably Shakespearean qualities, and yet seem somewhat less persuasive representations than Satan, who is granted more of a Shakespearean, growing inner self. This may be one clue to Milton's troubled relationship with the dramatists of Othello and Macbeth, the plays that seem to have contaminated Paradise Lost most intensively. In rejecting Shakespearean inclusiveness, Milton was still able to appropriate it for his villain more readily than for his hero and heroine, while fatally avoiding it altogether in his portraits of God and Christ, who owe nothing to Shakespeare and perhaps consequently are impoverished as dramatic characters. All you can say accurately about Milton's God is that he is pompous, defensive, and self-righteous, while Milton's Christ, as I once remarked, is reduced to the leader of an armored attack, a kind of heavenly Rommel or Patton. When Milton was a boy of 7, Shakespeare died. In 1632, when Milton's poem, On Shakespeare, was published, Shakespeare had been dead for 16 years. We always need to recall this chronology in thinking about Milton's anxious relationship to the greatest poet in the language, perhaps in any language. It will soon be 40 years since Wallace Stevens died in 1955, yet his presence continues to haunt contemporary American poetry. Shakespeare was dangerously close in time to Milton, whose poem of tribute is truly a warding-off gesture, particularly here. Dear son of memory, great heir of fame, what needst thou such weak witness of thy name? Thou, in our wonder and astonishment, has built thyself a lifelong monument. Shakespeare, as the son of memory and mother of the muses, is himself a male muse inspiring Milton, but not to a transcendental vision. Wonder and astonishment is empirically right, then and now, for Shakespeare's effect upon any other poet whatsoever, but these qualities were secondary in Milton's aspirations. Like Dante, Milton wanted to write the divine poem, or, pragmatically, a third testament. Wonder and astonishment are very different from truth and reverence, while Shakespearean nature is a long way from scriptural or Miltonic revelation. Macbeth and Satan are both victims of their own imaginations. The first may represent a latent anxiety in Shakespeare, who perhaps thus chastised his own power of imagining, but the second clearly reflects Milton's distrust of fantasy and its discontents. As a Protestant prophet, indeed the Protestant poet, Milton would be very unhappy that Paradise Lost now reads like the most powerful science fiction. I reread the poem constantly and am moved primarily by wonder and astonishment, by the strangeness of the Miltonic achievement. What makes Paradise Lost unique is its startling blend of Shakespearean tragedy, Virgilian epic, and biblical prophecy. The terrible pathos of Macbeth joins itself to the Aeneid's sense of nightmare and to the Hebrew Bible's assertion of authority. That combination should have sunk any literary work 9 fathoms deep, but John Milton, blind and battered by political defeat, was unsinkable. There may be no larger triumph of the visionary will in Western literature. We can sense Milton taking his losses rather hard in Samson Agonistes and Paradise Regained, but in Paradise Lost he wins out over every opponent except for the concealed agonist, Shakespeare. The reader's center in Paradise Lost has to be Satan, the whipping boy of nearly all scholarly exegetes, and yet clearly the greatest glory of the poem, only partly balanced by Milton's extraordinary expansion of the Hebraic accounts of creation in Book 7. Satan is, of course, defeated, But so are Iago and Macbeth at last, after the hero-villain's work is done, or as Mephistopheles in Goethe's poem is defeated by Faust's ascension. Such defeats are dialectical and depend upon who is left in control of the reader's perspective. Iago, baffled that Emilia should have given her life to rescue Desdemona's reputation, will die under torture rather than reveal his motives, even to himself. From this time forth I never shall speak word. Satan, when last we see him, is a serpent hissing on the floor of hell. We do not altogether credit the perspective, which is Milton's most ruthless act of editorializing, and a self-wounding one. It makes Milton look bad, because it seems to be his own revenge upon Satan for having usurped too much of the poet's energy and power of desire. Shakespeare does not revenge himself upon Iago or Macbeth, or anyone else in any of the 38 plays. More than the dramatic genre determines the Shakespearean difference here. A miracle of disinterestedness, Shakespeare neither believes nor disbelieves, neither moralizes nor endorses nihilism. We delight in Iago even as he compels us to shudder. Milton makes our pleasure in Satan a guilty one, ostensibly insisting upon belief and an overt morality. Whether the later Milton of Samson Agonists believed anything at all, I tend to doubt. I can make little sense of the figure of Christ in Milton's poetry anyway. Like the Jesus of American religionists, Milton's Christ is barely crucified and gets off the cross with extraordinary celerity. The American Jesus, resurrected upon this earth for infinitely more than 40 days and neither crucified nor ascended, would have suited Milton as the European Jesus never could. Magnificent and Miltonic, Satan is at home in Paradise Lost, as secure in his own role and identity as the master manipulator Iago is in Othello, until each crashes down at the last. We remember Iago progressing from one degree of control over all of the characters to another, until he can exult over the ruined Othello as his own negative creation, just as we recall Satan in the grandeur of his defiance and the cunning of his staging of our fall. Their mutual pride, a Shakespearean refinement of Marlowe, is best expressed by Shakespeare's disciple John Webster in The White Devil, when one of the hero villains, himself dying on a final scene stage strewn with corpses, cries out in exultation, "I limned this night piece and it was my best." As a limner of night pieces, Satan owes everything to Iago and Macbeth, Hamlet and Edmund. We must assume that Milton did not consciously recognize the debt, though it is baffling that he did not. The Miltonic representation of Satan's ambivalence toward God, like the Freudian account of primal ambivalence, is wholly Shakespearean, founded upon Iago's ambivalence toward Othello, Macbeth's toward his own Oedipal ambition, and Hamlet's toward everything and everyone, himself most of all. Ambivalence, in its Freudian definition, is the essence of all relationship between the superego, that which is above the I, and the id or it, below the I. Mingled and equal effects of love and hatred simultaneously flow back and forth between these psychic agencies or fictions, and the ebb and flow alternately desiccates and drowns the I, the unhappy ego. Iago, Macbeth, and Satan are so dominated by this ambivalence that they can scarcely be distinguished from it. Recognizing no differences between battle and civil existence, Iago in the long, unstated foreground of Othello has identified himself with his general, the war god Othello, even as Lucifer identified himself with Milton's God. Satan suffers what he calls a sense of injured merit when he is passed over for Christ, even as Iago suffers one when passed over for Cassio, an outsider chosen by Othello as second in command in preference to Iago, the battle-tried ensign or flag officer who has had Othello's colors, and so his captain's honor in his keeping. Presumably, the experienced Othello, whose greatness is that he knows the boundaries between war and peace, recognizes that his devoted ensign or ancient cannot be trusted never to cross those lines. The case of Satan, being theologically overdetermined, is more problematical than that of Iago. Why does Milton's God proclaim Christ as Son, rather than Lucifer, chief of angels? And how precisely does Lucifer first fall into becoming Satan? If Lucifer has been passed over from the beginning, why does he know nothing about it until God's decree announcing the higher status of Christ? It cannot be said that Milton's God enlightens us upon these matters. Hear all ye angels, progeny of light, Thrones, dominations, princedoms, virtues, powers, hear my decree, which unrevoked shall stand. This day I have begot whom I declare, my only son, and on this holy hill. Him have anointed whom ye now behold. At my right hand your head I him appoint, and by myself have sworn to him shall bow. All knees in heaven and shall confess him, Lord, and under his great vice, gerent reign abide, united as one individual soul, forever happy, him who disobeys. Me disobeys, breaks union, and that day, cast out from God and blessed vision, falls into utter darkness, deep engulfed, his place, ordained without redemption, without end. This is certainly traditional Christian doctrine, but is it poetically acceptable? I cannot read this harsh, arbitrary declaration without recalling the late Sir William Empson's sensible observation that God thus causes all of the trouble in the first place, just as he does in the book of Job, when he boasts to Satan of his servant Job's obedience and righteousness. The imaginative lapse here is that only God's menacing power prevents our hearing his threats as bluster. Disobedience, long before anyone ever disobeyed, appears to have been an obsession of the Hebraic God. The early history of Yahweh, which is not wholly recoverable, suggests that the anxiety about potential disobedience has much to do with the hidden story of how a solitary warrior god, apparently one among many godlings, established himself as the supreme figure. But for the poet Milton, there is no such early history, which would be akin to the romantic tales of a younger self with which the war god Othello first won his bride Desdemona. The Republican Milton would presumably have rejected our feeling that we hear the rhetoric of tyranny when his God speaks, since the Protestant God was the only legitimate monarch for the poet of Paradise Lost. Still, Milton has made God sound more like James I or Charles I than like David or Solomon, let alone than like the Yahweh of the J-writer. Something is very wrong with Milton's God, as with his warlike Messiah who leads the heavenly charge in the chariot of paternal deity. Othello's rhetoric of authority is more persuasive than that of Milton's God. Keep up your bright swords, for the dew will rust them. That is what Iago's up against, and it makes his triumph all the grander and more ruinous against the far more equivocal triumph of Satan. I am not suggesting that the tragic Satan is a little Iago, more akin, say, to the Iachimo of Cymbeline than to Iago or Macbeth. What is poetically flawed about Satan, and it is minor compared to his aesthetic eminence, results rather surprisingly from Milton's refusal or inability to dramatize the Christian argument of his poem properly. He could have benefited, as the non-Christians Goethe and Shelley did, by giving some attention to Spanish Golden Age drama and to Calderon in particular, although doubtless the Catholicism involved prevented him. It is difficult not to surmise that God and Christ, at least in Paradise Lost, inhibited Milton's genius, a surmise in which I have been anticipated by William Blake in The Marriage of Heaven and Hell. What his great poem evidences is that Milton remains Shakespearean despite himself. His Satan integrates Iago's ontological nihilism with Macbeth's anticipatory fantasies, lacing the blend with Hamlet's contempt for the act of speaking. Anything he finds words for is already dead in Satan's heart, as it is in Hamlet's. Satan is driven on by a version of Iago's aesthetic pride in plotting a tragedy, and by something like Macbeth's augmenting sense of being outraged that each usurpation should result only in another missed cue for a poor player. The superbly dramatic elements in Satan's predicament are all Shakespearean inventions, as is Satan's tendency to suffer change only after first overhearing himself and then brooding upon his own language. Yet Milton avoids representing for us the crucial change by which Satan ensues from Lucifer. If we search the text, that most crucial of metamorphic moments is simply missing. All we get is a curiously elliptical moralizing from Raphael, the not altogether affable archangel, but not so waked. Satan, so call him now, his former name, is heard no more in heaven, he of the first, if not the first archangel, great in power, in favor and preeminence, yet fraught with envy against the Son of God that day, honored by his great Father and proclaimed, Messiah King anointed, could not bear, through pride that sight and thought himself impaired. This is a most un-Shakespearean evasion. We want to hear it dramatized, just as we want to see Lucifer before he dwindles forever. In Flight from Shakespeare, Milton represses the dramatic moment of his hero-villain's transformation. After all, Raphael is wrong. It is Lucifer who thinks himself impaired, and we are irked by the party line that tells us Lucifer is now an unperson named Satan. Shakespeare unfolds Iago and Macbeth before us, whereas Milton simply assumes that the reader, being Christian, will accept the story as told entirely from the perspective of the winning side. Many such moments would sink even Paradise Lost, which recuperates soon enough with the return of the Shakespearean Satan, given the chance to reveal his own perspective. That we were formed then, sayst thou, and the work of secondary hands by task transferred, from father to his son, strange point and new, doctrine which we would know whence learned, who saw, when this creation was. Rememberest thou thy making while the Maker gave thee being? We know no time when we were not as now, no none before us, self-begot, self-raised, by our own quickening power, when fatal course had circled his full orb, the birth mature. Of this native heaven ethereal sons, our puissance is our own. It is a perspective insinuating pragmatic realities, poetic and human, that the supposed truths of Christianity cannot so easily smother. Granted that Satan indulges himself in a dramatic irony, there is more than irony in those rhetorical questions. They adopt the pattern of Iago's ferocious ones and make the reader of Paradise Lost into a momentary Othello, overwhelmed by addiction whose tendentiousness, though overt, can scarcely be resisted. What Satan has learned from Iago and Macbeth, and, more subtly, from Hamlet, is a negative energy that is persuasive because it transcends mere persistence and intimates a permanent drive beyond the pleasure principle. Shakespeare, who may not have created everything but who certainly invented us, such as we are, created Western nihilism in the movement from Hamlet through Iago and Edmund on to Macbeth. Satan, gorgeous as his eloquence is nevertheless a repetition of Shakespeare's discovery of the nothingness at our center. Hamlet tells us that he is at once nothing and everything in himself, while Iago goes deeper into the abyss. I am not what I am, which deliberately reverses St. Paul's, by the grace of God, I am what I am. We know no time when we were not as now, and yet we are nothing now. Ontologically, Iago knows he is a hollow man because the only bestower of being, the war god Othello, has passed him over. Satan, passed over, insists he is self-created and sets out to undo the creation intended to replace him. Iago, far more potent, undoes his God, reducing to chaos the only reality and value he recognizes. Poor Satan, in contrast, can only attempt to pique God, not to destroy him. That Iago dwarfs Satan in satanic prowess is palpable and might have caused Milton despair had he allowed himself to confront directly the Shakespearean contamination. Long before Paradise Lost was conceived, Milton had contemplated writing not an epic but a tragedy, under the alternate titles of Paradise Lost or Adam Unparadised. What now appears in the poem as Book 4, lines 32 to 41, would have opened the tragedy. Satan, on top of Mountain of Fates, at the origin of the Tigris River, has a prospect of the Garden of Eden and directly addresses the blazing sun in the accents of a Jacobean hero-villain remembering the pathos of the Marlovian overreachers. O thou that with surpassing glory crowned, look'st from thy sole dominion like the God of this new world, at whose sight all the stars hide their diminished heads, to thee I call, but with no friendly voice, and add thy name. O sun, to tell thee how I hate thy beams, that bring to my remembrance from what state I fell, how glorious once above thy sphere, till pride and worse ambition threw me down, warring in heaven against heaven's matchless king. In the surviving drafts of an outline for Adam Unparadised, there is no character named Satan, there is only Lucifer. This passage is our one clue to the character from whom Satan fell away. On the basis of these 10 lines, Lucifer was as Marlovian as Satan became Shakespearean. We could be listening here to Tamburlaine, but not to Iago or Macbeth. Like Tamburlaine's, Lucifer's rhetoric is hyperbolical. The sublime is the standard of measurement, and everything is judged by either heightening or diminishment. The sun has replaced the morning star, and Lucifer initially disdains to name his usurper. When he adds the name, it is in professed hatred of what provokes the torment of nostalgia. We are returned to the great change that Milton declined to represent. Precisely when and how did Lucifer become Satan? 35 or so lines on, presumably added to the original speech, seems the likeliest answer. Which way I fly is hell, myself am hell, and in the lowest deep a lower deep. Still threatening to devour me opens wide, to which the hell I suffer seems a heaven. The first line overtly revises Marlowe's Mephistopheles. Why this is hell, nor am I out of it. But the three remaining lines are beyond Marlowe. Without the Iago-instigated torments of Othello, without Macbeth's negative journey into the interior of his fantasies, the great image of art, authentic mouth of hell, would not have been available to Milton. Lucifer, had Adam on Paradise been composed, would have been a roll out of Marlowe. Satan ensued from Shakespeare's triumph within Milton's spirit. Marlowe was a caricaturist, and Lucifer, like Tamburlaine and Barabbas, would have been a grand cartoon. Shakespeare invented the perpetually changing, endlessly growing inner self, the deepest self, all-devouring, the self first perfected in Hamlet and still ravening on in Satan. In The Changing Nature of Man, the Dutch psychiatrist J. H. van den Berg credits Martin Luther as the discoverer of the growing inner self. There is certainly a new inwardness in Luther, but it differs only in degree, not in kind, from Jeremiah's prophecy that God henceforth would write the law upon our inner parts. I would not venture to characterize Shakespeare's sensibility as being either Protestant or reticent Catholic. As always with Shakespeare, it is both and neither, and so perhaps the Lutheran inwardness broadly affected the Shakespearean sense of human consciousness. But Shakespearean inward selves seem to me different from Luther's in kind, and not just in degree, and different indeed in kind from the entire history of Western consciousness up to Luther. Hamlet's radical self-reliance leaps over the centuries and joins itself to Nietzsche's and Emerson's, then goes beyond their outermost limits and keeps on going beyond ours. Emerson's observation on Shakespeare remains true. His mind is the horizon beyond which at present we do not see. Reductionists who insist upon reminding us that Shakespeare was primarily a professional playwright receive a fine Emersonian irony. These tricks of his magic spoil for us the illusions of the green room. What Emerson would have said to our current cultural materialists and new historicists, I can only surmise. But the proper reproof is there already in Shakespeare, or The Poet from Representative Men, 1850. Shakespeare is the only biographer of Shakespeare, and even he can tell nothing except to the Shakespeare in us. The Shakespeare in Milton was Satan's lowest deep, his anxiety about being devoured by something in his own self. How did Milton derive that vision of the devourer? The complexity of the derivation is that Satan is both Iago and the ruined Othello, both Edmund and the maddened Lear, both the exalted and the debased Hamlet, both Macbeth poised on the verge of regicide, and Macbeth lost in the ensuing web of murder. By excising Lucifer and giving us only Satan, the mature Milton chose, perhaps unknowingly, to be more Shakespearean than he wanted to be. Lucifer, whatever his frustrations, would not have suffered from temporal anxieties and sexual jealousy, the negative intensities at the center of Satan. Satan's obsession with time derives from Macbeth's. After Shakespeare, no grand sufferers from sexual envy, whether in Milton, Hawthorne, or Proust, can be wholly un-Shakespearean. The representation of negative energy scarcely exists before Shakespeare. After him, it pulsates in Dostoevsky's Nihilists as vibrantly as it does in Paradise Lost Satan, but never again on anything like the Miltonic or Sublime scale. Compare two moments in which Iago and Satan study nostalgias, both moments constituting subtle variations on the principle of I limned this night piece, and it was my best. The first is from Iago, in Act 3, Scene 3, lines 321 to 333. A magnificent reverie that begins with the exit of Emilia, dispatched to fetch Desdemona's handkerchief, and that is sublimely interrupted by the entrance of the already ruined Othello. I will in Cassio's lodging lose this napkin, and let him find it. Trifles light as air are to the jealous confirmation strong. As proofs of holy writ, this may do something. The more already changes with my poison. Dangerous conceits are in their natures poisons, which at the first are scarce found to distaste, but with a little act upon the blood, burn like the mines of sulphur. Enter Othello. I did say so. Look where he comes, not poppy nor mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the world shall ever medicine thee to that sweet sleep, which thou owedst yesterday. Contrast to this a parallel moment of Iago's disciple Satan in Book 4, lines 386-85, where as a peeping Tom he ogles the unsuspecting Adam and Eve. Ah, gentle pair, ye little think how nigh your change approaches when all these delights will vanish and deliver ye to woe. More woe the more your taste is now of joy. Happy but for so happy ill secured long to continue, and this high seat your heaven ill-fenced for heaven, to keep out such a foe as now is entered. Yet no purposed foe to you whom I could pity thus forlorn, though I unpitied, league with you I seek, and mutual amity so straight, so close, that I with you must dwell, or you with me henceforth. My dwelling haply may not please, like this fair paradise, your sense. Yet such accept your Maker's work. He gave it me, which I as freely give. Hell shall unfold to entertain you to her widest gates and send forth all her kings. There will be room, not like these narrow limits, to receive your numerous offspring. Whether or not the inner man was born in Luther's conception of Christian freedom in 1520, Iago's triumph is that he has caused Othello's inner man to collapse by the play's midpoint, while Satan savors his own imminent triumph as he gloats over the final moments of inward freedom for Adam and Eve. Without the inner as well as outward splendor of their victims, Iago and Satan could not exult on so grand and frightening a scale. Both passages present the sublime of nihilistic power, associating aesthetic pride in the night peace one has limned with a sadomasochistic nostalgia for the integral greatness one has ruined or is about to ruin. Iago, Satan's precursor, takes an unalloyed delight in his achievement, whereas Satan verges upon merely hypocritical regrets. The advantage is necessarily Iago's, because his handiwork is closer to that of the pure aesthete. You can hear John Keats and Walter Pater in Iago's crooning, "Not poppy nor mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the world shall ever medicine thee to that sweet sleep which thou owedst yesterday." Whereas in Satan you hear a parody of all the forced marriages of statecraft, mutual amity so straight, so close. The movement from dramatic critic to politician saddens us and makes us realize that we want Satan to share more even than he does in Iago's genius and nihilism. But what was Milton to do? There is authentic spiritual nihilism in Chaucer's partner, but the trait was not fully developed until Shakespeare shrewdly saw how to trump the Marlovian hero villains with a more inward mode of savage amoralism. Social and historical energies were just as available to Shakespeare's contemporaries as they were to the dramatist of Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. But rather clearly, more inward energies were available to him as well. Shakespeare knew precisely how to use and transform Chaucer and Marlowe, but no one, not even Milton or Freud, has known precisely how to use Shakespeare rather than be used by him, or how to transform anything so large and universal into something altogether one's own. The Western Canon, by Harold Bloom. Dr. Samuel Johnson, the Canonical Critic. One can trace Western literary criticism back to a number of origins, including Aristotle's Poetics and Plato's attack upon Homer in the Republic. I myself tend to follow Bruno Snell's Growth of the Mind, which gives the honor to Aristophanes' fierce assault upon Euripides. It seems grimly appropriate that an intellectual activity should have emerged from deliberate farce and now is dying into the unintentional farce acted out by the swarm of contemporary political and cultural critics who are sinking our educational institutions. No elegy for the Western canon could be complete without an appreciation of the canonical critic proper, Dr. Samuel Johnson, unmatched by any critic in any nation before or after him. Johnson has less in common with Montaigne and Freud, the other two essayists studied in this book, than they have with each other. A skeptical or Epicurean temper aroused Johnsonian ire. He was authentically royalist, Christian, and classicist. Unlike T.S. Eliot, who aspired to that triple identity with considerable bad faith. There is no bad faith in or about Dr. Johnson, who was as good as he was great, yet also refreshingly, wildly strange to the highest degree. By that I mean more than his singular or odd, though magnificent personality, as conveyed to us in what is still the best of all literary biographies, Boswell's Life of Johnson. Johnson was a powerful poet and wrote a superb prose romance in Rasselas, but all of his work, the literary criticism particularly, is essentially wisdom literature. Like his true precursor, whoever it was that wrote Ecclesiastes in the Hebrew Bible, Johnson is disturbing and unconventional, a moralist altogether idiosyncratic. Johnson is to England what Emerson is to America, Goethe to Germany, and Montaigne to France, the national sage. But Johnson, as much as Emerson, is an original writer of wisdom, even though he insists that his morality follows Christian, classical, and conservative ideologies. Again, like Emerson or Nietzsche or the tradition of French moralists, Johnson is a great aphorist, fusing the ethical and the prudential, as M.J.C. Hoggart observed. Perhaps the precise term for Johnson is experiential critic, both of literature and of life. More than any other critic, Johnson demonstrates that the only method is the self, and that criticism is therefore a branch of wisdom literature. It is not a political or social science or a cult of gender and racial cheerleading. Its present fate in Western universities. All critics, great and small, err sometimes, and even Dr. Johnson was not infallible. Tristram Shandy did not last is the most unfortunate of all Johnsonian pronouncements. But there are others, such as his praise of a passage of poetry in Congreve's Morning Bride, as superior to anything in Shakespeare. Johnson, more than Coleridge or Hazlitt, A.C. Bradley or Harold Goddard, seems to me the best interpreter of Shakespeare in the language, so this particular lapse is very odd. It is mitigated by the plain badness of the Congreve, which has nothing in common with his great prose comedies. Congreve describes a temple that is a tomb and seems to have provoked something of Johnson's awe in regard to death, which was scarcely less than his awe in considering God. There is a famous passage in Boswell's life that is central in understanding Johnson. His thoughts upon this awful change were in general full of dismal apprehensions. His mind resembled the vast amphitheater, the Colosseum at Rome. In the center stood his judgment, which like a mighty gladiator, combated those apprehensions that, like the wild beasts of the arena, were all around in cells, ready to be let out upon him. After a conflict, he drove them back into their dens, but not killing them. They were still assailing him. To my question whether we might not fortify our minds for the approach of death, he answered in a passion, "No, sir, let it alone. It matters not how a man dies, but how he lives. The act of dying is not of importance. It lasts so short a time." He added with an earnest look, "A man knows it must be so, and submits. It will do him no good to whine." Pragmatically, Johnson's stance recalls Montaigne's, but the affect is altogether different. There is nothing in Montaigne like Johnson's anxious passion or terrible earnestness. A thinker for himself, part of the praise he gave Milton. Johnson avoided theological speculation, but not the anxieties attendant upon human limitations in apprehending the last things. Hope and fear is a frequent Johnsonian linkage. Few writers have been so sensitive to endings of every sort, of enterprises, literary works, human lives. There is a complex relationship between Johnson's ultimate anxieties and his critical outlook upon literature. Unlike T.S. Eliot, he does not make aesthetic judgments on religious grounds. Johnson was very unhappy with both Milton's Poetics and Milton's spirituality. Yet the power and originality of Paradise Lost persuaded him, despite their ideological differences. On Milton, on Shakespeare, on Pope, Johnson is everything a wise critic should be. He directly confronts greatness with a total response, to which he brings his complete self. I can think of no other major critic nearly so aware as Johnson was of what he called the treachery of the human heart, particularly the heart of the critic. The phrase I have quoted is from the Rambler 93, where Johnson first rather grimly observes that there is indeed some tenderness due to living writers, but then warns that this tenderness is not universally necessary, for he that writes may be considered as a kind of general challenger, whom everyone has a right to attack. This canonical sense of literature as Agon is, as Johnson knew, wholly classical, and prompts a marvelous statement that is Johnson's credo as a critic. But whatever be decided concerning contemporaries, whom he that knows the treachery of the human heart and considers how often we gratify our own pride or envy under the appearance of contending for elegance and propriety, will find himself not much inclined to disturb. There can surely be no exemptions pleaded to secure them from criticism, who can no longer suffer by reproach, and of whom nothing now remains but their writings and their names. Upon these authors the critic is, undoubtedly, at full liberty to exercise the strictest severity, since he endangers only his own fame, and, like Aeneas when he drew his sword in the infernal regions, encounters phantoms which cannot be wounded. He may indeed pay some regard to established reputation, but he can by that show of reverence consult only his own security, for all other motives are now at an end. The agon here is traced to its origins, and a brilliant irony reminds the critic that he draws his sword against phantoms in Hades, authors who cannot be wounded. But what about the greatest of phantoms? Shakespeare, Milton, Pope? There is always an appeal open from criticism to nature. Johnson intended Shakespeare as the nature of that sentence, and Walter Jackson Bates sees it as the motto or starting point of all Johnson's critical writings, thus emphasizing that Johnson is an experiential critic. Wisdom, not form, is the ultimate standard for judging imaginative literature, and Shakespeare provides Johnson with the critic's supreme test. How can one's response be adequate to the central writer in the Western canon? Johnson on Shakespeare may be said to commence with a famous sentence early in the preface, 1765. Nothing can please many, and please long, but just representations of general nature. To establish the justice of Shakespearean imitation of nature is Johnson's quest, and no one has done better in that enterprise. In the writings of other poets, a character is too often an individual. In those of Shakespeare, it is commonly a species. Clearly, Johnson does not mean that Hamlet and Iago are not individual representations. Rather, their individuality is verified and enhanced because they center a system of life, an extension of design, so that we can scarcely conceive of a charismatic intellectual in life or literature who does not have a touch of Hamlet, or a genius of evil, an aesthete who delights in composing with people rather than words, who will not have Iago as a bad eminence against which he or she must be judged. Molière evidently knew nothing of Shakespeare, yet Alceste in The Misanthrope evokes Hamlet. Ibsen most certainly knew Shakespeare, and Hedda Gabler is a worthy descendant of Iago. Shakespeare's hold upon human nature is so sure that all post-Shakespearean characters are to some degree Shakespearean. Johnson shrewdly notes that every other dramatist tends to make love a universal agent, but not Shakespeare. But love is only one of many passions, and as it has no great influence upon the sum of life, it has little operation in the dramas of a poet who caught his ideas from the living world and exhibited only what he saw before him. He knew that any other passion, as it was regular or exorbitant, was a cause of happiness or calamity. Who is more accurate about the place of the drive in Shakespeare, Johnson or Freud? Freud's comments on Hamlet, Lear, and Macbeth give the struggle for sexual fulfillment, however repressed, at least an equal place in those plays with the struggle for power. Johnson and Shakespeare would not agree with Freud, and the drive or passion in Shakespeare is far more comprehensive, an amalgam of many exorbitant passions than Freud would allow for, particularly in the three greatest tragedies. We may observe that Johnson's own drive, though allied with fiercely repressed sexuality, was altogether Shakespearean, informed as it was by the poetic will to immortality, memorably, negatively, and ironically understated by Johnson in a letter to Boswell, 8th December, 1763. There lurks perhaps in every known heart a desire of distinction which inclines every man first to hope and then to believe that nature has given him something peculiar to himself. This vanity makes one mind nurse aversions and another actuate desires, till they rise by art much above their original state of power, and as affectation, in time, improves to habit, they at last tyrannize over him who at first encouraged them for show. This was certainly intended to be a self-critique. Is it not also a just account of Shakespearean character, say of Macbeth? The desire for distinction is certainly the motive for metaphor, the drive that makes poets. Does it not also animate heroes and heroines, villains, and hero-villains in Shakespeare? Johnson, in his preface to Shakespeare, says, "Characters thus ample and general were not easily discriminated and preserved, yet perhaps no poet ever kept his personages more distinct from each other." My italics. The individuation of speech, the appropriateness of speech to character, is one of the Shakespearean miracles, deftly appropriated by Johnson for self-analysis in his desire for distinction. What I find curious is Johnson's belief that Shakespeare was essentially a comic writer who imposed tragedy upon himself, presumably in search of yet more distinction. In tragedy, he is always struggling after some occasion to be comic, but in comedy he seems to repose, or to luxuriate, as in a mode of thinking congenial to his nature. In his tragic scenes there is always something wanting, but his comedy often surpasses expectation or desire. His comedy pleases by the thoughts and the language, and his tragedy for the greater part by incident and action. His tragedy seems to be skill, his comedy to be instinct. Shakespeare's development, essentially from comedy and history through tragedy to romance, to use our terms, both confutes and supports Johnson. Is Lear skill and, as you like it, instinct? Partly Johnson tells us here as much about Johnson as about Shakespeare, but as Johnson has insisted that Shakespeare was the mirror of nature, this is not inappropriate. It is more interesting that Johnson evidently prefers Falstaff to Lear, which must be related to Johnson's anxiety that Shakespeare seems to write without any moral purpose, hardly an anxiety that we now share. As Bates shows, however, Johnsonian anxieties have real critical power. That Shakespeare would not indulge in poetic justice is a Johnsonian sorrow, because Johnson himself is profoundly benign and authentically fearful of tragedy and of madness. Shakespeare, like Jonathan Swift, unnerved Johnson, who may well have read King Lear's madness as a prophecy of what could become his own derangement. A great natural satirist, Johnson largely avoided writing satire, which may have crippled him as a poet, where we have all too little of him. The fury of Lear engaged Johnson despite himself, and his general observation upon the play is disturbingly intense. The tragedy of Lear is deservedly celebrated among the dramas of Shakespeare. There is perhaps no play which keeps the attention so strongly fixed, which so much agitates our passions and interests our curiosity. The artful involutions of distinct interests, the striking opposition of contrary characters, the sudden changes of fortune, and the quick succession of events fill the mind with a perpetual tumult of indignation, pity, and hope. There is no scene which does not contribute to the aggravation of the distress or conduct of the action, and scarce a line which does not conduce to the progress of the scene. So powerful is the current of the poet's imagination that the mind which once ventures within it is hurried irresistibly along. We hear a powerful mind resisting the most powerful of minds, but vainly as Johnson is swept into the current of Shakespeare's imagination. Johnson is never so strong and authentic a critic as when he is most divided against himself, and one finds here again the troubled metaphor of distinct in the artful involutions of distinct interests. To be distinct is both achievement and vanity for Johnson. In Shakespeare's dramatic cosmos, it is achievement only, beyond poetic justice, beyond good and evil, beyond madness and vanity. No one before him had expressed Shakespeare's unique and overwhelming strength of representation as Johnson was able to do, and with his wonderful sense of diction he located the essence of Shakespeare as the art of division, of making it distinct, of creating differences. Tragedy is hardly alien to that art, as Johnson certainly knew. The most capacious of souls, Shakespeare's, found in Johnson's soul the most capacious of critical mirrors, a mirror with a voice. I would locate the center of Johnson on Shakespeare, the canonical critic interpreting the canonical poet in a particular brief passage of the preface, where distinctions again repeat another form of the crucial metaphor, linking the critic to his poet. Though he had so many difficulties to encounter and so little assistance to surmount them, he has been able to obtain an exact knowledge of many modes of life and many casts of native dispositions, to vary them with great multiplicity, to mark them by nice distinctions, and to show them in full view by proper combinations. In this part of his performance, he had none to imitate, but has himself been imitated by all succeeding writers, and it may be doubted whether from all his successors more maxims of theoretical knowledge or more rules of practical prudence can be collected than he alone has given to his country. So much is packed in here that we need to stand back from it, to see what Johnson has seen and to hear the reverberations of his praise of Shakespeare. Theoretical knowledge is what we might call cognitive awareness. Practical prudence is wisdom. If Shakespeare obtained exact knowledge and showed it in full view, he is beyond what philosophers could achieve. With no inherited contingencies, Shakespeare as originator establishes a contingency that all writers after him must sustain. Johnson realizes and tells us that Shakespeare has established the standard for measuring representation ever after. Knowing many modes of life and many casts of native dispositions is not knowing apart from representing. Shakespeare varies with multiplicity, marks by nice distinctions, and shows in a full prospect. To vary, mark, and show is the knowing, and what is known is what we have learned to call our psychology, of which Shakespeare, as Johnson intimates, is the inventor. If this is holding a mirror up to nature, it is a very active mirror indeed. One of Johnson's small masterpieces is On the Death of a Friend, The Idler, 41. It is dated 27th of January, 1759, only a few days after the death of his mother. Johnson, a Christian, speaks of the hope of reunion, but the tone and dark pathos of his writing shows as full an acceptance of the reality principle, of making friends with the necessity of dying, as we more naturally expect to find in the skeptical Montaigne and in Freud, for whom religion was an illusion. On the psychology of being a survivor, Johnson can hardly be bettered. These are the calamities by which Providence gradually disengages us from the love of life. Other evils fortitude may repel, or hope may mitigate, but irreparable privation leaves nothing to exercise resolution or flatter expectation. The dead cannot return, and nothing is left us here but languishment and grief. Compared to this extraordinary prose, Johnson's assertions of faith seem not so much weak as divided, even forced. An empiricist and a naturalist, fierce in his common sense, Johnson never came easily to belief. There is a passion for consciousness itself in Johnson that nothing could assuage. He wanted more life, down to the end. Even if Boswell had never written The Life, we would remember Johnson's personality, which is the undersong of everything he wrote and said. The personality of the critic is much deprecated in our time by various formalisms or by the current cultural materialists. Yet when I think of the modern critics I most admire, Wilson Knight, Empson, Northrop Frye, Kenneth Burke, what I remember first is neither theories nor methods, let alone readings. What return first are expressions of vehement and colorful personalities. Wilson Knight straightforwardly quoting from seances, Empson proclaiming the almost Aztec or Benin high barbarism of Paradise Lost, Frye cheerfully characterizing T.S. Eliot's neo-Christian account of civilization's decline as the myth of the Great Western Butterslide, Burke compounding I in Emerson's vision of the transparent eyeball. Dr. Johnson is stronger than all other critics, not only in cognitive power, learning, and wisdom, but in the splendor of his literary personality. Offsetting the somber contemplator of death is Johnson, the critical humorist, who teaches the critic not to be solemn, smug, or superior. In the Lives of the Poets, his major critical achievement, Johnson found himself introducing 50 poets, chosen mostly by the booksellers, publishers, including such non-canonical worthies as Pomfret, Spratt, Yalden, Dorset, Roscommon, Stepney, and Felton, fit precursors for many of our prematurely canonized poetasters and inchoate rhapsodists. Yalden may stand for the others, then and now. Johnson remarked that Yalden attempted Pindaric odes in the manner of Abraham Cowley, himself now forgotten, except by specialists. Having fixed his attention on Cowley as a model, he has attempted in some sort to rival him and has written a hymn to darkness, evidently as a counterpart to Cowley's hymn to light. The unhappy Yalden would not be remembered at all, even for that, except that the life of Yalden concludes with a superb Johnsonian sentence. Of his other poems, it is sufficient to say that they deserve perusal, though they are not always exactly polished, though the rhymes are sometimes very ill-sorted, and though his faults seem rather the omissions of idleness than the negligence of enthusiasm. That would not appear to have left much of the unfortunate Yalden, and yet it is not the finest observation the minor bard provoked in the major critic. Yalden also attempted his own hymn to life, in which, in response to the sudden advent of the newly created light, he has God somewhat at a loss. A while the Almighty wondering stood. Upon this line, Johnson comments, he ought to have remembered that infinite knowledge can never wonder. All wonder is the effect of novelty upon ignorance. The great lives of the poets is most powerful on Alexander Pope, Johnson's own precursor, on Richard Savage, a poor poet but great talker, with whom Johnson had shared his early London years as a Grub Street bohemian, on Milton, whom Johnson both disliked and overwhelmingly admired, and on Dryden, in some respects his critical forerunner. But there are also important and famous moments in the essays devoted to Cowley, Waller, Addison, Prior, Swift, Young, Gray, and even in the handful of pages given to Johnson's friend, the mad poet William Collins. As a body of poetic criticism and literary biography, it has no rival in the language. Like the remainder of Johnson's criticism, much of the Rambler and Idler periodical essays, aspects of Rasselas, the preface and notes to Shakespeare, and indeed much of what is quoted in Boswell's Life, the distinction between interpretation and biography can rarely be sustained. Johnson may not have believed, as I do, with Emerson, that there is properly no history, only biography, but pragmatically Johnson wrote biographical criticism. When almost no biography was available, as with Shakespeare, Johnson shows how subtle a mode in essentially biographical history can be. For Johnson, the prime biographical emphasis is always upon individuality, so that the crucial issues for him are originality, invention, and imitation, both of nature and of other poets. Critics like myself, whose concern is influence, necessarily learn from Johnson, who implicitly understood why he confined his important poems to London and the Vanity of Human Wishes, both wonderful works but hardly adequate to his potential. His sense of the perfection of Pope blocked him from further achievement. He celebrates Pope but avoids creatively misreading this elegant poetic father, whose temperament was hardly Johnsonian. T.S. Eliot, a minor critic compared to Johnson, became a strong poet by revising Tennyson and Whitman in The Wasteland. Johnson deliberately refrained from giving the neoclassic tradition of Ben Jonson, Dryden, and Pope stronger continuators than Oliver Goldsmith and George Crabbe, both of whom Johnson supported. It remains a mystery to me why the pugnacious Johnson refused to enter into the contest with Pope, for which he was so supremely fitted. Johnson's relation to Pope is more like Anthony Burgess's to Joyce than like Beckett's to his one-time master. I have a passion for Burgess's Nothing Like the Sun, but it lovingly repeats Ulysses without revising it. Even the early Beckett, in his hilarious novel Murphy, presents a highly creative misreading of Ulysses, swerving away from it to his own purposes and beginning the long evolution that will lead him through Watt in the great trilogy, Malloy, Malone Dies, The Unnameable, to the very unjoyous triumph of How It Is, as well as to his three major plays. As a poet, Johnson refused greatness, though he certainly touched it in The Vanity of Human Wishes. As a critic, Johnson was more uninhibited, and he surpassed everyone who had come before him. Boswell does not explain this conundrum for us. The issue is not the strength of the vanity, but its singularity. Johnson knew how good it was. Why did he not go on from it? I cannot think of another poet in English of Johnson's powers who so consciously declined to be a major poet. Emerson had the same relation to Wordsworth's poetry that Johnson had to Pope's, and like Johnson, Emerson chose the other harmony of prose. But even Emerson's best poems, Bacchus, Days, the Chanting Ode, and a few more like Uriel, are not of the weight and splendor of Johnson's Vanity of Human Wishes. After the vanity, Johnson's genius went to criticism and to conversation, but not to poetry. Shakespeare was the poet whom Johnson loved despite himself, and in partial contradiction of his deep yearning for poetical justice and the moral betterment of mankind. But Pope, more even than Dryden, Johnson loved absolutely. He gave his heart away to Pope, even affirming that Pope's translation of the Iliad was a performance which no age or nation can pretend to equal, a performance indeed that may be said to have tuned the English tongue, including Johnson's own. Against this scandalous overpraise of a version now dead for nearly all of us must be set Johnson's brilliant preference for the Dunciad, one of Pope's greatest achievements, over the vastly overvalued essay on man, which Johnson crushes. Never was penury of knowledge and vulgarity of sentiment so happily disguised. The reader feels his mind full, though he learns nothing, and when he meets it in its new array, no longer knows the talk of his mother and his nurse. Johnson had little doubt as to his superiority over Pope in wisdom, learning, and intellect. What was it then that shadowed him so that he would not give his deepest energies to a sustained career as a poet? His account of Pope's poetic strength must be part of the answer. Pope had, in proportions very nicely adjusted to each other, all the qualities that constitute genius. He had invention, by which new trains of events are formed and new scenes of imagery displayed, as in the Rape of the Lock, and by which extrinsic and adventitious embellishments and illustrations are connected with a known subject, as in the essay on criticism. He had imagination, which strongly impresses on the writer's mind and enables him to convey to the reader the various forms of nature, incidents of life, and energies of passion, as in his Eloisa, Windsor Forest, and the Ethic Epistles. He had judgment, which selects from life or nature what the present purpose requires, and by separating the essence of things from its concomitants, often makes the representation more powerful than the reality. And he had colors of language always before him, ready to decorate his matter with every grace of elegant expression, as when he accommodates his diction to the wonderful multiplicity of Homer's sentiments and descriptions. I question only the last virtue, judgment, and its manifestations in Pope's Iliad, but heartily agree with the praise of invention in the Rape of the Lock and of imagination in the Epistles. Where Johnson, in his passion for Pope, risks hyperbole is in his summation of the case for his poet. New sentiments and new images others may produce, but to attempt any further improvement of versification will be dangerous. Art and diligence have now done their best, and what shall be added will be the effort of tedious toil and needless curiosity. After all this, it is surely superfluous to answer the question that has once been asked, whether Pope was a poet, otherwise than by asking in return, if Pope be not a poet, where is poetry to be found? To circumscribe poetry by a definition will only show the narrowness of the definer, though a definition which shall exclude Pope will not easily be made. Let us look round upon the present time and back upon the past. Let us inquire to whom the voice of mankind has decreed the wreath of poetry. Let their productions be examined and their claims stated, and the pretensions of Pope will be no more disputed. Had he given the world only his version, the name of poet must have been allowed him. If the writer of the Iliad were to class his successors, he would assign a very high place to his translator without requiring any other evidence of genius. Here one faces a certain bafflement. One side of Johnson takes the dogmatic view that the neoclassical couplet is the final normative perfection of poetic form. Why so skeptical an experiential critic, so learned a scholar, should have made such a fetish of Pope's admitted technical perfection, I cannot hope to understand. Johnson had literally thousands of lines of Pope and Dryden by heart, and relatively few of Milton, but he knew, as they did, that they were not of Milton's eminence, let alone of Shakespeare's. Johnson raised Milton by merit to rather a bad eminence, but no similar ambivalence colored his vision of Shakespeare. Certainly, Johnson never identified himself with the Homer Pope Achilles, as he beautifully identified with Sir John Falstaff. It is not even clear that the vanity of human wishes is not a technical advance over Pope. Emphatically, Johnson was what he praised Milton for being, a thinker for himself, and the prestige of Pope hardly factors into Johnson's generous overpraise. Pope is a great poet, but you cannot say of him, as you can of Shakespeare and Dante, that one is reading poetry itself, and it is peculiar to assert that Homer would have approved of Pope's Iliad. That almost invites the furious rejoinder of William Blake, attacking his Popean patron, the bad poet William Haley, and Pope together. Thus Haley on his toilette seeing the soap, cries Homer is very much improved by Pope. It was Pope's artistry that most engaged Johnson, or what Johnson oddly called Pope's poetical prudence, defined by Robert Griffin as Pope's peculiar combination of natural faculties with a disposition to labor. One of Johnson's myths about himself was that he was indolent in contrast to Pope's diligence. But what he meant was the difference between his own restlessness and impatience of mind and Pope's deliberateness. Johnson notoriously feared his own mind, almost as though he might be victimized by his imagination, as Macbeth had been in Shakespeare's most striking vision of the dangerous prevalence of the imagination. Johnson was too good a son to his poetic father Pope, and the muse requires ambivalence in the family romance of poets. The underlying sorrow implied throughout, but rarely expressed, of the lives of the poets is what Laura Quinney calls a quest for the adipolization of literary space. Confronted by Alexander Pope as his Laius, Johnson fled the crossroads rather than risk impiety. Perhaps Johnson was too good a man to become a great poet, but we need not regret his scruples, for we know him now as both a great man and the greatest of literary critics. Canonical criticism, which is what Johnson consciously writes, has its religio-political and socio-economic motivations in Johnson, but it fascinates me to watch the critic push aside his own ideologies in his Life of Milton. Our current apostles of criticism and social change ought to try reading, in sequence, Johnson and Hazlitt on Milton. On all issues of religion, politics, society, and economics, the Tory Johnson and the radical dissenter Hazlitt are totally opposed, but they praise Milton for the same qualities. Hazlitt as memorably as Johnson, particularly here. Milton has borrowed more than any other writer and exhausted every source of imitation, sacred or profane. Yet he is perfectly distinct from every other writer. He is a writer of cantos, and yet in originality scarcely inferior to Homer. The power of his mind is stamped on every line. In reading his works, we feel ourselves under the influence of a mighty intellect, that the nearer it approaches to others, becomes more distinct from them. Milton's learning has the effect of intuition. Shakespeare is the one exception to the truth of this, as I tried to show in tracing the Shakespearean influence that persisted in Milton's Satan. Hazlitt, who seems to me second only to Johnson among English critics, disliked Johnson. But Johnson on Milton anticipates Hazlitt. The highest praise of genius is original invention. Of all the borrowers from Homer, Milton is perhaps the least indebted. He was naturally a thinker for himself, confident of his own abilities, and disdainful of help or hindrance. He did not refuse admission to the thought or images of his predecessors, but he did not seek them. Both critics accurately find in Milton a power that converts learning into intuition, the power of invention, which Johnson considered the essence of poetry. Johnson's melancholia, which alienated Hazlitt, taught him to value invention all the more highly, because the cure for melancholia involves a continual discovery and rediscovery of the possibilities of life. More than anyone else I have read, Johnson understood how little we can bear any anticipation of death, especially our own death. It is not excessive to say that his criticism is founded upon this understanding. The basic law of human existence, for Johnson, cannot vary. Human nature declines to confront death head-on. When Johnson praises Shakespeare by observing that his characters act and speak under the influence of the general passions that agitate all mankind, the critic is thinking in the first place of the passion to evade the consciousness of dying. There is a splendidly grim conversation reported by Boswell April 15, 1778, when Johnson was 69. Boswell: "Then, sir, We must be contented to acknowledge that death is a terrible thing? Johnson. Yes, sir. I have made no approaches to a state which can look on it as not terrible. Mrs. Knowles, seeming to enjoy a pleasing serenity in the persuasion of benignant divine light, does not St. Paul say, I have fought the good fight of faith, I have finished my course, henceforth is laid up for me a crown of life? Johnson. Yes, madam. But here was a man inspired, a man who had been converted by supernatural interposition. Boswell. In prospect, death is dreadful, but in fact we find that people die easy. Few believe it certain they are then to die, and those who do set themselves to behave with resolution, as a man does who is going to be hanged. He is not the less unwilling to be hanged. Miss Seward. There is one mode of the fear of death, which is certainly absurd, and that is the dread of annihilation, which is only a pleasing sleep without a dream. Johnson. It is neither pleasing nor sleep. It is nothing. Now, mere existence is so much better than nothing that one would rather exist even in pain than not exist. Johnson ends the exchange by remarking that the lady confounds annihilation, which is nothing, with the apprehension of it, which is dreadful. It is in the apprehension of it that the horror of annihilation consists. The critic's realism associates that horror with both the fear of madness and the hope of salvation, but the horror itself transcends both the fear and the hope. To go on living, we retreat from the consciousness that induces the horror. Johnson on Shakespeare is never subtler than in his comment on the Duke's astonishing "Be absolute for death" speech in Act 3, Scene 1 of Measure for Measure. Thou hast nor youth nor age, but as it were an after-dinner sleep, dreaming on both. Johnson remarks, this is exquisitely imagined. When we are young, we busy ourselves in forming schemes for succeeding time and miss the gratifications that are before us. When we are old, we amuse the languor of age with the recollection of youthful pleasures or performances, so that our life, of which no part is filled with the business of the present time, resembles our dreams after dinner, when the events of the morning are mingled with the designs of the evening. Dinner for Shakespeare and Johnson was the midday meal we call lunch. What Johnson sees is that Shakespeare's exquisite imagining reveals our total inability to live in the present moment. Either we are prospective or we recollect. What Johnson refuses to say but implies is that we forsake the present because we must die at a present moment. The horror of annihilation is the motive for metaphor, what Nietzsche called the desire to be different, the desire to be elsewhere, is activated by a refusal to accept dying, and the heart's desire to win distinction, including literary distinction, according to Johnson, has the same drive. To evade the consciousness that is reduced to vertigo by the thought of ceasing to be. Bate, in the finest insight on Johnson I know, emphasized that no other writer is so obsessed by the realization that the mind is an activity, one that will turn to destructiveness of the self or of others unless it is directed to labor. The heart's hunger for survival, displaced into a rainbow of forms, is exposed by Johnson as the de-idealized drive for literary canonization. Johnson's gloom, which offended Hazlitt as unnatural, might be called a negative empiricism opposed to Hazlitt's positive naturalism. Both critics exalted Falstaff as Shakespeare's finest representation of the comic spirit, but Johnson's greater need for the relief provided by humor led him to an amazing identification with Falstaff, wholly against his moral will. Hazlitt is totally delighted by Falstaff, as all of us should be. Johnson, like lesser moralists down to the present, disapproves of Falstaff but cannot hold out against him. Though morally inhibited, Johnson is so moved by Falstaff that he becomes rhapsodic until he checks himself. But Falstaff unimitated, unimitable Falstaff, how shall I describe thee? Thou compound of sense and vice, of sense which may be admired but not esteemed, of vice which may be despised but hardly detested. Falstaff is a character loaded with faults, and with those faults which naturally produce contempt. He is a thief and a glutton, a coward and a boaster, always ready to cheat the weak and prey upon the poor, to terrify the timorous and insult the defenseless. At once obsequious and malignant, he satirizes in their absence those whom he lives by flattering. He is familiar with the prince only as an agent of vice, but of this familiarity he is so proud as not only to be supercilious and haughty with common men, but to think his interest of importance to the Duke of Lancaster. Yet the man thus corrupt, thus despicable, makes himself necessary to the prince that despises him, by the most pleasing of all qualities, perpetual gaiety, by an unfailing power of exciting laughter, which is the more freely indulged, as his wit is not of the splendid or ambitious kind, but consists in easy escapes and sallies of levity, which make sport but raise no envy. It must be observed that he is stained with no enormous or sanguinary crimes, so that his licentiousness is not so offensive, but that it may be borne for his mirth. The moral to be drawn from this representation is, that no man is more dangerous than he that with a will to corrupt hath the power to please, and that neither wit nor honesty ought to think themselves safe with such a companion when they see Henry seduced by Falstaff. As a fierce Falstaffian, I disagree with much of this, preferring Johnson's contemporary, Maurice Morgan, who in an essay on the dramatic character of Sir John Falstaff, 1777, vindicated the finest comic character in all literature. Johnson's reaction to Morgan, according to Boswell, was to mutter that Morgan would next demonstrate the moral virtue of Iago. Yet one forgives Johnson for his moving observation that Falstaff manifests the most pleasing of all qualities, perpetual gaiety. Johnson's great need of that quality was constant, and his references to Falstaff, in conversation as in his writings, were frequent. He liked to portray himself as Falstaff, old but light-hearted, with an indomitable vitality, though gradually darkened by impending loss. The vitality abides in Johnson's own writing, as it does in the figure of Johnson, within and without Boswell. Whether that strength of being will continue to haunt us, I cannot prophesy. If canonical values are exiled completely from the study of literature, will Johnson still have an audience? If there are to be no more generations of common readers, free of ideological cant, then Johnson will vanish, together with much else that is canonical. Wisdom does not die so easily, however. If criticism expires in the universities and colleges, it will reside in other places, since it is the modern version of wisdom literature. I cannot bear to be elegiac about Dr. Johnson, my hero since my boyhood, and so I close this chapter by giving him the last word from the preface to Shakespeare, so that we hear again the greatest of critics on the strongest of poets. The irregular combinations of fanciful invention may delight a while, by that novelty of which the common sadity of life sends us all in quest. But the pleasures of sudden wonder are soon exhausted, and the mind can only repose on the stability of truth. The Western Canon by Harold Bloom. Goethe's Faust, Part 2, the counter-canonical poem. Of all the strongest Western writers, Goethe now seems the least available to our sensibility. I suspect that this distance has little to do with how badly his poetry translates into English. Hölderlin translates poorly also, but his appeal to most of us dwarfs Goethe's. A poet and wisdom writer, who is his language's equivalent of Dante, can transcend inadequate translation, but not changes in life and literature that render his central attitudes so remote from us as to seem archaic. Goethe is no longer our ancestor, as he was Emerson's and Carlyle's. His wisdom abides, but it seems to come from some solar system other than our own. Goethe had no German poetic precursors of anything like comparable strength. Hölderlin came after him, and he has had no rival since, not even in Heine, Mörike, Stefan Gorge, Rilke, Hofmannsthal, or the astonishing Trakl and Celan. But though he stands at the true beginning of imaginative literature in German, Goethe is, from a Western perspective, an end rather than a beginning. Ernst Robert Curtius, to me the most distinguished of modern German literary critics, has observed that European literature formed a continuous tradition from Homer through Goethe. The step beyond was taken by Wordsworth, the inaugurator of modern poetry, and also of that line of introspection which goes from Ruskin through Proust into Beckett, until recently the major living writer. Goethe's dates were 1749 to 1832, while Wordsworth's were 1770 to 1850, which makes the English Romantic a younger contemporary of the German sage. But British and American poets continue to rewrite Wordsworth involuntarily, and one cannot say that Goethe is a vital influence on German poetry at this time. Nevertheless, it should be argued that Goethe's remoteness is part of his enormous value for us now, particularly at a time when French speculators have proclaimed the death of the author and the hegemony of texts. Every Goethe text, however divergent from the others, bears the mark of his unique and overwhelming personality, which cannot be evaded or deconstructed. To read Goethe is to know again that the death of the author is merely a belated Gallic trope. Goethe's demon or demons, he appears to have commanded as many as he wanted, is always present in his work, aiding the perpetual paradox that the poetry and prose alike are at once exemplary of a classical, almost universal ethos and a romantic, intensely personal pathos. The logos, or in Aristotelian terms, the dianoia, thought content of Goethe's work, is the only vulnerable aspect, since the eccentric Goethean science of nature today seems an inadequate conceptualizing of his formidable demonic apprehension of reality. That hardly matters, for Goethe's literary power and wisdom survive the evaporation of his rationalizations. Curius adroitly remarks that predominance of light over darkness is the condition that suits Goethe best, and reminds us that Goethe's word for this condition is heiter, not so much joyous as the equivalent of the Latin serenus, a cloudless sky, whether night or day. Like Shelley after him, Goethe found his personal emblem in the morning star, but not for its moment of exquisite waning into the dawn, as Shelley did. The serene Goethe is now a temperamental burden for us. Neither we nor our writers are tranquil. Goethe's Faust lives to be 100 years old, and Goethe ardently desired the same for himself. Nietzsche taught us a poetics of pain. Only the painful, he brilliantly insisted, could truly be memorable. Curius ascribes to Goethe a poetics of pleasure in an old tradition, but a poetics of serenity, of unclouded skies, is even closer to the Goethean vision. Error about life is necessary for life, a crucial Nietzschean insight, is part of Nietzsche's large and acknowledged debt to Goethe, whose idea of poetry centered upon a complex awareness that poetry essentially was trope, and that trope was a kind of creative error. Curtius, in his masterwork, European Literature in the Latin Middle Ages, 1948-1953 in English, brings together two splendid statements on trope by Goethe. In the notes and essays attached to the Westostlicher Divan, Goethe comments on metaphor in Arabic poetry. To the Oriental, all things suggest all things, so that, accustomed to connecting the most remote things together, he does not hesitate to derive contrary things from one another by very slight changes in letters or syllables. Here we see that language is already productive in and of itself, and indeed, insofar as it coincides with the imagination, is poetic. If, then, we should begin with the first necessary, primary tropes and then mark the freer and bolder, until we finally reach the most daring and arbitrary, and even the inept, conventional, and the hackneyed, we should have obtained a general view of Oriental poetry. Clearly, this would constitute a general metaphor for poetry, where all things suggest all things. In his Maxims and Reflections, Goethe says of his true precursor, the only one he could accept, because he wrote in a different modern language. Shakespeare is rich in wonderful tropes which stem from personified concepts and which would not suit us at all, but which in him are perfectly in place, because in his time, all art was dominated by allegory. This reflects Goethe's unfortunate distinction between allegory, where the particular serves only as an example of the general, and symbol, or the nature of poetry. It expresses something particular, without thinking of the general or pointing to it. But Goethe goes on to observe that Shakespeare finds images where we would not go for them, for example in the book. Still regarded as something sacred, to trope a book as something sacred is hardly allegory in Goethe's rather uninteresting sense, but it is allegory as an authentically symbolic mode in which all things again suggest all things. Such a metaphor of the book opens Goethe to his own largest ambitions as a poet, to embody and extend the European tradition of literature without being overcome by its contingencies, and so without losing the image of oneself. This aspect of Goethe has been best illuminated by his principal 20th century heir, Thomas Mann. With loving irony, or perhaps ironic love, Mann composed a series of remarkable portraits of Goethe, from the essay on Goethe and Tolstoy, 1922, through a triad of essays in the 1930s on the man of letters, the representative of the bourgeois age, and Faust, to the novel Lotte in Weimar, 1939, concluding with the fantasy on Goethe of the 1950s. Setting Lotte in Weimar aside, the most remarkable of these Goethean performances is the speech on the 100th anniversary of the poet's death, Goethe as representative of the bourgeois age. For Mann, Goethe is, this great man in poet's form, the prophet of German culture and idealistic individualism, but above all this miracle of personality and Carlyle's godlike man. As bourgeois representative man, Goethe himself speaks of a free trade of conceptions and feelings, which Mann interprets as a characteristic transference of liberal economic principles to the intellectual life. Mann emphasizes that Goethe's serenity was an aesthetic achievement rather than a natural endowment. In the late Fantasy on Goethe, Mann commends Goethe for his splendid narcissism, a contentment with self far too serious and far too concerned to the very end, with self-perfection, lightening, and distillation of personal endowment, for a petty-minded word like vanity to be applicable. The charm of this characterization is that Mann describes himself as much as Goethe, both here and in the splendid essay of 1936 on Freud in the Future. The Imitatio Goethe, with its Werther and Wilhelm Meister stages, its old age period of Faust and Divan, can still shape and mythically mold the life of an artist, rising out of his unconscious, yet playing over, as is the artist way, into a smiling, childlike, and profound awareness. Mann's Imitatio Goethe gives us Tonio Kröger as Werther, Hans Castorp as Wilhelm Meister, Dr. Faustus for Faust, and Felix Kroll for the Divan. There are deliberate echoes in Mann's remarks of Goethe's even perfect models have a disturbing effect in that they lead us to skip necessary stages in our Bildung, with the result, for the most part, that we are carried wide of the mark into limitless error. Mann quotes, in several places, Goethe's cruel and central question, phrased in his old age as, "Does a man live when others also live?" Implicit in the question are two superb Goethean aphorisms that between them form a dialectic of belated creation. Only by making the riches of the others our own do we bring anything great into being, and what can we in fact call our own except the energy, the force, the will? E.R. Curtius's Goethe is the perfecter and final representative of the literary culture that goes from Homer through Virgil to Dante, and that achieved later sublimity in Shakespeare, Cervantes, Milton, and Racine. Only a writer with Goethe's demonic force could have summed up so much without falling into the perfection of death. Our puzzle now is that Goethe, despite his vitality and wisdom, confronts us in his strongest lyric poetry with too undivided a consciousness for us to believe we can be found by that poetry, palpably as powerful as Wordsworth's, yet infinitely less moving. The Trilogies der Leidenschaft, or Passion Trilogies, despite their extraordinary rhetorical intensity, are not poems of the center of our being like Tintern Abbey and the Intimations Ode. The Prelude cannot be judged poetry of a higher order than Faust, yet it seems by far the more normative work. The great aesthetic puzzle of Goethe is not his lyric and narrative achievements, both of which are unquestionable, but Faust, the most grotesque and unassimilable of major Western poems in dramatic form. Erich Heller cunningly writes, "What is Faust's sin? Restlessness of spirit. What is Faust's salvation? Restlessness of spirit." This is either a Goethean confusion or Goethe's personal version of the Gnostic idea of salvation through sin. It seems fair to call it a confusion. Heller sees it as more a kind of illicit ambiguity. What he could not write was the tragedy of the human spirit. It is here that the tragedy of Faust fails and becomes illegitimately ambiguous, because there is for Goethe, in the last analysis, no specifically human spirit. It is fundamentally at one with the spirit of nature. Hermann Weigand, although he concedes that Faust's salvation is a highly unorthodox affair, ascribes the heretical redemption to the hero's ceaseless striving to expand his personality, which was certainly the quest of Goethe himself. But I am afraid that Heller is accurate, and Faust has no personality or specifically human spirit, which is one of our difficulties with the poem. Nothing in Goethe is more Homeric, or more a grotesque parody of Homer, than the absence of any notion of a human spirit apart from the forces and drives of nature. Faust, like the Homeric heroes, is a battleground where contending forces collide. This is his largest difference from Hamlet, who is in the biblical tradition of a human spirit. Faust could never say with Hamlet that in his heart there was a kind of fighting. Rather, his heart, his mind, and his perceptions are strictly divided from one another, and he is the more or less arbitrary site where they clash. Goethe is, however, writing not Homeric epic but the German tragedy, though tragedy has a peculiar meaning in regard to Faust. Heller says that Faust's tragedy is that he is incapable of tragedy. Is Homer's Achilles a tragic hero? Bruno Snell, E.R. Dodds, and Hans Frankel show us that even Achilles, the best of the Achaeans, is essentially childlike, because there is no integration of his intellect, his emotions, and his sense impressions. There is a positive Homeric quality in Goethe himself, but Faust seems Homeric only in being childlike. Oedipus and Hamlet become mature in their tragedies. Faust is a baby in comparison. This is scarcely an aesthetic defect. It adds to the extraordinary strangeness that makes Faust the most grotesque masterpiece of Western poetry, the end of the classical tradition in what could be called a vast, cosmological satyr play. Part 1 is crazy enough, but Part 2 makes Browning and Yeats seem tame and Joyce straightforward. It was fortunate for Goethe that Shakespeare was English, because the linguistic distance allowed him to absorb and imitate Shakespeare without crippling anxieties. Faust cannot be called truly Shakespearean, but it almost incessantly parodies Shakespeare. Benjamin Bennett finds the poem's project to be no less than the regeneration of language, which I might reduce to an attempt to regenerate German as Shakespeare regenerated English. Bennett considers the weird non-genre of Faust an anti-poetic that seeks to purge irony from poetic language and restore a kind of visionary pathos. With a grand and deliberate critical irrealism, Bennett proclaims that the size of Faust is infinite in the sense of being as large as one pleases. Sometimes in reading Faust, I wish that the poem and I could join in a strict diet, but the suggestiveness of Bennett's point abides. The impossible critical question is, can one define the aesthetic achievement, its range and its limitations, of Goethe's Faust? Bennett has perhaps foreclosed the question of range, but the matter of limitations cannot be evaded, particularly at a time and in a country where Faust seems to be an uncanny redundancy, a snowy white elephant of the central poetic tradition. As I have said, we read Wordsworth's Prelude or even Blake's epics more readily than we learn to read Faust. Are we baffled by the apparent serenity of Goethe's poetic personality and the squalid intensities of Faust? Or is it just that we cannot locate ourselves in relation to Goethe's world theater, so we wonder what is going on and ask why we should be involved at all? To argue for the greatness of Faust on the basis of its lyrical variety and rhetorical power, or even its mythological inventiveness, no longer seems sufficient. We tend to prefer Goethe's Roman elegies, the Westöstlicher Divan, and sometimes even the Venetian epigrams to Faust. I have heard the very unkind remark that Faust is to Goethe what Thus Spake Zarathustra is to Nietzsche and all Nietzscheans. A gorgeous disaster. It is true that a summary of Faust is about as inedible as a summary of Zarathustra. Reading Faust closely is quite another matter. It becomes a banquet of sense, though doubtless too replete with scarcely healthy viands. As a sexual nightmare or erotic fantasy, it has no rival, and one understands why the shocked Coleridge declined to translate the poem. It is certainly a work about what, if anything, will suffice, and Goethe finds myriad ways of showing us that sexuality by itself will not. Even more obsessively, Faust teaches us that, without an active sexuality, absolutely nothing will suffice. Bennett very usefully reminds us that the peculiar art of Faust is that the poem systematically cancels out all of the perspectives from which we might wish to view it. You block out perspectivism only by deliberate ambiguity, of which Goethe seems to have invented some 77 types. Nietzsche's Goethe incarnates Dionysus rather than Apollo, just as Freud's Goethe embodies Eros, not Thanatos. The only god or godling in Faust seems to me to be Goethe himself, for this extraordinary poet was neither Christian nor Epicurean, neither Platonist nor empiricist. Perhaps the spirit of nature rather than Mephistopheles speaks for Goethe, but we are bored or irritated now by Goethe's spirits, so the persuasive figure in Faust has to be Mephistopheles, rightly hailed by Erich Heller as the legitimate precursor to Nietzsche's vision of the nihilistic void. Heller thinks that Nietzsche was a Faustian after all, but that is to evade Nietzsche's own ironies. I do not know a more surprising poetry than the grotesque and sublimely absurd final utterances of the heroically ridiculous Mephistopheles as he fights a solitary rearguard action against the heavenly floods of floating roses and angelic buttocks that prevent his snatching away the soul that Faust has pledged to him. What are we to do with so astonishingly outrageous a scene? Directly Faust has cried out, "I now enjoy my highest moment." He sinks back and is gone, and what follows is both beyond and beneath literary criticism. Low farce that courts a dreadful bathos overwhelms us as Mephistopheles leads on his cowardly legions of fat devils with short, straight horns and lean devils with long, curved horns, only to see them all run away when the delicious bevy of boy angels appears. Overcome by his exuberant lust for these charmers, Mephistopheles still battles gallantly, then hilariously compares himself to Job and ends up conceding defeat, winning our final rueful affection by his confession of all too human lust. Poor old devil, we think. Yet tough old devil, too, who accurately accuses himself. That is a crucial part of Goethe's perpetually surprising achievement. Faust doesn't have a human spirit or personality, but Mephistopheles delightfully does. When he wrote of Mephistopheles, Goethe was a true poet and of the devil's party while knowing it, because Goethe seems to have known everything. Although Faust is more an opera than a stage play, it still receives performances in Germany. I haven't seen one and would prefer not to, unless a gifted director brings to it all the resources of cinema. Faust Part 2 is already a nightmare of a movie, which one directs in one's head even as one struggles with the weirdness of the text. Curious as Part 1 most certainly is, it is Part 2 that constitutes the most peculiar yet canonical work of Western literature. Goethe started to compose what became Faust in 1772 when he was about 23, and finished 60 years later, just before he died in 1832. A poetic drama composed during 6 decades is bound to be a monster, and Goethe labored at making Part 2 as monstrous as possible. His critics have argued endlessly for the supposed unity of the play and tend to find Part 2 at least implicit in Part 1. Aside from a few mechanical links, all that the two Fausts possess in common are Faust himself and the comic devil, Mephistopheles, who is not a very satanic figure, whether we think of the Satan of popular tradition or the hero-villain of Milton's Paradise Lost. As Faust is without personality and Mephistopheles has no single personality, they provide little continuity to the two parts of the drama. This scarcely matters, since the poet of Part 2 was happy to be as enigmatic as possible. Acclaimed as a literary messiah almost from the start of his career, Goethe shrewdly evaded stultification by becoming an endless experimenter. And Faust, Part 2 may well be more of an experiment than a poem. Editions of Faust frequently present an analytical table of dates of composition and verse forms that reminds me of the charts devoted to the Pentateuch in works of biblical scholarship, except that Goethe himself is at once Yahwist, Elohist, Deuteronomist, priestly writer, and grand redactor. Like the plays of Shakespeare, Dante's Divine Comedy, and Cervantes' Don Quixote, Faust is another secular scripture, a vast book of absolute ambition. Unlike Shakespeare and Cervantes, whose interests were not cosmological, but paradistically like Dante and Milton, Goethe aspires to a total vision. Being Goethe, that should be plural. Visions, the mix of mythologies, histories, speculations, and earlier poets' imaginings in Part 2 cannot even be termed eclectic. Whatever it is, Goethe will use it, because everything can be folded into fragments of a great confession the literary works of Goethe, Faust in particular. Shakespeare, whom Goethe genially and realistically set above himself, is not quite as dominant an influence upon Part 2 as he is upon Part 1, which doubtless helps to account for the flood of classical characters, stories, and forms that surges through Part 2. Goethe's opening to the ancients is in part a defensive movement against Shakespeare, though as an evasion of Shakespeare, it does not succeed. How could it? The crucial Goethean pronouncement on Shakespeare is the 1815 essay Shakespeare und kein Ende, translated by Randolph S. Bourne under the title Shakespeare ad infinitum. Despite his continued ambivalence about the greatest of writers, Goethe's aesthetic sensibility triumphed over his own vulnerability. No one has shown perhaps better than he the connection between necessity and will in the individual character. The person considered as a character is under a certain necessity. He is constrained, appointed to a certain particular line of action. But as a human being, he has a will, which is unconfined and universal in its demands. Thus arises an inner conflict, and Shakespeare is superior to all other writers in the significance with which he endows this. But now an outer conflict may arise, and the individual through it may become so aroused that an insufficient will is raised through circumstance to the level of irremissible necessity. These motives I have referred to earlier in the case of Hamlet. Goethe's interpretation of Hamlet is set forth in Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, 1796, where Wilhelm gives us his famous but absurdly misdirected idealization of Shakespeare's most comprehensive character. Can we recognize Hamlet in his words? A lovely, pure, noble, and most moral nature, without the strength of nerve which forms a hero, sinks beneath a burden which it cannot bear, and must not cast away. All duties are wholly for him. The present is too hard. Impossibilities have been required of him, not in themselves impossibilities, but such for him. He whines and turns and torments himself. He advances and recoils, is ever put in mind, ever puts himself in mind. At last does all but lose his purpose from his thoughts, yet still without recovering his peace of mind. One hardly knows what play Goethe Wilhelm Meister was reading. Certainly not Shakespeare's tragedy in which Hamlet casually slaughters Polonius, cheerfully sends Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to their deaths, and acts toward Ophelia with a brutality so obscene as to be beyond forgiveness. But then nothing could be unkinder to Goethe's Faust, whether Part 1 or Part 2, than comparing the play to Hamlet, or indeed to any major Shakespearean tragedy. The Prince of Denmark is a dramatic character whose personality is universally compelling and uncannily capacious. Hamlet's is the only authorial consciousness among all active characters, by which I do not mean that Hamlet is Shakespeare's self-representation. Rather, Hamlet is a miracle of inwardness. Shakespeare found ways of suggesting a psychological richness that confounds us, until we begin to want to hear Hamlet speak on every matter in the cosmos that perplexes us. Long as the play is, the fascinated reader, rather than the playgoer, wants it longer. We wish every observation by Hamlet that we can hope to get. By that impossible standard, Goethe's Faust, and even his Mephistopheles, scarcely seem characters at all. Goethe, wary of challenging Shakespeare, turned to the Baroque drama of Spain's Golden Age, to Calderon in particular, for a rival model. In Calderon's greater plays, as in Faust, the protagonists move and have their being somewhere in the indeterminate realm between character and idea. They are extended metaphors for a complex of thematic concerns. This works wonderfully for Calderon as for Lope de Vega, but Goethe wanted to have the opposition between personalities and thematic metaphors both ways and felt free to drop the mode of Calderon and re-enter the Shakespearean cosmos almost at will. A master of caprice, Goethe frequently gets away with it, but not always, and his cosmological drama suffers whenever Shakespeare is evoked. The reader experiences the oddity that the vast play, particularly its bizarre second part, truly is saturated with life, as the old Gede said, except where its supposedly tragic hero is concerned. Mad mythologies and the endlessly plotting Mephistopheles swarm by us, always lively, but Faust himself can be passive, colorless, long-winded, or just plain asleep. The problem is not that there is too much of the multi-selved Goethe in his Renaissance quester, transmuted into a German, but that there is very little Messiah in his principal figure. Goethe's exuberance is lavished upon the marvelous monsters of Part 2, but not upon poor Faust himself. It cannot be accidental, yet it remains an aesthetic misfortune. Goethe was evidently so stubbornly determined not to allow Faust to be mistaken for him that he forgot his greatest preternatural strength, which was the incommensurate nature of his own personality. There is a similar problem with Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship, Carlyle's title for the best of Goethe's prose fictions, where I am fascinated by nearly every character except the wooden Wilhelm Meister himself. Goethe so enchanted himself in everyone he ever encountered that no character he created could possibly live up to its creator. Shakespeare scarcely interested himself and was evidently quite colorless in comparison to Christopher Marlowe and Ben Jonson, or even to such lesser figures as George Chapman or John Marston. The puzzle and glory of Goethe's works, and of Faust Part 2 in particular, is the way in which the writing becomes so totally imbued with the seductive personality of the poet that it is the poet himself and not his representations that we most value. What happens in Byron happens on a grander scale in Goethe, as the canny author of Faust certainly understood. Charismatics who become great writers are not numerous. Goethe is the major example in all of Western literature. What mattered most about him was his personality. He is to authors what Hamlet is to literary characters. His definitive biographer, Nicholas Boyle, begins the first volume of Goethe, The Poet and the Age, 1991, with an indisputable assertion: more must be known, or at any rate, there must be more to know, about Goethe than about almost any other human being. Even Napoleon, Goethe's contemporary, cannot challenge that judgment, nor can Byron or Oscar Wilde or any other aesthetic luminary. About Shakespeare, we know next to nothing that matters, and we learn to be skeptical about how much more there is to know, about the man as opposed to the plays. About Goethe, Boyle seems to know everything, and it all does seem to matter. As both Nietzsche and Curtius observed in very different ways, Goethe is in himself an entire culture, the culture of literary humanism in the long tradition that goes from Dante to Faust. Part 2, the canonical achievement of Vico's aristocratic age. In the memory of Goethe, the classics of the theological age, Homer, the Athenian tragedies, the Bible, are crossed by Dante, Shakespeare, Calderon, and Milton. And what issues from this crossing is a culture that, in Goethe's era and nation, belonged to Goethe alone. Nor has the amalgam flourished in any great poet since. As he seems to have known, Goethe is an end and not a fresh beginning. Sages were to rise in his wake for nearly a century after his death, but he died with them. And he lives on today not in any poet who is with us, but only in the dead and in scholars who feast on the dead. The enigma of Goethe resides in the mystery of his personality, the aura of which survived the democratic age, only to fade away at last into our common chaos. Thomas Mann is the final great writer to emerge from Goethe, and Mann is sadly dim now, even as his master Goethe has darkened, although not forever. Humanistic irony is not a fashionable stance in the early 1990s and will hardly gain currency in what will be the apocalyptic forebodings of the later 90s. Goethe, never a Christian, found himself acclaimed as a messiah while still in his youth and defended himself with formidable irony against his own deification. The only theist in Faust, Part 2, is Mephistopheles. Faust himself prefigures Nietzsche by urging us to think of the earth rather than of a transcendental authority. Shakespeare became a mortal god for Victor Hugo and many after him, myself included, and Goethe had the mixed satisfaction of achieving the status of a divine being among his own generation of German aesthetes. But the immense contrast between Shakespeare and Goethe remains what might be called the charisma of the word and of the writer. His contemporaries all but universally, the aphorist Lichtenberg is the only exception I can think of, found in Goethe a prodigy of nature and a luminosity that seemed to surpass mere nature. Goethe, however, declined to be a prophet, let alone a god, and liked to refer to himself as a Weltmensch, a child of this world. A total iconoclast, Goethe inherits everything that is wildest and most idiosyncratic in Western aesthetic culture. Little as we seem to understand this fact today. His superb self-centeredness is the model for what Emerson was to convert into the American religion of self-reliance. And in some complex but very real sense, the United States of our time is more Goethean, without knowing it, than modern Germany can be. At the center of Goethe's charismatic intensity of spirit is a restless self-regard, and Faust is a religious poem only insofar as it is the epic drama of the self that knows no limits. The religion of the self has no more sublime monument than Faust, Part 2. Part 1 is a remarkable poem, but only a shadowy foretaste of what comes rushing upon us in the second part. The figure of Faust goes back to the apparent origins of Christian heresy in the supposed first Gnostic, Simon Magus of Samaria, who when he went to Rome took on the name of Faustus, the favored one. Earlier in his rather lurid career, Simon had discovered a prostitute in Tyre, Helen, whom he proclaimed the fallen thought of God, in one of her previous incarnations, Helen of Troy. This heretical scandal is the distant source of the Faust legend, which became attached to an actual Georg, or Johann Faust, an early 16th century wandering confidence man, an astrologer, who died about 1540. The earliest Faust chapbook, 1587, contains the basic incidents exploited first by Christopher Marlowe in Dr. Faustus, 1593, and then by Goethe, among many others. Both popular and poetic versions of the Faust story showed an early inclination to associate Faust with the libertine Don Juan. The two legends have clear affinities. Both hero-villains quest for hidden knowledge, whether occult or sexual. Both go from one erotic delusion to another. Both evolve through desire and excess into damnation. Byron, as poet and as charismatic celebrity, brings both legends to culmination in himself, as Goethe shrewdly came to realize. The dying fall of the linked legends, Faust and Don Juan, is accomplished in Faust, Part 2, when Euphorion, Byron, the child of Faust and Helen, suffers the fate of Icarus. Part 1 gives us a sadly inadequate Don Juan in its protagonist, whose wretched affair with the innocent Margaret leads directly to her earthly destruction and her rather unconvincing heavenly salvation. But Goethe was properly more concerned in giving us the most adequate of all possible Fausts, though the lyric success overwhelms the dramatic achievement in the Goethean Faust. We do not remember this greatest of all Fausts as the representation of a potential person, but as the history of a consciousness fundamentally detached from both action and passion, however much he aspires to them. Goethe's own mind was never resting. His Faust's mind is merely perpetually restless. Goethe was clearly aware of the difference and cheerfully assumed the aesthetic risk involved. No one rereads Faust, either part, because she or he becomes engrossed with Faust, as most of us become obsessed with Hamlet. I reread Faust to see what Goethe can do with his somewhat un-Goethean protagonist. When I reread Hamlet, it is much more a question of what Hamlet can do with Hamlet. It comes down to Erich Heller's point again. Goethe avoids tragedy, while Shakespeare captures the genre forever. Or, as Heller grimly summed it up, if it can be said that Goethe's limitations have their origin in the apparently limitless scope of his genius, then what is meant is his genius, not his talents. On the contrary, he always used his talents to defend himself against his genius. I would modify that only by remarking that Part 1 is Goethe's defense against his own genius, but the much more powerful Part 2 is Goethe's more interesting defense against the genius of others. The Greek tragedies, Homer, Dante, Calderon, Shakespeare, and Milton. Part 2 no more confronts the reality of evil than Part 1 does, but the reader impatient for tragedy ceases to care, indeed cannot care, for a preternatural energy of response is demanded by the tidal waves of Goethean myth-making that roll in upon us. Lyric does not translate, but monster films do. And Faust, Part 2, is the grandest monster movie ever directed at us. The same endowment in me that sends me out to every fresh Dracula always returns me to Part 2, where Mephistopheles becomes the most imaginative of all vampires. Goethe, supposedly renouncing desire, nevertheless allows Mephistopheles to write most of Part 2, with superb poetic results. Part 1 ends with a perfect cauldron of sin, error, and remorse, fit only for Faust to drown in, but the first scene of Part 2 takes all that away. Goethe's most profound debt to Shakespeare was the pragmatic realization that apotheosis can be dramatically persuasive. The Hamlet of Act 5 has transcended everything that he brought about in the first 4 acts, and from the second scene of Part 2 onward, Faust is completely free of the Margaret tragedy. Hamlet may protest the intensity of his past love for the dead Ophelia, but we rightly do not believe him, and Faust does not even bother to protest nostalgia for his version of Ophelia. Goethe was evidently not addicted to remorse, particularly in erotic matters. A Lost Woman was an achieved poem, and Margaret was now Part 1, even as Helen would be Part 2. I shudder to contemplate feminist readings of Goethe, or of Dante or Yeats, since more even than Milton, these are the poets who idealized and therefore demonized women. When the chorus mysticus concludes Part 2 by chanting, "Woman, eternally," shows us the way, a woman now is likely to ask, to what? Goethe was following Dante, but that could hardly be taken now for a defense. Whether the ostensible object was Margaret or Helen, Faust remained the subject and finally the true object of his own quest, since Goethe knowingly quested only for himself. Like Verona in Love's Labour's Lost, Goethe sought in women's eyes the right Promethean fire, as a reflection of his own creative flame. Shakespeare is wildly and deliberately humorous on this subject, but Goethe is as narcissistic as Verona. One sees why feminist criticism is best off with Shakespeare. His stance is for all sexes and for none. Goethe is so vulnerable to a feminist critique that the results could be of little interest, unless the critique were directed to the feminization of the grotesque in the monstrous mythology that is just ahead of us. The only contemporary rival to Goethe as poetic mythmaker was William Blake, who had no public and whose engraved brief epics, a Miltonic notion, are still available to only a small, instructed, almost obsessive readership. Since I have read Blake's more esoteric poems from childhood on and published extensive commentaries on them while I was still young, it is natural for me to think of Blake in contrast as I read Faust Part 2. Blake's mythopoeic creations are systematic and very much in the service of his apocalyptic argument with canonical tradition. Goethe's inventions are freestyle, profoundly playful, and work to subsume the tradition. I surprise myself by choosing Faust Part 2 over the four Zoas, Milton, and Jerusalem. The same judgment must be made when Shelley, Keats, and Byron are juxtaposed to Part 2, nor would Shelley and Byron have disputed the verdict if those admirers of Goethe had survived to read his greatest poem. Shelley's translation of parts of Part 1 is still the best in English, while the Byron-Goethe relationship is one of the crucial, only partly hidden centers of Part 2. The spirit of Byron appears as the boy charioteer and as the unfortunate Euphorion, child of the union between Faust and Helen. Even more weirdly, the Byronic, which for Goethe is the same as the demonic, works its way into the figure of Homunculus, a much livelier being than either the boy charioteer or Euphorion. Goethe and Byron never met and had only a brief exchange of epistolary compliments before Byron went to his death in Greece. But it is not too much to say that Goethe developed a kind of infatuation for Byron, whom he weirdly ranked above Milton and just below Shakespeare. Goethe's somewhat imperfect English doubtless affected these judgments, which nevertheless were not uncommon throughout Europe in the Romantic period. Despite all of Goethe's classical yearnings, Faust, Part 2, is the central work of European Romanticism, and Byronism inevitably had to play itself out in this German tragedy that is not a tragedy. Shakespeare and Dante, Goethe, Cervantes, and Tolstoy destroy all genre distinctions by and in their work. Goethe takes the risk of explicitly mocking genre, rather in the mode of Hamlet's ironies. I cannot think of another work of Faust's eminence that so aggressively refuses any clear perspective to its reader. Perhaps that is why Goethe appealed so immensely to the perspectivizing Nietzsche, but it makes any reader, myself included, very uneasy to confront a poem that does not allow itself, at any moment, to be taken either wholly seriously or altogether ironically. There is a certain lack of authorial good faith on Goethe's part, though from another perspective that lack is enormously and deliberately charming. Finnegan's Wake, as great a literary white elephant as Faust, is a very humorous book, once you've learned to read it, but it abounds in Joyce and good faith. Devote an inordinate part of your lifetime to Finnegan's Wake, and it will reward your labors. That is its design. Faust, Part 2, is a scandalous pleasure for the exuberant reader, but it is also a trap, a Mephistophelian abyss in which you will never touch bottom. Joyce takes the wake with heartfelt, if amiable seriousness. Its reader is to be neither mocked nor exploited. Goethe as ambitiously attempts world literature and a remaking of language, but somewhat at the reader's expense. Though a Viconian heroic bard of the chaotic age, Joyce is democratic in his literary elitism, as Blake was before him. Work through the set difficulties, and there will be fair pay. The knowingly last bard of the aristocratic age, Goethe is delightedly content to abandon us to ultimate contradiction and confusion. This hardly lessens the aesthetic splendor of Part 2, but it does leave us a touch exasperated, particularly at our present moment. Perhaps that only means that the time of Faustian man has finally passed in the age of feminism and allied ideologies. But it may also mean that Goethe reproves us for wanting from poems what they do not have to give. Still, the question abides. What besides authorial flamboyance and endless exuberance of language does Part 2 possess? Are lyric magnificence and mythopoeic inventiveness enough to sustain so bizarre and baroque an extravaganza at twice the length of Faust, Part 1? Are we truly deluded if we ask for more from much the strongest writer ever to compose in German? There is an extraordinary audacity in Goethe's attempt to exalt desire and renunciation simultaneously in a single poetic drama, even if it is 12,111 lines long and was 60 years in the making. Although he became a national sage, Goethe was refreshingly devoid of both normative religion and middle-class morality, nor was he intimidated by societal considerations of good taste. Just about anything goes in Faust, particularly in the second part. Most educated readers have read some version of Part 1, so I will comment upon it here only insofar as Part 2 can be said to depend on it as foreground. As I have said before, the two parts are so different as actually to constitute two separate poems. But since Goethe thought otherwise, his authorial intentions must prevail. A complete performance of Faust, both parts, would presumably take 21 or 22 hours, using an uncut Hamlet as a model and multiplying by about 4. Of such a possibility, I would cry out with the Lorca who laments the death of the bullfighter, "I don't want to see it." Goethe had the odd notion that Shakespeare did not write for the stage, and certainly the complete Faust is best performed in the afterlife, though it has been done in Germany. Emerging as he did from Storm and Stress, or the German version of the English Age of Sensibility, Goethe naturally associated an authentically sublime drama with the theater of mind, which is not at all to assert that Faust is a philosophical play. Rather, this dramatic poem obsessed with sexual desire has very little to do with a realistic representation of love in any social context, despite the eminent Georg Lukács's Marxist attempt at analyzing the Faust-Margaret affair. As a giant fantasy, Faust inhabits the domain of Freud's drives, Eros and Thanatos, with Faust himself an uneasy Eros and Mephistopheles, a Thanatos uneasily at ease. Let us break into Faust, Part 1 on Walpurgis Night, sparing ourselves the charmingly painful early stages of Faust's catastrophic seduction of poor Margaret. Goethe's Walpurgis Night, as every reader rapidly recognizes, is not to be taken as an evil orgy celebrating a witch's Sabbath on the Brocken in the Harz Mountains. This is, after all, not exactly a Christian poem, and Goethe's soul prefers the Brocken to a cathedral. So do we when we contrast Walpurgis Night to the scene just before it, when Margaret, let us call her Gretchen, as Goethe now begins to do, encounters her evil spirit in the cathedral and swoons at the persecution inflicted on her by this highly Christian gaseous vapor, which has nothing in common with the lively Mephistopheles. A more crucial contrast is between Walpurgis Night and the earlier scene, Forest and Cave, which interrupts Faust's courtship of Gretchen. Goethe shares with Walt Whitman, unlikely duo, The oddity that they are the only major poets before the 20th century to deal overtly with masturbation. Whitman celebrates it, and Goethe is ironical. Mephistopheles comes upon Faust in forest and cave, interrupting a solitary reverie in which Faust finds bliss ever nearer to the gods, and unfairly blames Mephistopheles for the lust the scholar now feels for Gretchen. The devil's reply is crushing. Here and subsequently I quote from the translation of Stuart Atkins, which seems to me much the most accurate English version. Super-terrestrial delights, to lie on mountaintops in dew and darkness, embracing earth and sky ecstatically, to be puffed up so as though you were a god, to probe the earth with urgent intimations, to feel your heart at one with all 6 days creation, enjoying who knows what in your great arrogance, and now no more an earthbound mortal, blissfully merging with the all, and then to let your lofty intimations, he makes an expressive gesture, end in a way that I can't mention. Whether Faust has been prevented from losing himself in masturbation is not really open to doubt. Suggestions that intimate self-gratification are found elsewhere in Part 1 and throughout Part 2. Walpurgis Night, following this rejection of sublimation and the subsequent seduction of Margaret, followed by her Christian self-torment, comes upon us as an overwhelming relief. Faust himself experiences an exuberant sense of release as he goes off on a spring romp, an opening into realms of dreaming, erotic, and liberating, mixing with naked young witches galore, including the splendid Lilith, Adam's first wife. The climax of the dance orgy that follows is in the contradictory visions of Faust and Mephistopheles, who see the same figure, interpreted by the devil as Medusa and by Faust as his victimized Gretchen. The pathos of Gretchen's fate will center the remainder of Faust, Part 1, all of which is contaminated by the witch's Sabbath and its pragmatic exaltation of erotic appetite. Gretchen may be saved as far as heaven is concerned, but the reader runs away from the scene of her agony with Faust and Mephistopheles, all too glad to abandon Ophelia-like suffering for the visionary world of Part 2. Because this book concerns itself with the canonical question, my interest in Faust, Part 2, is limited here to precisely that. What makes so strange a poem permanent and universal? I have neither the space nor the specialized knowledge to offer a commentary upon the entire work. Faust's wager with Mephistopheles is a traditional crux for critics of both parts of the drama, but it seems a minor matter to me. His lack of personality makes me indifferent to whether he achieves a beautiful moment, and so begs it to tarry for a while. The theme of his endless striving also seems to me of little consequence, whether as stimulus to a devil's bargain or as supposed salvation from such a pact. The power of Goethe's work does not reside in these now exhausted commonplaces, which would have long since sunk Faust if they mattered as much as they are said to do. The mythopoeic strength of Part 2 is centered on very different inventions: Faust's descent to the mothers and subsequent vision of Helen, the genesis and career of Homunculus, the classical Walpurgis Night, the idyll of Faust, Helen, and Euphorion. Finally, the struggle for the dead Faust's soul in the rather equivocal depiction of heaven that concludes the poem. Out of these curious imaginings, Goethe shapes a composite myth that makes a difference to any reader willing and able to struggle with a poetry as difficult as it is rhapsodic. Goethe's sublime bad taste returns with his memorable episode of the mothers, where the key given to Faustus by Mephistopheles is all too clearly phallic. Mephistopheles: "Here, take this key." Faust: "That tiny thing." Mephistopheles: "Just grasp it and remember what it's worth." Faust: "It's a growing in my hand. It shines and flashes." Mephistopheles: "You're quick to see that it has special properties. It has an instinct for the place one wants to be. Follow its lead down to the mothers. This descent evidently involves a quasi-incestuous, shadowy, multiple encounter with one's female forebears. When Mephistopheles tells Faust that he will be crowded by strange shapes below, the questing scholar is urged to brandish your key and keep them at a distance. Faust enthusiastically replies, "I hold it tight and feel new strength, new courage." The great enterprise of the mythic descent is palpably a masturbation, Heroic in its prolongation and highly poetic in its result, the vision of Paris's initial rape of Helen. The jealous Faust, himself mad with desire for the classical enchantress, cries out that his hand still holds the key. He points the key at Paris until it touches that apparition, and he seizes Helen. There is an orgasmic explosion, Faust faints away, and the phantoms dissolve as vapors. That concludes Act 1. Benjamin Bennett demonstrates that the 4 remaining acts of Part 2 all conclude with progressively subtler suggestions of masturbatory climaxes. At the end of Act 2, Homunculus performs an onanistic suicide at the feet of Galatea. Euphorion ends Act 3 by throwing himself into the air with fierce erotic intensity, even as he declines female comfort. Goethe's satire of Christianity enters into the closures of Acts 4 and 5, with clear hints that the context of masturbation is still relevant. In 4, a triumphant archbishop envisions a cathedral soaring upward from the place that sin has so defiled, while the entire poem ends with a pseudo-Dantesque epiphany in which Gretchen becomes Beatrice and Faust takes on the role of Dante. Yet amid this outburst of proto-Catholic jubilation, Goethe remains quietly outrageous. The final scene is replete with divine surges of rapture, as one father is transpierced by arrows, and another observes all-potent love in the movement of a tree rising straight to the sky. In the midst of all this heavenly ecstasy, the more perfect angels, rather nastily decline to bear, even cremated, any impure remainders of earth, as if they insist upon the separation between spirit and body. Spiritual brooding throughout the poem, as Bennett reminds us, remains erotic but confines its eroticism to the sphere of self-excitation and self-gratification. The descent to the mothers, which would not be possible for the awed Faust without the phallic key, is in effect the invocation of the muses of mythology for Part 2. Mephistopheles won Faust away from self-gratification with the victimized Gretchen. It is a merely ironic advance in human defeat that Faust is returned to autoeroticism throughout Part 2 by his projected union with an ectoplasmic Helen. The dilemma of perspectivism is again summed up for us by Goethe and is never resolved in Part 2. Once again a witch's Sabbath, this time classical rather than Germanic, gives us more exuberant images of Eros than do either solitary, romantic strivings or communal Christian promptings. Goethe adds the further irony that Mephistopheles, a Christian devil, is frequently uncomfortable when confronted by the realism of the classical Walpurgis Night. Nakedness everywhere, he mutters at shameless sphinxes, unembarrassed griffins, and all sorts of creatures, offering us both rear and frontal views. It is mildly hilarious when the devil wishes, in modern fashion, for a fig leaf or two. Faust, longing for his classical Helen, feels more at home among the ancient monsters, while Homunculus is the most venturesome of the trio. This peculiar being, one of Part 2's most glorious inventions, has been created by Wagner the alchemist, once Faust's faithful assistant. A charming little man, or miniature adult, compelled to live inside the glass phial where he was created, Homunculus in no way resembles Mephistopheles, whose presence in Wagner's laboratory contributed the infernal energy that transformed flame into more than human mind. Homunculus is neither sardonic nor nihilistic, nor is he a kind of tiny-scaled Faust, as some critics have suggested. Too amiable to be a Goethean satire, the hermetic homunculus surpasses us all in knowledge and understanding. A flame of consciousness not incarnated but manifested as mind, he seems to enjoy more of Goethe's affection than nearly anyone else in the poem. Endlessly humorous and entertaining, he has the tragic flaw of longing for love, which will bring about his desperate self-destruction when he encounters Galatea. Homunculus, despite being confined to Act 2, makes so strong an impression as a personality because the Faust of Part 2 is unfortunately beyond personality, at least so far as Goethe is concerned. Faust in Part 1 was a poor man's version of Hamlet, but he had strong emotions, idiosyncratic fierceness, and the ability to be very negative indeed. In Part 2, he is tediously noble, abstracted, and incapable of elemental reactions of any kind. Goethe consciously idealized this later Faust into an allegory of the classical poetic temperament, so that even his passion for Helen becomes a version of Goethe's own passion for Greek poetry and sculpture. Inevitably, this rather cold heightening of Faust brings about a parallel change in Mephistopheles, who almost ceases to be the devil. So hard is he compelled to work at being a kind of high romantic Christian, vainly deprecating the splendor of the classical, or at least seeking somehow to reconcile Greece and Germany. Poor Mephisto. He becomes a reasoner and a comparer, even a historicist, rather than a schemer who seeks to return us to the negations of a primal abyss. This must be why the very idea of flying Faust off to the classical Walpurgis night emanates from homunculus, not from the devil. The little man makes clear that the expedition's purpose is therapy for Faust by bringing him nearer to Helen, while the personal motive is the drive that will culminate at the feet of Galatea. All of these details are incidental to Goethe's motive, which is to stage the great set piece of his poetic career, the 1,500 lines of an ancient Greek witch's Sabbath that never was, on land or sea, but is now because Goethe desires it to come into being. If the essence of poetry is invention, as Dr. Johnson rightly maintained, then the classical Walpurgis night shows us what poetry essentially is: a controlled wildness, a radical originality that subsumes previous strength, and, most of all, the creation of new myth. Goethe confirms his place in the literary canon by adding more strangeness to beauty, Pater's formula for the Romantic, than any Western poet has accomplished since. Goethe's sublime extends the grotesque further than I would have thought it could go. So peculiarly outrageous is this achievement that criticism has been unable to accommodate it, particularly German criticism. Goethe worshiped being so solemn a secular religion. Goethe excludes nearly everything we might expect to find in normal classicism: the Olympian gods, the Homeric warriors, the heroic slayers of monsters. The Goethean gods themselves are monsters, the Phorkyads, formless lurkers in primeval night. Metamorphic and fecund, they inspire an uneasiness in us that is crucial to Goethe's purpose here. Oddly enough, the only contemporary equivalent I can think of is the long nightmare that opens Norman Mailer's Ancient Evenings, where we are carried back to the world of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Mailer is at his strongest in those grim pages and suggestively conveys the otherness of his Ancient Evenings. His lapses come later in his Egyptian novel, but death, like bumbuggery, never fails to activate Mailer's imagination. Life in Death is more Goethe's specialty, and his tour of the dark side cheerfully surpasses Mailer's. We start in Thessaly at Pharsalus, where Caesar defeated Pompey. The witch Ericto, a creation of the poet Lucan, is converted by Goethe from a corpse despoiler to a chronicler of vain battles. Rather than confront the odd trio of homunculus, Faust, and Mephistopheles, she runs off, leaving them free to explore the 1,000 campfires, around which are gathered primeval gods and monsters, resurrected for this one night of the year. Goethe manipulates so many classical models in his mythopoeic counterpoint that to select one as his guiding genius is bound to be deceptive, yet the Frogs of Aristophanes does seem the nearest precursor. Aristophanes was a cruel parodist, particularly of Euripides, but no parodist in literary history is as comprehensive as the Goethe of Faust, Part 2. The peculiar range of tonalities begins to be established when Mephistopheles comes upon the griffins, whom I would certainly not care to encounter. These unamiable beasts, whose job was treasure guarding, have the heads and wings of eagles and the body and paws of lions. Multicolored, sharp-eyed, fearfully quick, they are the ultimate watch animals, ferocious in temper. But in Goethe, they are only rancid old misers, who, when greeted by Mephistopheles as sage graybeards, reply like somewhat daffy dictionary editors, rolling their guttural R's, not graybeards, griffins. No one likes to hear himself called gray. The sound of words reflects the origins from which their sense derives. Gray, grieving, grungy, gruesome, graves, and groaning that have one etymology all put us out of sorts. No reader is going to be terrified of an heraldic beast that utters a line like grow, gremlich, griesgram, greulich, graber, grimmig. As soon as Goethe's monsters have begun to speak, Even their ill temper is no more awesome than the verbal bad manners of the fantastics in Through the Looking Glass. The classical Walpurgis Night is childlike enough to convert every demonic being into another grotesque. So the sphinxes are not primarily granite eminences with girls' faces and lions' bodies, but manifest themselves instead as talkative old storytellers, superstitious busybodies who still ask clever riddles. The fabled sirens deceive no one and cannot sing very well, while the Lamia, who ought to be crazed vampires, are merely tightly laced, overpainted provincial whores who still retain the capacity to turn into very unpleasant entities when embraced. None of Goethe's monsters is reduced by him. Their grotesquerie retains splendor and intensity, but we, after all, are there only as Faust, wholly obsessed with the absent Helen, or as the disembodied Mephistopheles, more rancid than anything he encounters. We see as Mephistopheles sees because only he, of the three, is in search of not fulfillment, but just whatever sensation he can secure. He secures nothing, of course, and wanders off to get lost until he blunders on Homunculus, who takes him to hear a debate between the pre-Socratic philosophers Thales and Anaxagoras. Thales, serene and apparently wise, argues for water as the first principle, while remaining blind to the catastrophes of Walpurgis Night. Anaxagoras, apostle of fire, is a revolutionary apocalyptic like Blake's or the actual visionaries who helped to bring on the French Revolution. Since Anaxagoras is left prostrate upon the ground, adoring Hecate while blaming himself for disasters, the palm is clearly awarded to the sweet-tempered, if rather too Panglossian, Thales. By the time the classical Walpurgis Night has worked through many more complexities to its conclusion, our three aeronauts have met very diverse fates. Mephistopheles, the most ill-natured of German tourists, has had a terrible revel at the Greek witch's Sabbath. Frustrated by each devious lamia, the poor devil stumbles on until he encounters the really hideous Phrygiads, three hags with but a single eye and a single tooth between them. They are so ghastly that Mephistopheles cannot bear to gaze upon them until he realizes that they are his sisters, children of night and chaos, as he himself is. Acknowledging them, he merges with one of the three, and it is in the formless form of a Greek goddess of the abyss that he leaves Pharsalus, going off to Sparta to wait for the return of Helen. Faust, meanwhile, has fallen in with Chiron the centurion, a benign skeptic who seeks to cure him of his obsession with Helen by taking him to Manto, daughter of the archetypal physician Aesculapius. But she is an Orphic romantic, not a rational reductionist, and, recognizing in Faust another Orpheus, she takes him, as she once took Orpheus, down to Persephone, this time to bring up Helen rather than Eurydice. With enormous cunning, Goethe decided not to write the scene between Faust and Persephone, and we are left to imagine it for ourselves. Instead, Goethe invested his creative energies in the story of Homunculus, whose destiny does not allow him to survive the classical Walpurgis Night. Seeking to achieve a proper existence outside of his file, the little fellow endures the debate of Thales and Anaxagoras but receives no useful advice from it. Instead, he goes off with the benign Thales to observe Goethe's most beautiful invention, a kind of Baroque water carnival featuring sirens now, somewhat redeemed, Nereids and Tritons. We have left Pharsalus with its monsters and are in the moonlit world of Aegean sea islets. At Samothrace, we are in the realm of the Kabari, peculiar little gods, constantly self-generating, but can't discover who they are. Goethe does not make clear whether these ignorant dwarfs are only terracotta pots, exalted by ignorant scholars or potent deities, capable of saving the shipwrecked. But whoever they are, the celebratory procession of sea beings courses on in their honor, and that aesthetic spectacle is what matters. Its glory is the oceanic grace, Galatea, drawn by dolphins from her home in Paphos, sacred to Aphrodite. At once the occasion of self-transcendence and self-destruction for Homunculus. Galatea is for Goethe a wholly positive figure. More ambiguous is Proteus, master of deceptions and evasions, yet also a truthful foreteller with a total knowledge of time and its secrets. A mocker of all human aspirations, this old man of the sea is childlike and cheerful and, by one of the best of all Goethean ironies, at once the best and most dangerous philosopher of the art of advising homunculus how to live, what to do. Plunge into the sea is the advice of Proteus in order to join in an endless metamorphosis, but not with the view of rising up to human status. The best of humans, Achilles and Hector, end by going down into Hades. Better to circulate as the sea circulates, to accept life without the individual death that afflicts the human. Do we hear an aspect of the aged Goethe himself in Proteus, since the poet was a lifelong psychic shapeshifter? Or does Goethe invest himself in the next philosopher-prophet, Nereus, who preaches renunciation, yet still employs the accents of Eros? When his daughters, the Dorides, presided over by Galatea, urge him to grant immortality to the young sailors they have rescued and loved, he refuses, uttering what sounds distinctly like Goethe's own, lifelong erotic wisdom. When affection's spell has ended, tenderly put them back on land. Renunciation is extolled again when Nereus and Galatea, like Lear and Cordelia, sharers in an overwhelming father-daughter love, exchange only a single glance and a shout of recognition and joy before the dolphins carry Galatea away for another year's absence. This exaltation of renunciation, so crucial to the old Goethe, provides the equivocal background for the passion of homunculus. Weary of his enclosed existence, the alchemical demon decides he must choose between fire, his native element, and the otherness of water. Refused definitive guidance by Nereus, he rides out on Proteus to meet the procession of Galatea. Goethean irony pervades the masturbatory climax of the erotic quest, as homunculus leaps up to expire at Galatea's feet. Now mounts high and strong, now burns sweet and long, though it were stirring with pulsations of love. Galatea is the object, but poor homunculus is the only lover, until at last his vial shatters on her throne. The flame that is his life breaks into the waves, momentarily transfiguring them. The sirens lead all the sea beings in a hymn of triumph, proclaiming that the victory belongs to Eros. Goethe doubtless agrees, but the classical Walpurgis Night closes with an act that goes well beyond renunciation. The occult representation of detached human intellect destroys mind as another tribute to Eros. Goethe's characteristic ambivalence refuses us any absolute perspective on this loss, and the remainder of Faust, Part 2, will only reinforce the ambiguous stance of the old poet toward his own doctrine of renunciation. I am about to leap over 3,000 lines, mostly magnificent, of Part 2 in order to concentrate on Faust's death scene and the subsequent serio-comic struggle for his soul between Mephistopheles and the angels. The largest omission resulting from my clumsy but desperate leap is Goethe's extraordinary Helen fantasy, a marvelously outrageous transposition of Germany into Greece. With his customary audacity, Goethe parodies Homer and the Athenian tragedies in order to give us one of the most singular poems ever written: the resurrection of Helen of Troy, her union with Faust, the birth and death of their son Euphorion, and the return of Helen to the shades. Like the classical Walpurgis Night, and like the heavenly choruses at the close of Part 2, the Helen that Goethe gives us is a counter-canonical poem, an unthinkable revision of Homer, Aeschylus, and Euripides, even as the classical Walpurgis Night turns the origins of Greek mythology inside out, and the final choruses parody Dante's Paradiso with a subtly savage gusto. None of this was wholly new for Goethe. Faust, Part 1, is a continuous parody of Shakespeare, with touches of Calderon and Milton added on. I cannot think of any other poet who inherited as much of the Western canon as Goethe did. From Homer through Byron, the entire procession is taken into Faust, emptied out, and then filled anew, but with the large difference that parody, however dignified, necessarily constitutes. I argue throughout this book that to become canonical, any new work must have the counter-canonical built into it, but hardly in Goethe's extreme sense. Ibsen repeats something of Goethe's stance, and Peer Gynt parodies Faust even as it does Shakespeare. The other great writers of the democratic age, Whitman, Dickinson, and Tolstoy among them, do not attempt to gather the Western tradition together as Ibsen, however flintily, does. There are versions of Ibsen in our era of chaos. Joyce looms largest among them. But the last traces of Goethe's piety regarding what is parodied do not abide in figures of comparable strength. Beckett's relation to Shakespeare is like Joyce's and somewhat like Ibsen's, but it is not at all Goethean. Curtius, in his essays on European literature, translated by Michael Koval, 1973, quotes from a letter that Goethe wrote in 1817. We epigon poets must revere the legacy of our ancestors, Homer, Hesiod, et al., as the authentic canonical books. We bow before these men whom the Holy Spirit has inspired and dare not ask when or whither. That is not the accent of Ibsen or of Joyce. Curtius, writing in 1949, was accurate. Goethe marked an end to one aspect of tradition. Perhaps my appropriation of Vico gets in the way here, but if aristocratic refers to an elitism of the spirit, to the sense of a gnosis, then Goethe is indeed the last great writer of the era that Dante inaugurated. To write a counter-canonical epic or cosmological drama like Faust Part 2, you need a more intimate relation to the canon than anyone since Goethe has suffered or enjoyed. That gives a particular poignance to the death of Faust, because more than the character Faust is dying. How would Peer Gynt have died if Ibsen had been willing to abandon him to the button molder? Can we imagine the death of Paul D. Bloom? Faustian man dies a classical death, as we are about to see, because the continuity with tradition, however parodistic or ironic, remains unbroken. After Goethe, everything that can be broken has been. Emerson, Carlyle, Nietzsche all revered Goethe, and all realized that he had been very much an ending. Faust's death rehearses that ending. Freud, seeking an image for his therapy, came up with, "Where it was, there I shall be." The ambition is Faust's final project, the reclamation of the shore, the making of a new Netherlands. A Goethean ironist, despite his Goethean scientism, Freud knew what Faust is still learning at the end, which is the mentality of reversal. Where I am, there it shall be. In the reversal, Mephistopheles and his thugs commit murder on Faust's ecological behalf, and Faust endures Oedipal blunders in remorse, even as he fights off care. Casting out magic, resolving to stand up against magic, resolving to stand up against nature by himself, rejecting every possibility of transcendence. The dying Faust, though he does not know he is dying, begins to become Freudian man, embracing the reality principle. With that embrace comes the final idealistic illusion, to drain the last swamp, so that where it was, there Faust shall be. Mephistopheles intervenes with his final insult. Ghoulish lemures replace the workmen, and the blind Faust, hearing the sound of their shovels, does not know they are at work digging his grave and not his final improvement of nature. Virgilian spirits of the night and the dead, the lemures are mere skeletons, indeed mummies, and they pirate the gravedigger's song in Hamlet as he digs Ophelia's grave. To this ghoulish music, the sound of shovels and Hamletian melancholy, Faust incongruously utters his final delusion. I now enjoy my highest moment. With that, he falls backward into the arms of the lemures, who lay him on the ground and inter him. By Faust's own language, his soul ought to be forfeit, his and God's wager lost. What follows is dreadful and famous comedy, flavored by the aged Goethe's deliberately outrageous bad taste. As the wretchedly anxious Mephistopheles laments that agreements are worthless nowadays, he and his cowardly devils are pelted by a storm of angelic roses. Fighting on alone, abandoned by his lesser fiends, the unhappy devil loses self-control and is overcome by divinely induced lust for the buttocks of the boy angels. The soul of Faust is borne heavenward by these enticing youths, and Mephistopheles rightly laments the manner of his defrauding. This is all good, unclean fun, and perhaps Goethe should have ended it there. Instead, he loots and parodies Dante's Paradiso, presenting all readers since with an ultimate problem in perspectivizing. What are we to do with this apparently Catholic conclusion to an altogether non-Christian poetic drama? The blessed boys and various grades of angels are one sort of entity, but how is the reader to react to the heavenly battery of Dr. Marianus and all the penitent women who attended Jesus? Is Faust really going to take up residence in Dantesque heavens as the loving teacher of a bevy of blessed boys? Is Oscar Wilde somehow writing this conclusion in advance? Or is all this Goethe's final blasphemy, his ultimate outrage to normative sensibilities. If we read closely, we are not likely to judge Goethe's final vision as uncharacteristically Christian. Rather, it is hermetic and personal and heterodox to the highest degree. But so was Dante's vision until the Church yielded to its excellence and canonized it. Very slyly, Goethe emulates Dante and simultaneously outdoes him by enthroning more than one personal Beatrice in heaven. Even Dr. Marianus is not precisely orthodox. He salutes the Virgin as one co-equal of the gods, Queen we have elected. And poor Gretchen, who repented on earth and still repents in heaven, is accepted only by the Mater Gloriosa, so that Faust may be instructed when he follows his beloved to higher spheres. But when did we hear Faust repent? True, Faust has died, but being a century old, it was certainly about time. Unrepentant, unforgiven, after a lifetime in league with the devil, Faust rises to instant salvation, as befits a name meaning the favored one. It is unjust, certainly not Catholic, and not Christian in any orthodox sense whatsoever. Goethe has brazenly subsumed Catholic mythology and Dantesque structures into his own mythopoeic system, as personal as Blake's, but much more cheerfully courting, indeed inviting self-contradictions. If Faust is in the higher spheres, it is because the religion of esoteric Goetheism has reached out to redeem him. Christianity and Christ are only another strand in a mythopoeic counterpoint, as Faust. Part 2 achieves conclusion. The last words, as shrewdly translated by Atkins, are pure Goethean erotic high romanticism. Woman eternally shows us the way. What way is that? Faust has not been shown the way by the Virgin, but by Margaret and by Helen. Goethe was shown the way by his grand sequence of muses, immortalized in his lyric poetry. The Catholic colorings as Part 2 closes are yet another instance of the counter-canonical, no more, no less, in Goethe's lifelong triumph of language and of personality.